Start with this.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Stadium. President, my sister, brother. We be Mugu. I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. Refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you wife. But you must pay me some more money, make I bring her. You be the Mugu, I be the master. Okay now. To person between my pen. I see. I see what I want to do when you forget me. Okay. Papa, you look at you. One day you get out. Mama say I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, we put it again. I got you to put it on one.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Zazu, VDN na your papa. Ika stealing. Ole, Marua, Onyara, Onyoshi, Omila. Smellos, Orono, Body Odor, Mouth Odor, Marua, Keke, Ubanka, to my boro banka. To our bully. Pastor. Why you slap the pastor? Yogi do. You bully him. Shout out to all my niggas. Ratters, now we get social media. Shew, Big Bed Kuti, Coco Big Baby Trap Aye, German, Machiavelli, Akala Niger, Uris, Osaze, Bini, Agene Bode, Tunde Headnut. Let's go! Victor.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá mọ́rí àbábíkà ìyá Ramadan gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà níbẹ̀ kó agba lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà báríkà ìyá Rasulullah mákìmí pàdé lọ kíjù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà báríkà ìyá Rasulullah mákìmí lọ kíjù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego. Èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá náà bí sálà láwàlẹ́ wàsálà. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárin bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa. Kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ ń dópin tí ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo lódindi. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yàtì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún wa nọ́mbà jẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀. Sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price, jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé. Ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì, ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo. Ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná? Gbogbo scope mi ló ti ká tán. Ọmọge wá ná, I go chop before I chop you, ṣe lè dáná. Ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi, gbọ́n ẹ̀ mú bíi ti squishy.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
And there it is right there. Àjànàkú yọ lókèrè ẹ lọ mọ̀rẹ́ dání. An elephant shows on the horizon, and you quickly go and get a stick. So, you don't heard an elephant with a stick. In Yoruba land, we say Àjànàkú kọjá mórí nǹkan fìrí, ẹni tó bá rẹ́rìn á mọ̀ pé òun rẹ́rìn. Do you understand? Àjànàkú ó kọjá mórí nǹkan fìrí, ẹni tó bá rí erin that is to say that, like I always say, the Yoruba language doesn't really translate. It loses its nuance. The message is lost anytime you try to translate the Yoruba language into English, because, like I've often said to you, it's the richest language in the world, as has been documented globally, the Yoruba language, because it's spoken in such a civilized nuance. So the Yoruba language is spoken in nuances. And the reason why the Yoruba language is spoken in nuances is because the language, it goes at great pains not to cause offense. So that's why the Yoruba language is spoken in nuance. So, yeah, but Àjànàkú kọjá mórí nǹkan fìrí, ẹni tó bá rẹ́rìn á mọ̀ pé òun rẹ́rìn. An elephant is too big an animal just to say you caught a fleeting glance of something. If you see an elephant, then you know you've seen an elephant. That's loosely how that translates. Àjànàkú kọjá mórí nǹkan fìrí, ẹni tó bá rí erin á mọ̀ pé òun rẹ́rìn. An elephant is too big an entity for you to say that you just caught a fleeting glance of something. If you see an elephant, then you know you've seen an elephant. How about that? But then, of course, the message is lost because you've had to translate it. But there it is. There it is. Pardon me. You know, I go through about at least 3 liters of water in the course of those are the side benefits of doing these things. So in terms of being lubricated, I certainly am amply lubricated because I go through at least 3 liters of water in the course of doing these sessions. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. good to be in your company, and how are you? So that good day to you, good to be in your company. Hope you've had a wonderful day. We've cascaded into yet another weekend. So we are now in August. I'm looking forward to September actually because there's a particular loan. This is just an aside, though. This is just day-to-day life things. Where there are you look forward to you look forward to pockets of moments in time. You look forward to pockets uh yeah you look forward to pockets of moments in time, and I'm especially looking forward to September because there's a particular loan that I've been servicing and it expires in September, so I pay it off in September. So I'm looking for just those little things, and then you free yourself of that, and then you probably don't need then go and acquire even more borrowing to hang around your neck. But all that, good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Do so. There was once upon a time, you might well think it's a fable, but there was once upon a time that we frequently used to get well in excess of 100, even going on 200 likes on the streams. That seems to be a long distance. That seems to be another world entirely. So we want to bring that back. Click on the like button. Click on like. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. I'm not even sure why I say these things. Nobody ever does them. I ask you to subscribe. I look at the numbers. I can't even see one person that follows through. And if I show you some data, actually, a good 70 something percent. I can't be sure. It's the mid-range 70% of the people that actually watch this platform. They are not actually subscribed. I was quite alarmed. I was just looking at the figures just the other day. A good 70 something, I think it was around about 73, 74 thereabouts, that watch this platform with frequent regularity, because it tells you just the frequency of that visit. A good 70 something percent are not actually subscribed. So when I tell you that a lot of people actually watch this platform out of spite, then so maybe the spiteful ones should be less spiteful. I'm talking about the gothics and the obedience and all these, all the usual ne'er do wells. So all that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can. Copy the links and put them in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, all those groups that you belong to on social media. Paste the links just as widely as you can. Share them near and wide. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. So all those things, and please say hello. Say hello in the comment section as you are coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. Maybe we can be friends. I have no friends. That's why I do this. So maybe you can be my friend. So it's a beg a friend session. This is where we are now. This is how we are. This is how low we have degenerated. Beg a friend. So say hello in the comment section as you're coming in, then I say hello back to you, and it's all nice and cozy. So it's not nice and cozy. Shall we just get started? Why don't we just get started? We get started and we start with this. Yes. Yes. Good to see you, Ufuoma. Ufuoma. Good to see you, Ratel family. Good to see you, Oga, right there. Some Thomas in the comment section as well. Abimbola Tubosun, I see you as well. So all those. So say hello just as you're coming in, and then acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So all that. So shall we just get started? Tinubu to social media influencers: don't divide Nigeria. Verify before you amplify. So yes. You say wise. Nobody can really quibble with those words. Those are wise words. Don't divide Nigeria. I'm not sure that anybody outside of sectarian special interest agitators like the IPOBs and the Yoruba nations, those ones want to divide Nigeria, but I don't think broadly anybody will quibble with that. Don't divide Nigeria, and I especially don't think anybody will quibble to say verify before you amplify. So confirm it before you broadcast it is what he's saying. But then, of course, Tinubu entirely missing the mark. These people are not interested in verifying anything. They're not interested in truth or lie of anything. All they want is to they just want to throw everything at him in order to crumble his administration, get him out of office, get their own man in, and if they can't do that, just burn the country down. So that's the objective, and I think that's pretty. Everybody knows what's going on. So these people, they're just mudslinging all over the place, and they could tell you that Tinubu is eating the brains of a young virgin every single morning in Aso Rock. They will say that they don't care about anything, so they'll just say any and everything to just destroy the guy. It's a combination of one. Anyway, let me not go too far yet. But no, this idea of verifying it, they don't care about anything. They don't care about truth. When has the obedient space ever cared about truth or factual or anything? It's mudslinging. Is just relentless. Just fang tooth aggression. That's just what they are. And anyway, I didn't even want to start like that. So so let me just every single session I promise myself not to rage and rile at these near do wells from the back or beyond, but just as soon as I open my mouth, I find myself just raging and riding against them. Good to see you, AB. Good to see you, Gwenny, right there. So keep saying hello in the comment section, and anytime I look into the room, I'll acknowledge your presence. Tinubu to social media influencers: don't divide Nigeria. Verify before you amplify. President Bola Tinubu has urged young Nigerians active on digital media to use their platforms responsibly and promote national unity. Speaking at the Progressives Digital Media Summit held in Abuja on Friday, Tinubu said new media influencers must verify information before sharing and focus their influence on building a better society. Your generation has recognized this moment. You are using digital tools to innovate, educate, and demand accountability. But as your influence grows, so must our collective sense of purpose and responsibility. The president also encouraged social media influencers to create jobs, produce uplifting content, and avoid narratives that could divide the country. So it's not the responsibility of any social media creator to create jobs, and I'm not even sure that the platform actually allows for that much job creation. But the most you can have is an editor. That's the most you can have, and then it's counterintuitive for any social media content creator to try to create uplifting content. If you ever want growth, there is titillation, scandalization, excessive verbalization of it's negative, it's sex and violence. That's really what sells, isn't it? And on social media, in any attention economy space, is shock, is sensationalism, is negative narratives, something that instills fear in the heart of the people, something that agitates the senses, especially towards rage. That is really what tractions within the attention economy space, because the ecosystem of all of this social media space is essentially an attention economy space. You are jostling for attention, and for you to get that attention is certainly not any. Imagine if we were talking about some positive thing now, how many people would listen to? Nobody wants to hear about that. They want to hear about bad news, negative news, fear, violence. So forget all this idea of encouraging content creators to to create uplifting content. But then, of course, he has to say that because, of course, it's the president. But if it's living in hope of that, then it will live in hope forever. President Bola Tinubu has urged young Nigerians active in digital media to use their platforms responsibly and promote national unity. Speaking at the Progressive Digital Media Summit held in Abuja on Friday, Tinubu said new media influencers must verify information before sharing and focus their influence on building a better society. Your generation has recognized this moment. You are using digital tools to innovate, educate, and demand accountability. But as your influence grows, so must our collective sense of purpose and responsibility, said. The president also encouraged social media influencers to create jobs, produce uplifting content, and avoid narratives that could divide the country. Use your influence to foster unity, not division, he added. Digital media is now a central driver of economic growth, civic engagement, and social change. So these points being made by Tinubu right there, it was echoed and highlighted where I live in the UK. It was echoed and highlighted just as early as a couple of days ago. So there's so many news platforms. There's so many media platforms within the UK. Of course, paramount of them is the BBC. You all know the BBC, and then the second rival is like the ITV. It's like you have NTA in Nigeria, and then you have ITV. So those are the two big main ones. But what actually came out about 2 days ago, thereabout, is that YouTube has overtaken ITV as the second most watched news platform. So the only other news platform, the only other media space that gets more engagement than YouTube in the UK is the BBC. So that's the power of social media, and that is the recognition that Tinubu is acknowledging in this piece, in this that Tinubu is acknowledging in his speech. Digital media is now a central driver of economic growth, civic engagement, and social change. Tinubu also highlighted the government's support for digital innovation through the National Digital Innovation Fund and startup-friendly policies, and warned against misinformation and cyber threats. Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to the President, commended the role of digital media in shaping a new Nigeria. You are the vanguard of a reborn Nigeria. The road may be challenging, but it is necessary, Gbajabiamila said. Bayo Ononuga, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy to the President, warned that social media, they call this social media in Nigeria now, and I'm even starting to pick up that sort of a particular inflection. Is social media, not social media. It's coalition, anyway, Nigeria. There's a particular brand of English that's peculiar to Nigeria. They call it Nigerian English. Bayo Ononuga, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy to the President, warned that social media has become a chaotic space that allows misinformation to spread rapidly. Divisive content is rampant. Deep fakes and AI-generated content are increasingly being used against political opponents. So this thing being said by Bayo Ononuga, the last outing that Peter Obi had on Twitter Space, the last outing that Peter Obi had on Twitter Space, one of his followers was actually inviting him to consent to them using AI-generated content to spread disinformation and misinformation against the government and the president. Divisive content is rampant. Deep fakes and AI-generated content are increasingly used against political opponents, Ononuga said. Misinformation spreads five times faster than official correction. So this is exactly what I was saying, that negative news sells, bad news sells. Negative news fear sex. So those are the things that sell within the attention economy space. Misinformation spreads five times faster than official correction. Shegun Dada, presidential aide on new media and summit convener, said digital media has evolved into a powerful force, adding that its impact must be channeled towards national good. That calls for greater awareness of risks like privacy breaches and threats to social cohesion. The summit brought together content creators, digital strategists, and political commentators under the theme unveiling the critical role of new media in national development. So I'm not quite sure when they keep saying that they brought together content creators. Who exactly are those? Is the question. I didn't get an invite. Do I qualify it as a content creator? Even I don't know. But that's that. That's the Tinubu space, especially wagging fingers at the obedient space, because of course, when you're talking about misinformation, disinformation, information likely to cause harm to the country is usually the obedient space. So that's essentially the Tinubu space. Then wagging fingers towards the obedient space. So that's that. We go on from that and we reverse back to a narrative that we have been tracking over the last week or so. So this, whisper it gently, but there's somewhat of a de-Igbo-nization. That's I coined that phrase actually. Maybe I should patent it. There's somewhat of a silent de-Igbo-nization going on rather in Lagos State. There's somewhat of a quiet de-Igbo-nization going on in Lagos State. They are slowly trying to cleanse the space of our southeastern brothers, and this is going on now with this name change thing. Amidst controversy, Lagos Council released fresh street renaming. So this is a doubling down then on what the Bariga local government space did. So and post the people are saying, oh, they should go and change Diwe Street or whatever, and then that would be where the real impact is. But I think post 2027 elections they will look to do that anyway. They will go more ethnic and more indigenous in Lagos especially, and right across the southwest by wider extension. Amidst controversy, Lagos Council releases fresh street renaming. So let's get it. Is this where Lekki is? Etiosa local government. Can somebody tell me in the comment section? Is this a local government for the Lekki area? Etiosa local government. The Etiosa local government area of Lagos State has announced the renaming of 6 streets across its jurisdiction as part of an ongoing street renaming and revalidation exercise. This move comes amidst ongoing public debate over similar actions in Bariga local government development area, where a recent decision to rename popular landmarks such as Charlie Boy bus stop to Olamide Badu bus stop sparked backlash. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana was amongst critics who described the move as unconstitutional. In a public notice signed by council manager Mrs. Oluwakemi Oshun and published on Friday, Etiosa local government stated that the renaming exercise was aimed at enhancing the cultural and historical relevance of street names whilst improving location references, identity management, and navigation. The council urged residents, businesses, and the public to update official records, postal addresses, and directories to reflect the new changes, which takes immediate effect. So with immediate effect now, all these names now, but what you want to be noting then is that the names are changing from a particular hue from a particular hue, that is HUE, a particular hue, a particular sort of coloration to a different sort of coloration. Let me just put it that way. So essentially they are indigenizing it. Any non Yoruba sounding names, they are changing it to Yoruba to Yoruba names. So these are the streets now being renamed in Etiosa local government. Tony Amadasun Road in Igbo Efon to Chief Femi Pedro Road. Dr. Udo Wogu Drive, Chevy View to Chief Adebola Dosumu Drive. Augusta Oji Street in Aro Ologolo to Alhaji Mayegun Street, Chike Mba Close to Honorable Sikiru Ashorata Close, and then Ugochukwu Oji Street in Igboefon still to Barrister Wale Sani Street. So you can see the switch over right there, almost all of them. I'm not quite sure about this name. I think this may well be a Southeastern name as well. Tony Amadason to Femi Pedro, Udo Wogu to Dosumu Drive, Augusta Oji to Mayegun Street, Chike Mba Close to Sikiru Close, and then Ugochukwu Oji Street to Barrister Wale Sani Street. So that seems to be what's going on now, and this one as well. Fubara Dublin Green Street to Rafiu Olukolu Street. So the council reiterated its commitment to aligning street names with figures of cultural and developmental significance, whilst ensuring residents are adequately informed throughout the process. So that's what's going on there. There's an indigenization. With that equivocation, there's a clear indigenization process going on in Lagos State. I think that one is pretty clear now. So maybe very soon they will turn Alaba Market to what will they turn it to? Oba of Lagos Market. So who will want to argue against that? Anyway, so that's what's going on there. You can see this is the backlash against all that narrative of Lagos is no man's land, and we must take Lagos, we must capture all this sort of wild goings on. This is the backlash against that. All right, we go on from that to this. Pardon me, let me have a sip of water. Right, Kemi Badenoch finally dissociates. Kemi Badenoch finally dissociates self from Nigeria. I don't identify with it anymore. So a Yoruba girl that is not a Yoruba girl anymore, and Sally, otherwise known as Kemi Badenoch. Kemi Badenoch, new leader of the Conservative Party and the United Kingdom's opposition leader, has said she no longer identifies as a Nigerian. Correspondents reported, pardon me, Kemi Badenoch, now leader of the Conservative Party and the United Kingdom's opposition leader, has said she no longer identifies as a Nigerian. As reported by The Telegraph on Friday, August the 1st, the Tory leader, so the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom are called the Tory, that's Tory. The Tory leader, who grew up in Lagos State, southwest Nigeria, said she had not had a Nigerian passport for 2 decades, but that is to say she did have one once upon a time. Mrs. Badenoch said that while she knew the country very well and had an interest in what happened there, she felt that her home is where my own family is. So it's just unbelievable. So desperate just to be English and British. Speaking on the Rosebud podcast, she said, I have not renewed my Nigerian passport. I think not since the early 2000s. So she cannot deny that she's ever had one because it's on record that she did have one. So she's just trying to distance so much from her Nigerian roots. Just so painful to see. It's just so you feel shame on her behalf. When people are anchoring, do you see the white girl that is now playing for the Nigerian Falcons? She's managed to wangle her way into becoming a Nigerian, a full white girl, and a Yoruba girl that grew up just down the road in Lagos up till the latter ends of her teenage years. She never left Nigeria till she was around about 16, 17, and you can still hear the undercurrent of the Nigerianness in her accentuation, but now she's no longer Nigerian because she wants to be English. I have not renewed my Nigerian passport, I think, not since the early 2000s. I don't identify with it anymore. Most of my life has been in the United Kingdom, and I have just never felt the need to. She added, I am Nigerian through ancestry, by birth, despite not being born there because of my parents, but by identity. I am I am Nigerian through ancestry, by birth, despite not being born there because of my parents, but by identity. I am not really. I know the country very well. I have a lot of family there, and I am very interested in what happens there. But home is where my now family is, and my now family is my children, it's my husband, and my brother and his children and in-laws. Furthermore, she said she remembered never quite feeling that I belonged to Nigeria. The 45-year-old has repeatedly talked about growing up in a country affected by corruption and Lagos as a city where fear was everywhere. Mrs. Bednock's latest remark, Nigerians react. Meanwhile, Nigerians are reacting to Bednock's latest remarks. So Kemi is giving Nigerian fraudsters a bad name. So I think that does sums it up, isn't it? Kemi is giving Nigerian fraudsters a bad name. And then another one, journalists should just ignore her. She's using Nigeria to gain attention from the global community week in, week out. She has never said anything good about this country because of her hatred or negative impression. It seems she had been inundated with false information about Nigerians. She doesn't need to be inundated. She's Nigerian, so she has first-hand accounts of her. She travels to the country. Not I saw images of her and her children in Nigeria not quite 3-4 years ago. That's her natural go-to. She's Nigerian. She's more Nigerian than she will ever be British. That's just it. So I'm not quite sure even what she's doing. You never saw Rishi Sunak ever for one microsecond try to distance himself from his Indian origin. He celebrated that as well as being British. So I'm not quite sure what this girl is doing. So the next one now, we don't identify with you, and we'll be glad if you drop the name too. Once you say Kemi, you are identified. But if you change it to Kimberly, no one will identify you with Nigeria that you so much dislike. Kemi, please don't forget to have a name change. Nigeria will appreciate that a lot. Black Yoruba nice, Tonyebo. They fool yourself. It's just so sad to see. So desperate the politics is. Just anchoring after what the English. I'm not even talking about the British, but the English. They guard Britishness and Englishness jealously. Jealously. You can call yourself as British as you like, and you can even call yourself English, but they don't accept you as either. They can accept you as British because that's just a broader term, but they would not accept you as English. Not even when maybe if you are 4 generations deep, they might start to give consideration to it. You just fresh off the banana boat, you've changed your accent, and now you're telling everyone that you're more English. They don't even respect that anyway. Who will respect somebody jettisoning and diminishing their ancestry so much in order to fit in into a new space? The girl is just like people say, just change the chemi and then walk away. No, we don't care. We don't want you. You don't want us. So just walk away. Just walk away now. Kilode, it's getting out of hand. This silly little girl. Badenoch says children can't get Nigerian citizenship. Correspondents earlier reported that Badenoch said she cannot confer Nigerian citizenship on her children because of her gender. Badenoch made the claim during an interview with CNN's Farid Zakari, where she compared Nigeria's immigration policies with those of the United Kingdom, criticizing what she described as British leniency. So that's Kemi Badenoch right there, willing to sacrifice any and everybody just to climb up the greasy poles of the career ladder. So that's Kemi Badenoch right there, slicing and dicing Nigerians as is always her want to do. Pardon me. From that to this, so from that to this, back to more mainstream politics. Tinubu, any attempts to replace Shettima will backfire. APC youths one ahead of 2027 polls. So there's this there's a lot of talk and speculation wrapped around this Shettima position, and his position is not as set in stone as you would imagine it to be. So why are there those speculations? So those speculations, so the best food is what Tinubu has to. He has to go into 2027 with all of his armories. Everybody has to be fully locked, fully loaded, and the potency has to be 100% because there are sharks everywhere looking to devour him. So is he carrying Shettima into that next round of elections as an asset? That's the first question. But for that question to be answered then, so what the answer to that question will be, what would be a better option than Shettima? He's already won an election with Shettima. So for him to jettison Shettima, then something better has to be on offer. And it all wraps around geopolitics. So the Northwest is really where the politics of Nigeria is. And if Tinubu wants to go all out, then he might well choose to jettison Shettima and have somebody else. But it's not just picking a candidate from the Northwest. It has to be somebody of that clout and name recognition that can supersede whatever it is that Shettima is bringing to the ticket. So I'm saying all of that to say then that there is no name that immediately springs out as an upgrade from Shettima or that has more political cachet than Shettima. There are only two names that I can think of coming out of the Northwest that can, because Shettima, of course, is the Northeast. So the Northwest is the largest voting bloc in Nigeria. So he has to really play the politics of that place astutely and cleverly. So there are only two names coming out of the Northwest that I think might well be a gain in terms of substituting Shettima for. There'll be an upgrade, or there'll be it won't be an upgrade that will make sense, that carries more cachet than the Shettima ticket. I'm talking essentially about Kwakwanso or El Rufai. So El Rufai is not available. So all of this talk then of Shettima's position being vulnerable all of this talk of Shettima position being vulnerable, it all wraps around the Kwakwanso narrative. So if it's not replacing Shettima with Kwakwanso, then nothing else makes sense. Then there's no reason to replace him. So the only person that can justify Shettima not being on that ticket is for him to be replaced with Kwakwan. So that's essentially that's rather convoluted. Whatever I said I just said was just to say that any attempt to replace Shettima will backfire. APC youth one ahead of 2027 poll. The All Progressive Congress APC youth in the Northeast zone have cautioned party leaders against moves to replace Vice President Kashim Shettima on the party's ticket for the 2027 general election. The group warned that such a decision could damage the party's unity and President Bola Tinubu's re-election chances. Speaking at a press conference on Friday in Bauchi, the group chairman Kabiru Kobi described the speculation over Shettima's possible substitution as a dangerous rumor capable of destabilizing the APC. And you can see that the rumors have some validation, it has some credibility, because you can see it in the body language of Kashim Shettima over the last few months or so. You can see the worried sort of carriage of his you can see that it's somewhat worried. He's under some sort of pressure, and all of that pressure is no doubt wrapped around the speculations about his position being somewhat vulnerable. The All Progressive Congress APC youth in the Northeast zone have cautioned party leaders against moves to replace Vice President Kashim Shettima on the party's ticket for the 2027 general election. The group warned that such a decision could damage the party's unity and President Bola Tinubu's re-election chances. Speaking at a press conference on Friday in Bauchi, the group chairman Kabiru Kobi described the speculation over Shettima's possible substitution as a dangerous rumor capable of destabilizing the APC. Kobi stressed that the APC Youth Parliament remains firmly behind the Tinubu Shettima ticket, describing the duo as tested and trusted leaders who have demonstrated the capacity to steer the country through challenging times. We want to state it unequivocally clear that any attempt to reconfigure the joint ticket of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu / Kashim Shettima in 2027 will only bring resentment that could linger beyond the elections, with negative reverberations capable of affecting the party's success, Kobi said. He warned that the party must avoid repeating mistakes. He warned that the party must avoid repeating mistakes made by the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in 2015, when internal strife contributed to its electoral defeat. It is far from hidden that the ghost of PDP past actions still haunts the party today. History has little patience for those who choose to ignore its lessons. So that's Kobe then. Whoever this is, the youth wing of the APC, although that's vested interest, whatnot, isn't it? But let's go from that to this one. It is no longer a secret. Yanusa speaks on Peter Obi returning to PDP. So yes, so Yanusa then, somewhat on one of the spoke voices of Peter Obi. So if it's coming from Yanusa, then it's so Obi essentially in talks with the PDP to go there. Ahead of the 2027 election, the national coordinator of the Obidients movement, Dr. Tanko Yanusa, has confirmed that Peter Obi is in discussions with several political stakeholders. He confirmed that Obi is in talks with the People's Democratic PDP and other stakeholders with the focus on building a better Nigeria. He, however, added that while the discussions are not a secret affair, no concrete decision has been made. regarding the platform Peter Obi would likely run on for the 2027 presidential election. Yanusa also affirmed the Labour Party chieftain's commitment to a better Nigeria, adding that the ongoing discussions are not about Obi's personal ambition, but about rescuing Nigeria. So that's Obi then, who is keeping all his options open, essentially is what that tells us. So that's Obi keeping all his options open. So that's that. Let me play you the clips that I do have. The link in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come on. If you want the conversation, then you have to hop on. No one in the studio at the moment. So if I finish my readout, then we'll see what happens after that. So let me just rattle you through the clips that we do have. Before that, let me play you a little bit of a 30-second musical ditty.
Rule number 1. I don't tell you. You better focus on after business with the operation.
So there it is right there. That's Charlie Boy and some up and coming. Oh, so that's Charlie Boy and some up and coming. So I've not titled any of these clips, so I'm just going to play them and then run commentaries afterwards.
Obedience silly.
Oh, all right. So that was the Jagaban of Africa right there, sending a message to Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. But what was he saying to them again?
Obedience silly.
Aman Nowakwani, as he always says. So here is El Rufai speaking essentially what the innermost thought of a Nigerian politician is. This is what the Nigerian politician is essentially all about, what El Rufai is about to tell you now.
We have no politics of public interest or public good. And you know, the politicians proudly tell you that politics is about interest. If they don't get what they want, they are ready to collapse the system. Every military coup in Nigeria's history was engineered by civilians. They have lost elections, rightly or wrongly. If a politician contests for a position and he doesn't get it, he will not support a party member that got the nomination. He will rather move to the opposition and ensure that the person that defeated him, fair and square, loses the election. So we have a political culture where the primacy of personal interest trumps everything else. Now, what is the difference between human beings and animals? So it is with most Nigerian politicians. Everyone for himself. No one for the country. No one even for the party. It's an interesting political culture and it's ingrained. Politicians believe that is the way, that is politics. And to change it will take quite an effort. This is a problem, and until we fix our politics, we'll continue to...
So that was Peter Obi's, not Peter Obi, that was El Rufai several years ago. And those words now echo to his politics now. Exactly what he was describing all of those years is exactly what he's doing now. So what El Rufai is doing is nothing to do, he said it in his own words, it's a politics of bitterness and self-interest, which is exactly the core central propeller of the Nigerian politician. It's entirely about our self-interest and not at all about anything Nigeria. So now this next clip, this one is for Tony Africa and World Peace. I think this one might delight them.
Before 1914, who were the owners of Nigeria? When you invite those who were owners of Nigeria, Benin Kingdom in the Guinness Book of Records has the largest man-made structure in the world. the wall they built is bigger than the Chinese wall. People don't know this. So that is an extremely old empire. And the man who sits on that throne, the Oba, controls a humongous amount of political power.
You see, it's this fantasized self of importance that these people from Edo have. The world doesn't, there's no world that exists between the four corners of their tiny little speck within Nigeria. What humongous power does the Oba of Benin wield in terms of politics? It controls what? 50,000 votes that is in his settlement, wherever it is. And he's talking as though he was the Sultan of Sokoto or Oni of Ife or somebody of it's a well-respected. It's more of a anyway. Let me not. Everybody is just so absorbed in their own sense of importance within that Nigerian space. All right. This now next clip. This is a follow-on from what our man of prestige was saying yesterday, and what Very Dark Man was also raging and riding about. Do you remember when Very Dark Man came raging and riding? Not came on the platform, but came into his space, raging and riling about the Imo State governor choosing to honor the Imo indigenes within the Super Falcon team that won the AFCON. And Very Dark Man was trying to ethnicize that. And Man of Prestige came on yesterday to defend that is not anything to do with ethnic, but a celebration of indigenes of Imo State. So as a follow-on from that, the coach of the Falcons, he actually comes from Adamawa State, and this was what his state governor did.
Mini stadium, apart from the main stadium that we are trying to build. And who said prophets are not loved at home? In Adamawa, they are bona fide son, and we love you, particularly for the fact that you have made us proud. So for this also, we will show you that we really love you and we cherish what you have done to this country by partly also giving you a 3-bedroom flat. And a sum of 50 million naira. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, on that happy note.
All right, so that was the Adamawa State governor then. I think he's actually giving him more than Tinubu gave him, because Tinubu gave the coaching staff the equivalent of $50,000, and I'm not quite sure how much that is in Naira, but certainly not up to 50 million Naira, I don't think so. So that's that. So that's just to buttress what our man of prestige was saying yesterday. So we're going from that to this next clip. All right, here is somebody mocking Kemi Badenoch. We may not, it's about 3 minutes, so maybe we just take a minute of it and then we move on.
God have mercy upon us.
I can't stop laughing because just 2 days ago, Kemi Badenoch posted this. Britain is our home, not a hotel. She was talking to and about the immigrants. Now, you know, British people, white British people, let her know exactly what they think of her. Britain is not your home. Leave. Your mom lived in Nigeria but came to the UK to make sure you were born here. Now that's pathetic. Kemi, they want you deported too. Oh no. Who do you mean by our? bear in mind that you are Nigerian. To complete her self-degradation, self-identity mutilation, Kemi Badenoch does the most coconutting thing racial gatekeepers do. Cuts off her roots. So she makes this big announcement, I no longer identify as Nigerian, in order to demonstrate to the racists that she's 1,000% committed to Britain in whatever capacity they have her. Kemi burst into song. Kemi be like, no way, I'm Nigerian. No way, I'm Nigerian. No way, don't call me that. No, I don't love my fatherland. I want you to know. No way, I'm Nigerian. Don't call me that. Kemi Badenoch is having an existential identity crisis on a global stage, and I love this for her. Kemi Badenoch is putting all of her eggs in a very white basket, and I so love this for her. Kemi Badenoch is doing what she does best, politicizing and weaponizing Nigeria as political fodder. For her to send an unequivocal message to the British public saying, I no longer identify as Nigerian, and simultaneously sending an unapologetic message to the Nigerian public that she's cutting off any roots of identity with Nigeria, she is maligning Nigeria as a country and maligning Nigerians as a people. And about Nigeria, she says, never quite feeling that I belong there. Oyibo Kemi. This is the same Kemi who told the entire world a week or so ago that Nigeria won't let her pass on citizenship rights to her children because she's a woman. Of course it was a lie, because the kids will automatically get citizenship by descent. And then it turns out in this article that Kemi has not held a Nigerian passport in over a decade. Now, when the reckoning comes, and you know the reckon shall come, Nigerians will have the front row seats. My Niger brothers and sisters, what drink are you bringing to the reckoning? I've got my palm wine ready. I shall keep it chilled.
So there it is right there. Kemi Badenoch now a global laughing stock. So Kemi Badenoch a global laughing stock. Let me play you one more, and then we'll see if anybody turns up.
Atiku Abubakar cannot come to Borno and tell us what to do. Neither he cannot go to there's Bauchi, Yobe, to tell them what to do. Maybe he cannot go to Bauchi too, because Bala still is an active member of the PDP. And Bala and his members were intact. So, you see, we are talking politics. We are talking about human beings. It's not imaginations. You can't imagine politics, no. Politics, you have to look at.
Are you going to dismiss the man who came second in the 2023 election?
I'm not dismissing him at all.
A two-time vice president.
I am not dismissing him at all. If I were him,
one election as a governor
if I were him, I will not run.
So as Kemi Badenoch continues to make herself a global laughing stock, Atiku Abubakar, of course, equally a laughing stock in northern Nigeria.
It's the first time we're having a dyed-in-the-wool politician as president. He knows his onions. He knows all of us. He's been in the system for very long.
So it's going to be difficult to beat him.
It's tough.
Not even from any candidate from the north.
This is a man who has worked with everyone, who has been useful to everyone, who has had opportunities to assist governments. So beating him, uphill task.
Not even the PDP can do that. In that shape.
Not in that shape. Yeah.
But that's sad.
It is.
Because if we ride on like that, without any challenge, I know the ADC said he's beatable. And El-Rufai said, look, they will send the president back, and they will send him back to Lagos. And they've shown that there could be an incursion into the political sphere where the president plays well. Peter Obi has shown us that no matter where you're 40.
All right. So that's the Olujimi woman right there telling us then that Tinubu virtually unbeatable. So Tinubu virtually unbeatable. We'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after. for that. We'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, absolutely right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, the elegant Choma, so that's Chi factor right there, Chi baby. There's a Ekene right there, the one that what is that? Are we even calling Ekene Choma's simp? He will have to tell us if he is or not. The star in the house, always a delight when the star is here. The super brain that is Zeta, your favorite voice on mine, that's Baba right there. And of course, the man from the creeks, bringing the Sapele water to the proceedings, is on. So good to have you, ladies and gentlemen. Good to have you, ladies and gentlemen. Because we have a reasonable compliment, we kick it off with a whirlwind whiz round. Do like a 5 minutes monologue, a bit rigid with the time. We kick it off with Choma. From Choma, we go to Ekene. Ekene is on Zita Baba. So Choma, you're first. Good to see you.
Good morning, one man.
Salam alaikum.
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, I decided to show up, on the panel today because I heard you. There's two things I want to talk about, Kemi Bednock and replacing Kashim Shettima, and also the governor of Imo State. I forgot his name. What's his name again?
Uzodinma.
Yes, Uzodinjo. So, I wanted to talk about those three. So, with Kemi Bednock, I am a strong supporter of Kemi, and I don't think she said anything wrong. She's a grown woman and she can do as she pleases, and it's not like she's begging these people to grant her, our interview. They're the ones coming to her, asking her questions, and she's responding accordingly. And I think it's within her right to say that she's not Nigerian, because she really is not Nigerian. She said exactly what she said, which is her heritage is Nigerian, right? You're about to be precise, but she was born in the UK. She's a British citizen, you know? And not only that, her husband is a white tea, so you can't really expect her to be claiming y'all. She don't want to claim y'all, okay? Just let it go. Stop being bitter. You know, she has moved on. She don't want to associate with Nigeria, period. But these reports,
But she's clearly not moved on, though, Choma. When every other interview is just to bash Nigerians. You know, we had a prime minister in this country, just the one before the present one, who is of Indian descent. He never for one second said anything denigrating about his own,
that's
at
because
least his ancestral. So why she feels the need at every opportunity to run Nigeria down is just
it's
what
freedom.
mystifies people. Yeah.
It's freedom of speech, number one, and she's a grown woman, number two. And then number three, it's not her father asking her questions relating to Nigeria, right? So she can answer if she wants, and she chose to answer, and she answered correctly. And one man, first of all, when's the last time you've been to Nigeria? She's been to Nigeria like before you. You've never been to Nigeria, I'm sure. Your
I
family.
was in Nigeria no more than 3 years ago. Why do people ask me that? I
Because
can show you images now. I was in Nigeria.
she's
I
been,
frequent Nigeria.
so she's probably been in Nigeria recently than you have. So I don't know why you're hating on her for no reason. And most of Nigerian people's kids that were brought up in the diaspora, they don't claim y'all. They don't claim Nigeria. You know, Nigeria's not really like in. It's not really like in thing to claim at this point. Let's be honest. I mean, even the Pope was talking ish about Nigeria and the Boko.
Sorry, Choma. You carry on. Can after you give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back in a second. Carry on.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to tell you guys is that Kemi has a right, you know, to want to remain a British citizen. She's married to a white tea and she's comfortable in her own skin. You know, she's a black British woman and she's fine with that. So you guys should stop criticizing her and, you know, keep her name off your mouths. The next person I want to speak on is who's a danger, right? What's his name? Uh, Governor. Yeah. So the governor that invited only the Igbo soccer players um, is because you know those players were from Imo State. Like we need to stop putting like tribal connotation to everything. She's not being tribalist. Okay, those women are Igbo and they're from Imo State, so he wanted to host them and show appreciation to his people, you know, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Right. So the next person I wanted to speak on is the Kashima situation. Definitely, Tinubu is going to replace Kashima, and I think Kashima will be replaced by, you know, Kwankwaso, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Tinubu has a right to replace the vice president. Unfortunately, some people in the north feel like Tinubu just used Kashima. It's not necessarily true, but if if your performance is very low, definitely you'll be replaced. So it's within his right to replace the vice president, Kashim Shatima, if that's his name. So yeah, that's how I feel about that. Kenna, did you want to add something to the Uza Dinjaw's situation? Kenna, are you there? Hello. Okay, who wants to speak next? Is it Izon? Okay, the star, are you there?
I'm next, I think. Yeah. You want me to talk?
Yeah, go ahead and speak.
Chichi, what up, girl? What's up? How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? This
I'm
is Izon.
well. I'm well. Yeah, this is Aizon.
Okay, long time.
I know. I know. It's been a busy summer. We don't get a lot of warm weathers here, so when there's some warmth, everyone goes crazy.
Are you in Canada?
Um, yeah. I'm in
Oh
Ottawa. Yeah.
yeah, you guys do get summer, huh?
Yeah, for like 4 months.
Well, does it really, or just like 70
No,
degrees?
yeah, I think July is the hottest month. It's already starting to get cooler now. So like this morning it was 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And
Oh,
then yeah, it warmed up in the afternoon, but in the afternoon it's kind of this is actually a good time to visit because in the afternoon it only warms up to about, 70 degrees. And then it continues like this till September. And then by end of October it starts to get cold. And then November is just downhill from November.
so like,
All the way to
what
May.
what temperature is the weather like?
Right now is pretty nice right now. Right now outside is about 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So it
Ah, that's
feels
cold. What do you mean?
60?
Yes, it's cold.
60 is not cold. What are you talking about?
We're in the late like 90s, like 98, 99.
Oh yeah, that's hot. That's like
Saying
Niger hot. That's like Niger Delta hot. Humid. No, it's 60. 60 feels fantastic. It's not too hot, it's not cold. It's just awesome. Like I was just sitting down in my backyard. It felt good, you know. But in the morning it's gonna be like 50. So that's
oh,
actually a little cold.
I live in Canada. You guys are struggling. I don't know how you manage. That is cold for summer. Oh my goodness. I'm thinking about crop top and tank top. That is not
No, that's that. Yeah, in Texas, right?
yeah,
That's why. Yeah,
it's hot.
yeah, Texas. I mean, for me, I mean, I went to university in Florida, so I know what you're talking about. That's that
Florida,
weather is.
Florida feels good all the time.
No, not during the summer. During the summer, it's humid and extremely hot.
It's humid, but it's not extremely hot. It just feels good. Yeah,
I don't know about that.
What
Maybe in
what
the
what
winter it
what
feels good.
what feels hot is zone trying to encourage you to be running around naked? Don't do that. What's going on? What sort of bizarre conversation have you initiated? Are you up to your old tricks again?
no,
You know what they say, a
Yeah.
zebra can lose its stripes. But I think, oh man, you had some really good topics to talk about today. So there's a lot to cover, but you know
Yes.
what?
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I will start with. So I kind of want to talk about Kemi.
Sorry. Sorry. Just because I cover as Thomas rounded off, and then
yes,
Yeah, she tried to pass the mic to Ekene, but
I can
uh,
maybe I don't know.
all right.
Nine,
All right. Then to you is 5 7 minutes monologue. Let's have it. You want to start with Kemi?
okay, 5 7 minutes. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
10:45 p.m. my time. So by 11:52, I'm done. Okay, so yeah. No, I'm not starting with Kemi. So, but the topics I'm going to cover include Kemi, the street name changes in Echo. In fact, I'll talk about that in a second. The Shetima threats that were hurled at Asiwaju, um, the Benin Kingdom, the Great Benin, and then the other piece I want to talk about is just something that I've recently been researching and learning a lot more about Yoruba people, and I think I've come to the conclusion that of all the Yorubas, the Egba people have my most respect because of what I've recently learned about them. Um, and fascinating
You have
history
been
on that.
seduced by BT's coming here to champion these people. BT
You,
and
you know
Larry.
what? You know what? If it was up to BT, I wouldn't even be respecting the Egba people. BT, I'm sure he's listening. But no. But I was a lot of history and extremely resilient people. I recently read about the Egba Ibadan wars, how they resisted conquest from the Ibadan people after the fall of the Oyo Empire from the Fulani invasion. Then they also took a stand against slave raiders and slavery from Dahomey. So the people of Dahomey, including their Amazons, invaded the Egbas. And the Egbas resisted, and only resisted, defeated the legendary Amazons from Dahomey and preserved their culture, their history, their people. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff, man. I had no idea all these years that these people were able to stand for something that was right, fight against slavery, preserve their everything that they stood for, including resisting people that wanted to put them under the domination of the former Oyo Empire. And then on top of that, Dahomey at the time was one of the most powerful kingdoms in West Africa. The Dahomeans invaded Egba land because of slavery. They wanted to continue to get slaves, and they wanted the Egba people to pay tribute. So the Egba people said, no, we're not paying you anything. And they stood and they defeated the Dahomey people when they came. In fact, that actually caused eventually the fall of the Dahomey Empire. So if you're Egba and you're listening, you have a lot to be proud about. The stereotype that Yorubas are cowards is far from the truth. But the Egbas especially, kudos to them. So I wanted to. I've just been totally engrossed and just with the history. I couldn't stop reading it when I started. Amazing stuff. Speaking about history, you talked about my Edo brothers to the north. So the Benin Kingdom is something to really be studied. They were fascinating people. And I think one of the things about them that most people don't know. Actually, when I found this out, I actually sent the information to World Peace on WhatsApp. But it was the Ondo people were vassal states to Benin Kingdom. They paid tributes. In fact, at one point, the leader of the Ondo people violated something with Benin, and Benin marched troops into Ondo and removed him. So Benin Kingdom was a very advanced for the time and highly developed set of people. The Portuguese writings, if you ever get a chance, go read about what the Portuguese wrote when they encountered the Benin, when they went to Benin. I mean, the Europeans used to call it Great Benin. They were marveled by the infrastructure. They said they saw a form of electricity. This is not me talking, this is the Portuguese. A form of electricity in Benin Kingdom. And just an amazing
They were
history.
they were just wicker lights. Now it's not. It's just palm oil and a bit of wicker. What was that? And it's like a lantern. It's just. I mean,
One man.
yeah.
No be me talker, na Portuguese talker. They said they saw streets and lights and organization of roads that they didn't see in Lisbon at the time. I'm talking, this is the 1400s.
So where are the residues of that? Because a lot of the Benin something is fableized. It's just
Yes,
contrived fable.
and that's the next point I'm getting to, because for such a great people, right? And I personally, I like Edo people a lot. I think they're very honest. When you talk to them, they tell you exactly how they feel. I always appreciate that. And then
They're honest. Where did the term guy man come from?
Guy man, Delta thing now. My side, I think from
It's still the same Bendel state now. The overarch is there. Most
Bendel
of them
number
are
one.
most
You
of them
know,
are
we used to,
they are 419 now. I say they're honest people.
we used to have a phrase when Bendel was around. It's Bendel number one. But no, but the and by the way, Edo people have gorgeous women. I don't know if you've ever seen their women now.
No, we can both agree on that. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do have gorgeous women. So no, very fascinating. If you ever get a chance, woman, go read up about the Benin Kingdom. I mean, it's crazy how.
Sorry, I didn't want to
Yeah.
interrupt your monologue, but the one thing that I've noticed as well, similarly to the Southeasterners, their women, they have this indomitable spirit.
Yes. Yes.
You associate that more with the Southeastern women, that indomitable spirit, but a lot of it with the Edo women as well.
Yeah, Edo women, at least the ones I know, very opinionated, very strong in their stances. You have to approach them right. If not, you go get woto.
You go
know,
here when? You go
they
here
go here
when?
when, yes, yes. So they
Yeah,
are very,
that's what's up.
yeah, you know, they're, but you know, in a way, for me at least, in a way, that's kind of attractive for me. I see that and I'm like, I like this. So, you know, some men don't like it. Some men, I wala too much. But for me, I'm like, oh, this is cool. But so kudos to Great Benin and its people. But the sad thing is, how do you go from that and that history to Okpebolo? You know, that's just the saddest thing ever in the world. You go from that and who you are and everything to a
Yes,
stark
very,
illiterate as your governor who
very
cannot
much
even
so.
read a budget.
So,
You know?
sorry. So very much so. The peculiarly to their doors, not even the Southeasterners, their men, they are equally attractive, but as attractive as the Edo women are, one of the best looking women in the black race. They are men. They are so look at Pebolo or Shomole. Those are they say they're uglier than sin. Most of the men.
No, those ones no be the better ones now, one man. You are just looking at those guys. There are some other Edo men. No,
Egbene will be the better one. Which one
yeah,
better?
no. Look at the guy. Look at the guy that married Portia Williams from Real Housewives of Atlanta. That Edo guy. They deported him recently, sha, but
No before 19 they take the porter. No be say they
I
say
don't know
before
what the
now.
guy do. You know how they behave for America. If I just leave the guy for the country, sha, they deported him. Poor guy, but he was married to Portia Williams. You know, I saw a couple of it. The guy looked fresh, dressed well, well spoken. He comes from I've forgotten the name of his family. The Warp is there. Hotel. There's a family he comes from that's well known in Edo State. So you know, but no. I feel Okwebolo being their executive in the state is a far cry from the greatness and their historical greatness that they have. It's just a shame. The guy is an eyesore. If what an embarrassment of a governor. In the 21st century, you have that kind of person. In fact,
Have you ever heard the phrase when they say somebody is neither of use nor ornament?
yes, I have this, and
Yes,
that's an apt description.
it's not aesthetically pleasing to look at, and what comes out of the mouth is even worse.
Jesus. You think about this. Oshomole had to do a media tour to do damage control for his rhetoric and just the spill that comes out of his mouth. When Oshomole did the interview with Charles Anyagolo and explained what this man should have said, I listened to him and I was like, well, if he had said that, there won't be an issue. But that's not what he said. And that's the issue. It's totally uncouth, inarticulate, can't even read a budget. Jesus, the man is not fit to run a brothel. What is he doing as the executive of a state like Edo State, where you have major issues, and I think that's a microcosm of larger Nigeria, by the way. Not all state. Dakwa Abiodun, I like him, and I'm not trying to kiss Ogun ass today, so don't think that. But I'm
But
just calling.
Biodun is coming good latterly. His first term was a total rubbish. He was just
Oh,
doing fine
really?
boy. Yeah. It was. They hated him. There's actually a guy on maybe if you come across him. It's called Shegun Law Objective Media. That's the guy that's been chasing him to perform. A lot of it. But sorry,
Well,
Captain.
he's responding positively, and kudos to him because he's trying. I've been paying attention, and I think it's just, and I think we need more of those examples of people that are putting in the work, whether it succeeds or not. The effort counts, and I think if we
Sorry,
have more.
my brother. Do
Yeah,
you
how far?
think I did now? Not too much. Do you think eloquence, makes someone a good leader?
No, not eloquence. I'm talking about performance and responsibility, attention to detail, and focusing on the foundational
So,
issues within your
so,
Did
state.
you?
sorry, I would say yes. You have to be eloquent to be a good leader because your utterances, your eloquence is a verbal expression of your thoughts. So if you are incoherent in speech, then all the chances are that you are incoherent in thought. And if you are incoherent in thought, then how can you be a good leader?
That's a good point.
So there's one more question. I mean, not a question per se, but I disagree with Woma. But however, did you watch the this today's Arise morning show, the what do you call the social media segment where they talk about
Cross
the
trending?
yeah, something like that. Did you watch it? There were even
Yeah.
praises on Okpebolo, the way he responded to some of those infrastructural decay, and the way the protests and all that.
No, I didn't see it. So I
Oh,
know
okay.
a guy recorded a video about a
Yeah,
road.
he
Yeah,
actually went there, personally to actually look at the issue, and the Arise TV were praising him for doing that as a responsive leader. But go ahead, my brother. Don't let me distract you.
no. What's your and again, it's subjective. So you may have your opinion of Okpebolo, and you may have reasons for why you think he's, I don't
Yeah,
want to
but the
use the
fact
word
that
competent, but but I think, yeah, the proof is in the pudding. But I think what's your verdict on Okpebolo? What do you think?
you're the one talking about his leadership style as it not performing up to expectation. However, when you see a leader that is responding to, not just a trending issue, but every complaint being lodged and is trying to respond to it and find solution to it. I don't think leadership is more than that. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't have its flaw, but he may not be an ideal candidate or ideal leader for a state like Edo. But I know in this short while that he's been in the saddle of that state, he has done maybe one or two things. And I don't think the Edo people, if they're going to give him a scorecard, can say, oh, this guy hasn't done much. I mean, if you compare Opebolo to Adeleke, I would score Opebolo more higher than Adeleke. But it's still a personal preference or personal opinion.
Okay, if
Let me let
Anita
you
doesn't
continue.
mind, don't
Exactly.
mind, let me come.
Oh, go ahead, Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Yeah, to follow up on thanks on what Adwell is saying. Okpebolo, right? If I pronounce his name correctly, see, because the man is not eloquent doesn't mean he cannot perform. And one man, by the way, I don't think performance equals good leadership. You can be a good leader, you can talk the talk, and you can energize the people, but you cannot perform. Okay, so I don't know much about the man. Because he can't read some numbers on the paper or he cannot speak eloquently doesn't mean he's a bad leader. After all, I would like you to compare him and the past leaders or governors in that state, or even compare to the general governors in Nigeria. Trust me, he can't perform any worse than 90% of them. He cannot. It's not possible. It's not possible. No matter how bad this guy is, he cannot perform less than 90% of governors present in the past in that country. So let's be focused on real stuff. Forget about him speaking. And by the way, Okwebolo does not represent the Benin people or the Edo people. I don't think so. You talk about your great empire and this and that. Because you think you have one bad apple doesn't mean that it is a bad mark on the Benin or Edo people. Not at all. I think maybe you don't like
But
him and you're exaggerating
all the
somewhat.
apples have been bad now, Prince Daddy. They had Osho Mole followed by Obaseki, and now this this one that's
Okay.
gibberish
So
talking.
what's the point then? So that just like I said, how bad can it be? If all those the people that were before him were terrible, so how worse can this guy be? Because he can't speak English. Okay, those that could speak perfect English, what did they do? Obviously not
No,
impressing them. Anyways, next.
yeah, Prince Daddy, here's the thing. It's not just because he can't speak English, right? And for me, I look at things more from the foundational standpoint, right? Most states in Nigeria, terrible roads, no pipe-borne water, schools where the roofs are leaking. You look at all those things, foundational, fundamental items that people need to live. That's my starting point. If you become governor, right, and I use that to judge people across the board, and you are not creating a framework for how to generate.
Sorry, 3 more minutes is not 3 more minutes.
Well, man, people have been interjecting now. Come on now. Okay, I'll try to get through the other point. And you have not been creating something that will generate revenue to provide those basics for life. To me, you are a failure. Kwebolo is creating a bus line. For God's sakes, he's creating a bus line. But I digress. I don't want to spend all my time talking about what's obvious with this guy. The jury's going to be out. You see, I don't want to compare him to Obaseki because he has only done what? He hasn't even been there a year, Abi. So it's not fair to do that yet. But you will see. Anyway, let me kind of move on to some of the other pieces I want to talk about. The Shatima replacement or potential replacement or rumored replacement. I don't even know which one to be at this point because it's not set in stone. If I suggest a VP serves at the pleasure of the president. If Asiwaju wants to remove him, it's his prerogative. He can't remove him, right? If the Bauchi youths or the Bonu youths, what I don't like is when these groups come out and dare the executive or threaten the executive to say, if you remove him, see what happened in 2015 will repeat itself. Essentially, they're telling him, we'll get you out of office. You know, El Rufai has already said, we're going to send you back to Lagos. And the thing is this, I'm not, oh my, you know where I stand. I'm not an Asiwaju guy. But every time I hear them talk, I swear to you, it makes me want to root for Tinubu, as crazy as that sounds, because I just feel like they're not doing it with genuine reasons. They're doing it just because they're not in power. And that irritates me. I think, but, you know, for lack of time, I'll just leave it there.
I have a question. Do you think
Woman, you take note of this question. Okay, but go ahead. Yeah, please.
I'm a
Because one man, you take my
moderator.
time.
I'm
Yeah,
an
but go ahead,
assistant
Chioma.
moderator. So, do you think if they replaced him with another Northerner, it would still be bad for Tinubu?
You mean if Tinubu replaced Shatima with another Northerner?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there'll still be an issue because he has his followers primarily from the Northeast. There are people that look at it as if he now takes someone from the Northwest, they'll see that as an affront. Because most of the time you see VPs do the 8 years if the president get 8 years. It's rare that you see a change. Very rare. You know, but I think there are ways they can go about it. When you come out in public and you make those kind of statements to someone who has all the power, oh, good luck with that approach. You know, it's not the best approach if you want to keep Shetima in office. You know, Lagos name
If I
changes.
a couple of minutes, sorry. If I can talk about that, with the new information out about Opizoduma's hosting the Imolites players.
There's no
What do you think?
Prince Daddy. You know, me and you wear the same shokoto on that
Prince
matter. There's no
Daddy,
time.
I've already answered
Hmm?
it for you. They're from Imo
There's no
State.
there's no time. I can go into one man won't give me time, but there's no time because there are other people that want to talk. But the Lagos name changes or echo. In fact, let me say this, and this will surprise people. I think they haven't even gone far enough for the indigenous people of Lagos, and I stress the word indigenous. The indigenous people in Lagos, whether it's the people in Badagry or the Saleko people, they are indigenous people in Lagos. If they want to claim their heritage back, it's their prerogative. I'm always in favor of indigenous people, wherever they may be. If they want to change not just the street names, but they want to make every sign in English and their Yoruba dialect, by all means, they should continue. In fact, if they want to change the name Lagos itself to Echo, they should continue. They should do that. It's their prerogative. They are the indigenous people of that land. Okay, so if they want to do that, but they shouldn't stop there. My suggestion is that they should take it further. They should go to all the schools to make sure all the kids are learning their history, their culture, and their language. Public schools. So I know if BT is listening, I appreciate this. But the truth about it is,
I appreciate too. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, Baba. But the truth is, it is their land. Yes, it has been developed. It was the capital. It's almost like telling the Baji people in Abuja that they shouldn't embrace what is historically their culture. It is theirs. If they want to do it, let them do it. Right? There's nothing wrong with it. I've always told my Izon people that look, every city that has a large Izon presence should have street names in English and Izon, should make sure all Ijaw kids are learning Ijaw language in schools, should really drive because we have to protect that aspect of who we are. So they should do what they need to do if that's what they want to. And then finally, our dear sister, Kemi. I agree with what that lady said. She should change her name, please. I'm tired of hearing about this woman. She should just change her name from Kemi.
Kimberly Badenoch.
Something, woman. Not just, she should, in fact, she should tell everyone that she's totally divorcing herself from her ancestors and she has nothing to do with her heritage, her Yoruba heritage. Immediate effect. With immediate effect. I think it was Nkrumah that said something. You are not African because you were born in Africa. You are African because Africa is in you. And that is a powerful statement. Look at Ashley Plumtree that played for Super Falcons. Her grandfather was Nigerian. She has clearly Caucasian genes and, whatever. But she feels in her bones that she's Niger. That woman is more Nigerian than Kemi Badenoch, 100%. So I digress there. Make other people talk about it.
All right, that's the brilliance that is his own. One of these days, I just have a session that will just be me and his own. People just delight anytime that he comes here. So that's his, of course, our man from the creeks. Unusually, he doesn't speak Sapele water. Maybe he's been out of home for so long. But we go on from the excellence that is on to an equal excellence, Baba. So, Baba, you're up next. The conversation, your contribution. Baba.
Okay. Thank you, one man. Let me dispense with protocol to save time. I just want to talk about Mrs. Kemi Badenoch. I think there is a lesson there. A lot of people are missing history. The father, Dr. Femi, actually died, I think, 2022. He is a Yoruba nation adherent. Very, very eloquent about it. And Kemi was very close to the father. Very, very close. She can't say it out, but I have a feeling she's also a Yoruba nation adherent inclusive. And that is driving her rhetorics of late. And I come to that conclusion because she's never coherent, because she's not really pointedly talking about what her grouse is or what she really doesn't like about the geographical expression called Nigeria. So I think that is there. He listened to the father. You need to search if you can come up with the father's interviews on this Yoruba nation thing. There are couples. I've listened to at least about 3. And it's one of those old Yoruba, very proud men. So I think that is where the Kemi thing is coming from. And coming straight to, you did a very good job. I think I listened this morning, yesterday's session on Fashola's take on the historical nature of naming streets, because I've been very antsy about the way they misinterpreted, deliberate misinterpretation of what Fashola said. Oh, he's not against it, he's not in support of it, and things like that. And I laugh in my head, but I'm happy you put it in its proper perspective yesterday. And like Ainzo said, when people try to challenge you in your own father's land, even if you are crippled, the grass of that land will rise up to the occasion to defend you. The experts who are very good in deflecting. They're talking about it now. What led to it? Nobody's talking about it anymore. They asked for it and they got the response. And the response now has turned into a different thing entirely. It becomes about victimhood. Really? Really? I mean, a lot of people have been to so many places. I wouldn't for the life of me go to somebody else's land and want to claim the land or tell them it doesn't belong to them anymore or wear ships on my shoulder. It's like an abomination. It's covetousness. Now the hen has finally come home to roost. Finally come home to roost, and it's not going to stop there. There will be add-ons, if only to establish that, well, you have outstayed your welcome. This is what we want to do in our own land. It's a very, very simple thing. So I stop there. For Chetima, I don't know why they hula baloo about this vice presidential slot thing. Election is about numbers. I've had this discussion with Zita a couple of times, weeks or months ago here, that the Borno vote is far less than 100,000. Far less than 100,000. If Kwankwaso with is about 1 million votes, that's what he scored, close to 1 million. APC scored close to 500,000. So the two combined will be about 1.5 approximately. So if he's going to come on board, then dish Shetima. As a president, he has a lot of goodies to dispense. How about him telling Shetima, okay, spend the next 4 years going towards 2031, prepare yourself for the presidency. Prepare yourself for the presidency. Go work, put in the shift, go around the country, make yourself visible, make yourself known, leave the vice presidency and go. I promise you, power will go to Northeast and you are my favorite. How about that? Politics is about dispensing of largesse, goodies. Okay, good night. You understand? So be it. It's about calculation. It's about calculation. And I look at the ADC people today. I listen to a funny sort of people. You won't believe it. People, some of you will not even give light of the day politically. I listened to Dino Melai today, and I listened to the Lagos Business School proprietor. I listened to him today too. But I learned some things, and it's fascinating that people like Dino Melai, a man who did not vote in his own Guba election, coming now to talk about the election of 2027 is between the people and APC. I mean, that is disingenuous. If you are going to push out Ashiwaju in 2027, tell me what you are offering. And the talk heads on TV are not even asking that question. Okay, fine. You want to come on board. You are impatient. What are you bringing on board? That's the question nobody's asking them. Are we going to wait again and a Buhari happens on us or to us?
Sorry, Baba, just on that space, the conversation has to evolve then to, because the criticism now is that they could have managed that, or they would have managed Nigeria better than Tinubu is managing it now. But when we get to 2027, they're not going to go back to 2023 and start to they have to manage Nigeria where it is at that moment in time. So what are they going to do? Are they going to reinstate or are they going to remove the NEL fund? Are they going to cancel the Lagos Calabar Superhighway, which they said is a misspend of money? Are they going to reinstate the subsidies on oil, the arbitrage in the forex? What exactly? Because they're going to be managing Nigeria from that point. So what are you going to do? That's where the question is.
And people are letting them just ride free to talking about, oh, we want to kick him out. Look, the advertising companies are going to make a fortune when the political this thing is lifted, because the cyberspace is replete with a lot of clips. Didn't you just play what's the man El Rufai's clip now, talking about exactly what he is doing right now? And I was just dreaming what the caption of such advert would look like. Maybe just a 40 seconds clip, advertorial, or a minute long. It speaks volume. All of them, they have clips, things they've said before. And I wonder, when you want to kick out a man, so like you said, which of the policies are you going to reverse? After all, an Asiwaju came, promised us heaven and earth. But on first day, you find out the purse is empty, or the purse was empty. And I say the other day, and nobody go, because it's a fact. He had to print money, ways and means. 7 trillion he printed their first week, added to Buhari's 23 trillion. The Buhari they are praising now, that during his time, bread was this, a gallon of oil is this, Coca-Cola was this price. But they forgot that at whose expense? Freebies they were living on. We were living on borrowed money, borrowed time. They were not even paying salaries promptly as at when due. People were being owed. And they come right now to talk about funny traders arithmetic. Oh, when you tell them the governor, some of them are receiving twice the money they used to receive before, or even more than. Oh, what about inflation? What about this? What about that? That is traders economics. It's not grounded in economic procedure. It's arithmetical progression, not geometrical. Salary has increased, but nobody's being owed salary. Even look at the youth corpers, for instance. Officially, their salary is 77. Akwa Ibom is giving them 20,000 more. I think one state in the north is giving them 30,000 more. But when you come, people will tell you, oh, it's not even enough. Because I've had Rufai on Arise TV said 40,000 naira cannot cook a pot of jollof rice. I rolled my eyes. 40,000 to cook a jollof rice. Even in Buckingham Palace, I don't think they need 40,000 to cook a pot, except the Agbarigo pots, the ones they are going to use to prepare party jollof rice. Maybe he was referring to, not the home size one, the A size aluminum pots we use in the kitchen. People just exaggerate. They embellish. To what purpose? To what end? I do not understand. We have problems. People are hungry, yes. But you used one word yesterday. You used the word opportunity. That there are lots of opportunities. There are countries without that such opportunities. For those who are willing to go the extra mile. In mile 12, for instance.
Three more minutes, Baba. 3 more minutes.
In mile 12, for instance, in Lagos, because of the poto there, washing of people's feet, the madams who come to the market washing their feet alone, that's an industry of its own, because they don't wash it free.
Listen, Baba, I'm listening to.
There are no free water.
Why are you so tribalism? Eh?
I think, woman, please just get this. I don't know. I don't like to use harsh words. What is tribalism about that? In your village where you come from, in your village where you come from, how many non-Igbos are in your village doing very, very well? If you have the experience, the wherewithal, the know-how, the expertise to turn anywhere into Dubai, why not first turn your place to Dubai? Turn your place to Dubai. Show me an example of what you can do. I'll hand over the country to you.
Baba,
come here to talk rubbish and things like that all the time. The day they asked you to contribute here, you couldn't even contribute.
Baba, let me say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Ekene.
Most of the times.
Sorry, three more minutes, Baba. 3 more minutes. Yeah.
Southeast is not a village. I hope you know that. At least you are well traveled. So when we talk and say go and turn your place into a Dubai, it's as if Southeast is not developed, or Southeast doesn't have a big market. So it's
I'm not saying that. Listen to what I said.
Well. It's not doing well in their own region.
Turn your place to Dubai. Is what I said.
No place is a Dubai in Nigeria today.
But a lot of people give the impression. That's like the other man, what's his name? Sunam or what?
There is nothing like giving him. I'm not against whatever Yoruba people are doing, but you cannot say there is no political undertone on it in what they are doing. But that's for their own. I don't care if they want to turn everywhere to Yoruba or whatever they want to turn it. But there are ways you do things that look matured. And I used to think most of the time, who is even taking over Lagos State or Yoruba land from the Yorubas? Or have any Igbo man or anybody outside from Yoruba land forcefully taking any land from an indigenous of Lagos State? Even Southeast, when they have their family member who die, they never bury them in a Yoruba land. They spend 300, they spend 400 to take corpse from Lagos State to Southeast to bury their own. They never bury. You can even talk. It's even some people, that is not from Southeast that bury their people in wherever they are living. But I never, even if an Igbo man die abroad, they spend millions of naira to bring the corpse home and bury him. To tell you how our mentality is, we know that where we are living is not our place. So I don't see the reason why all these fights. I don't see why. Listen. Are forcefully taken away. If people are even if an Igbo man build.
Let me do my 3 minutes because you are now yelling. I don't want people yelling when I'm talking. I want people who can reason with me and listen to me and make it interactive.
So,
can you stop, please?
Stop. Just let him speak.
When you stand and tell me Lagos is no man's land, you've not heard that. You've not heard that before. When you stand and tell me, oh, Yorubas are lazy, you've not heard that before. Is it new to you?
Hold on, Baba. Let me play this. Let me play this clip, and then after it, round up, and then we're going to Zeta.
Every street in every city has a history behind its name. Abakaliki Street, for instance, existed for some reasons, inasmuch as it has been renamed Club Road by Anambra State government. In this report, Ngozi Obileri of Insider News traced the origin of the name Abakaliki Street. Let us join her for details.
Is part of development processes of cities. Streets are sometimes named after states, people, or communities. In Anambra, for instance, there are a lot of streets in Oka, the state capital, including Zix Avenue, after Eze Avenue, Club Road, formerly Abakaliki Street, among others. All street names are approved by local government councils they are located in, and the name of the streets are written and mounted at the beginning and or at the end of the street. Focusing on Club Road, formerly Abakaliki Street, Insider News learned that Abakaliki Street was named after an Abakaliki man who was the first person to live in the area. So the street was named after Mr. Peter Uzodimma, an Izi man in Ebonyi State. According to him, he came to Anambra in 1974, did menial jobs, secured the land in 1991, and moved into the place in 1993, when it was still covered by bushes. He said he decided to name the street Abakaliki Street, since every man from Ebonyi State was often addressed as Abakaliki man.
1974, Ambialoka, Nluolu, Zukwa nwa ubele obodo ahịa. Njem ụbọọlụ, mụcha ọlụ ahụ, mee free na 1982, mbido ndị ahọzụ, na-alụkwuru ndị mmadụ job, na-agba mbọ aka m, lụkata job, jee nwee shop na ọgbara mgbe nke Ọka, si na ọgbara mgba, mbata na atọ Eze Avenue, Achala Road, so Achala Road ahụ ka nọzi, wee nwetezi ebe a na 1991, nkwabata iwe abụrụ ebe bụrụ ọbịa, onwere onye bi enyi, sọ ọbịa juru ya, ukwu osisi, ma ubulu, o nwere ibe a na-akpọ ugwu, ma agba, ọnya juru ya.
It's really it's a street name being changed in I think somewhere in Anambra, which had an Ebonyi sort of inflection, and then it was changed to indigenize it, and the controversy that generated. This was going back a few years. So just to
not
highlight
only that one, man.
yeah.
Assumpta Street, very long street in Imo State there. When Okorocha tried to change it into Buhari's street, they revolted. It was not allowed. And Okorocha let that ride. Because I hear they talk about bigot. You know, look, one man, you saw that photo I sent to you when those boys, twins, were doing their birthday. You see the man there. His middle name is Azuka. That's my son. I wrote it in his birthday. It's in his foreign passport. It's his Nigerian passport. The woman you saw, the photograph with my son who just passed overseas for treatment, that is Dr. Ndidi. Though the PhD is honoris causa. And all the rest of my children from my wife. I put it in their birthday. So if you are talking of bigot, shame on you. And I know East more than you, because most of you don't know beyond your villages. From Isnujaba to Arondizogu, to Isikinesi, to Isikwato, to Nkpo, Arochuku, Okaititi. Where do you know? All these places, I will knock doors. They will welcome me. So keep quiet. When I talk, I know what I'm talking about. Keep quiet. You come here, they don't want to hear the truth. Everything has genesis. When you go to people's land, you behave, you act like Romans. When you go to Romans, even a fowl, a stray fowl coming into a strange compound, you will see it will hang one leg first. Look around. When he's sure-footed, then he puts the other down. Then you come to somebody's land and you are telling me I'm lazy, I'm stupid, I'm foolish. You say it's no man's land, and you want me to keep quiet, to let it ride.
I think there was
take
a.
it away.
I think there was a.
Baba.
There was a.
Yeah,
There was a
I
this thing
know.
where. I think there was a this thing where Jaconda also called Lagos no man's land. So who even call Lagos no man's land? What is all this no man's land? Where is all this story coming from? Where is the history of all this story that they call
So
Lagos no man's land?
There was
What is
an
all this thing?
amplification of it by the
Let
Obidients
him give
during the
me the
election.
history now. Name the person that called Lagos no man's land. Let's know who the person is. You just come up and make us stories and start using it to develop hatred.
Stop pretending. I can just stop. I can just
I'm not
Baba,
pretending.
I have a question.
Yeah, even
I have a question, Baba.
Jaconde called Lagos no man's land. So what's all this? I don't kill him.
All this
But
rhetoric started during the election.
let me ask Baba a question.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
And
don't
if you
even.
spoke, if
It's
you
not Jack on
objected
the.
it like
Yeah.
this,
The way you know what, Shoma? I am not even annoyed with all this. Whether you change Lagos, whether you change it to the former Yoruba man name or whatever, I'm not even annoyed. It never even touched me. But the way they are pushing it as if they're taking the right of
Let me hold on 1 second. Choma, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hold on 1 second? Ekene, let me show you what's really rankling people. There's a tonality coming out that is rankling. Let me show you an example.
And I swear, we are not going to negotiate Lagos State. Instead of this Honorable Ginger Mutebu just stepping out from the center where this program just held. And as you can know, we are not going to negotiate Lagos State at any level. Remember, Lagos State is our top priority. We can lose any state, but we must not lose Lagos State. All stakeholders are hereby on this order. Make sure that we have a massive vote against APC in Lagos State, so as to make sure that we conquer in Lagos State. Otherwise, we are going to go back to school.
So is that sort of tonality along with
what is one man?
If you don't see it, then you don't see it. Okay, all right.
Is this not politics?
Can I come a bit? One man. Wait. One man. That was political. No, that had nothing to do with ethnic. The guy was just saying that politically they had to try to win Lagos.
If somebody said that he wants to win
they have to conquer the place. I know Baba has to run about, but if I can say something.
No, but I wanted to ask Baba a question. I think
hold on.
So if this happened in Imo State or Anambra, how would you guys feel? You don't think these people have feelings?
See, let me tell you, Shoma,
can you hold on, please, Ekene? Let Prince Daddy have that interjection. Let Izon ask the question. Let Baba round off, and then maybe we'll come to you next, Ekene, and then we'll go to Zeta. Prince, interject. Ekene Izon ask the question. Baba a short response, and then we move on.
Quickly. Actually, so this question actually pointed to Ekene. Ekene always use this example of this Yoruba man that's a mechanic in his village that works there and lives there for free in somebody else's mansion. And to Ekene, it thinks that's a good example of a foreigner, if you can say that, living their own space. But it's actually degrading Ekene if you don't know. See, you're telling us that the most successful Yoruba person in your land is the mechanic that can pay his rent. Therefore, you get accommodating. You're not talking about a Yoruba person that's competing at the highest level in the Igbo space, doing business and being successful. But when you talk about yourself and others that work in Lagos, you talk about how rich you are, that you rather patronize the Yoruba people's business than the Yoruba men themselves. You talk so loftily about yourself. But you use one so-called mechanic, not because mechanic is a bad job, but you use an example of a person that's not a real representation of success in your space. So you have to think twice. The way you see things.
Praise God, let me tell you. My village, being a mechanic, is the work he chose to do, and he's doing it perfectly well. And everybody from my space patronize him. And I cannot say that man is not making a lot of money. He's making a lot of money. Mechanic.
Yeah, but and it's living in a free mansion, in somebody else's house.
Even at that, he's not paying rent. So mechanic is not a degrading job. It is you that is taking it as a degrading job. Even at that,
don't change the point. Do you understand what I just told you? It's not about the job. Where I live, if you're a mechanic, you make a lot of money. That's
what I'm saying. There's somebody that can bring down and do whatever what he wants to do that and replace it back, even gearbox and all that. It's not a small somebody. But today he speaks Igbo very well. His children speak Igbo very, very well, and he's not paying rent. And nobody has ever disturbed him. Whenever I come here and I see the way people think,
because it's not a competition. It's really nobody. It's no competition with your people. That's why. What are you talking about? It's a nobody in your space. It's a nobody. Unlike you're a big man in Lagos. But that guy is a nobody in your space.
What's your argument?
The way other people are paying rent, I don't think he will be able to stay.
But that's the point that Prince is making. But later he's going to ask that question, and then Baba a brief answer, and then we move on.
Baba, I'll ask you a question. But when your turn comes, please, if you can, I think the part of the problem is most people think that in the Southeast, they don't allow non-Southeasterners to come, buy land, own property, settle, do all this. And so
to thrive in any way, they don't.
Yeah, I don't think it's true, but when a Kenneth turn comes, you can talk about that and help people understand how it is. Baba, my question to you is, what do you think is the root cause for this mass change of names? I personally, I see it as, if the indigenous is their land, if that's how they feel, then God bless them. But what do you think sparked this renaissance that they decided that, okay, you know what? Everything within this space is going to be like this.
Ison, is that a question?
Yeah, it's a question. Yeah.
Why are you pretending like you don't know? Are you guys like alive?
No, Baba is an indigenous Lagosian. You understand?
Were you here during the election time? That's not a question.
I don't want to assume. So I'd rather ask and hear from him based on what he knows about the space to see what his thoughts are. I don't want to assume Chiomada is the election. I have no connection or ability to say, oh, because this happened in election, therefore they're making this action. There might not be a correlation. I don't know. I truly do not know. So that's what I'm asking.
You see, Aizon, this has some historical background. You understand? The Yorubas are free-spirited people. Free-spirited people. Once I have my space, whatever happened to the space left, be you Hausa, be you Igbo, be you Ijo, you can take it and stay. That's how the Yorubas are. But when people come, there are settlers. There are Hausa settlers. There are Ijo settlers. There are Urobo settlers. And there are Igbo settlers. Why is the problem with the Igbo settlers? Why not with the Hausas who first came in there? Why not with Ijos, the Ijos who followed Ijo Arogbos, who followed the Lajes down? Why are they not like that? Why the Igbo? That's the question we should be asking ourselves.
Okay, one man, is it my turn?
And for a very long time.
Yeah, let Baba land and then we'll come to you.
And
Baba,
for
bring
a
it home.
very long time, this has been accommodated and managed. Even in Lagos, during the military era, Ndubuisi Kanu has been an administrator in Lagos, governor. Commodore Ebitu Ikiwe has been a governor in Lagos. They were welcome, accommodated, taken care of. And after they retired, they continued staying in Lagos. Ndubuisi has passed, may God rest his soul. But the people who now felt that the generosity of spirit of the Yorubas has turned the Yorubas into a bunch of foolish people. That is the cause of what is happening right now. Because when you start calling me foolish, stupid, idiot in my own land, where I cannot go to yours and enjoy even 10% of what you enjoy in my land, or the kind of accommodating atmosphere, then I have to react. And with every action, there is a reaction. So it's the reaction to that action that we are witnessing at the moment. And we're doing it without remorse. It's as simple as that. And they can continue, no problem. I hope I've satisfied you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, one man, take it away.
One man, can I come in?
Can I? Yes. Can I? Yeah.
One man, can I add to what Baba submissions?
Only
Yeah.
for 1 minute because it is just 1 minute. You use 1 minute. Yeah.
Let Ekene speak then.
All right, Ekene, you are next. But I'm going to play you a clip, maybe even two, and then off the back of that, then you come in. I wasn't even intending this session to go in this direction, but we always get to this Igbo Yoruba something one way or the other. But
Mr. Peter, you've lived long enough in Lagos. You've seen things happen in the past. You've seen things happen even recently. Do you agree with that concept? Lagos is a no man's land.
Yes, because this was our first capital, so it had people from different ethnic groups who made Lagos really bubble. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, yeah, it's just like America, the melting pot of all the, a lot of immigrant people. And now look at how Donald Trump is messing the whole thing up. Yeah? So, yes, from that perspective, in terms of people coming together, it's really a no man's land. It's like New York. I think Lagos is like the New York of Nigeria. Yeah.
So
good. In future, and that future is very close, that in this world, in Lagos State, that God is going to compensate the Igbos by making a governor of Lagos State to be an Igbo man.
So that's what's rankling people. If you don't see it, you don't see it. But that's what is agitating people. Those sort of tonalities. Ekene, you're up next.
Those sort of tonalities with this explanation. But I believe even when this whole stuff started, Jakonde also called Lagos a no man's land, and a lot of Yoruba even started politics in Lagos just to make people vote for them, or non-indigenous vote for them those days. So this is not the first time But people taking it too far is what I don't understand. Because I don't believe that any man or any non-indigenous wants to take over Lagos. But for me, just for instance, I don't know the reason for all these things. But for me, as a person living in Lagos, I don't intend to live in Lagos forever. Whenever I'm established or whatever I want to do, I still have my father's house to go, and I have a very big place that can accommodate me in the East. So when I see a business opportunity in anywhere, wherever I think I can do outside my state, I think I have the privilege to do that. So the only thing I know is that, yeah, Igbo people boast of their investment, which is very good, because we still have a lot of non-Igbos that are still in Lagos that has money, and they still say they will not build anything in Lagos. I know many of them, but Igbo man will always see a property and wants to go and invest his money there. That's how we live. So just like this place that I'm staying now, that I'm living now, this place that I'm living now, there was a one-story building sold last month by a Yoruba woman that lives in America. Her son was living in that house for many, many years with about few Igbo tenants, and they never got any problem. So, but the woman was annoyed that the rent is small for her. Very nice, good, and she decided to sell it off before she can put it into just 1 week. Come and bought it. When
Kenna, you're breaking off quite heavily. But I don't want us to dwell on this Igbo Yoruba thing for too long. We do it too often.
Whenever I see it, it's as if, okay, if that woman start to complain now, it will be like the Igbo man that buy the house, come and confuse him. When she will not go and blame her son that has not been giving her what she was supposed to be giving her. Because the woman sold the house out of annoyance, because she thinks her son is not giving her enough money that she's collecting as a rent. So, is it an Igbo man fault? Tomorrow you will say a house, the house will see of, oh, just sell it for 80 million naira. I was even annoyed on behalf of that woman. How can you sell such a house just for 80 million? Today, that man is using that house for a warehouse, packing a lot of goods there. When you come tomorrow, you will now begin to say, it's an Igbo man's fault. It's this. For not giving you duly accounted money for that building. Nobody stole anything from anybody. If you go to a space, hustle, make money, make a living. If you want to invest in
that's not where the narrative is, though. The narrative. Hold on. The narrative is about respect. That's what. Look. The Southeasterners, the Northerners, people from Edo State, even people from Benin Republic, everybody has been coming to Lagos and thriving. And that is what keeps Lagos going. It opens itself up for business, and people with enterprise, they avail themselves of that opportunity, and that's fine. The lady is selling a property, you have the money, you purchase it, a business done. But it's respect. That's what people are talking about. Don't come and shit on the place and denigrate the indigenes and insult the culture that accommodates you. That's what people are talking about. They're not talking about enterprise. Everybody is making money in Lagos. So
you mean one man? You mean one man? If I see an elderly woman, a Yoruba elderly woman, I'll start to insult her. Is that what you mean?
No, not you verbally towards, and I'd have no expectation of that.
Even applicable to most other people.
Coming to say that you're going to seize hold of the state. The state is no man's land. The people are dirty. The place is stinking. All of these sort of things that we hear from, especially the obedient space. Not even the Southeasterners, but the obedience especially.
If anything you are saying comes out whether from Labour Party or politics, it's politics. Just take it like that. I agree that we play politics in Nigeria.
That's wrong to say it's politics because
Yeah,
people
even whatever he says, because it's not only coming from the the last election that happened in Lagos. Igbo people didn't even,
you can't
the Igbo people didn't even come out to vote. The last election that happened in Lagos, I don't think I see more than 1% of Igbo people didn't come out that day.
Huh?
I'm telling you for a fact. More than 1% didn't come out in this last local government election. They are not even concerned. When you ask them, they will tell you, this is not Yoruba politics. Even our chairman, when you come to, if you come to Alaba, you see
you
our
were
chairman.
running a campaign now. Kenneth, do you not remember you were sending me your campaign material?
Because I'm a party man. You understand? I'm a party man. But I'm telling you what I know. So, Igbo people did not come out that day to vote. It's not even up to 1%. Our chairman in Alaba market run campaign for APC chairmanship with his own poster and the poster of that woman in the market. So when they see, when our people saw it, they say, this is in a Yoruba politics, so I don't need to go and destroy ourselves. Let's allow them to do what they want to do. That day, everybody was in their house cooking. If you go out, all the votes.
One that wanted to support Rhodes Viver, that guy.
Rhodes Viver, they disown him. They say it's not their son.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
Is there?
I'm talking about you. Like, weren't you the one that wanted to support him?
Is by supporting him is not an is he not a Yoruba man? Is it
when did he become a Yoruba man?
Jimmy Abaji supported for many years. Is Jimmy Abaji not a Yoruba man? So they turn it around and paint it as if Igbo people is against them. But it's still their son. I know that Jimmy Abaji was being supported by a lot of Igbos for many years before he backed out of contesting. So they will now paint it. Jimmy Abaji is not a full Yoruba man. So therefore, why are the Igbo people supporting him? So therefore, if you don't vote for APC, they will throw you in the lagoon. That's how they do their politics. And they turn out to say, people are boycott. People are taking over their land. This. If I support Jimmy Abaji and he wins Lagos State tomorrow, is Jimmy Abaji from Anambra State? Even if you check the history of these people saying all this in both
it's from Anambra State.
If you check their history and all these things.
All right. I want us to navigate the conversation from that sort of.
You should allow me to talk.
No, you're still talking, but I don't want us to be always Igbo Yoruba all the time. But carry on.
I don't want to talk about it because I was even I don't even really want to even say all this thing, but I wanted to say it now because I have a superior person more than me in this platform who has said it the way he wants to say it. So I have to also say it the way I want to say it also. So we're not hiding our mouth anymore. So give me the privilege. After all, a superior person in this platform has given a privilege to express himself. So I should be also given a privilege to express myself. So all on our politics.
There are no superior people here, but yes, speak freely. But there are no superior people here.
When Baba is here, no matter what, no matter how we see, it's not nobody is here. So it's not because he comes here to join us every day. So we have to give him that respect.
So it's not politics. It's self-entitlement. We shouldn't be entitled in another man's land. Okay, that's just.
Shama, we are not being entitled. Igbo man knows they know when to surrender, and they know when to fight. I'm telling you.
All right, Sonic. Can you still have the floor? But let me storm off in anger because nobody is super chatting. Then I hand over to Choma. So Choma, you take charge. The running order. Kenneth still has the floor. Zita comes in after. Adewale joins us. So Prince Daddy Adewale. Remy. So and then you coordinate matters. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Maybe they'll super chat you, Choma.
So the only thing I will only say is that we should stop all this kind of politics we are playing all over Nigeria. It's dividing our country more and more, because when you see, even you saw Peter Obi the other day in that Rome bishop burial. You saw him. He went there and greeted Tinubu, and the son greeted Obi. They never fight. It never stopped Obi to stop criticizing the government. It's only few of us here that will come here and be shouting Igbo Yoruba, because of some narrative. If there is an election in Lagos, I decide to vote Badibo Revival. It's my choice. I can campaign for him. After all, he's not from Anambra State. If there is Jimmy Abaje, I decide to campaign for him. I campaign. If he depend you, make it depend you. What is this? You disown your own son because of politics, and you say you are wise. A son born by you by an Igbo woman, because of politics, you say you are wise. And there are many
But
Igbo.
That guy was making a lot of anti-Yoruba speeches. You know that.
It doesn't mean anything. Choma, as you there like this, not be every Igbo you sabi speak. You can come to Igbo land tomorrow and say you want to contest for whatever, as our daughter. Then you start to maybe make some mistakes, and for that reason we disqualify you when we know you have capacity. Just because you make some mistake in our language. Even there are many Igbo. I fear for our people, say, because these days most of our sons and daughters that live abroad, even in this Lagos, don't know how to speak Igbo anymore. So if their mother should bring them home tomorrow to do something, we begin to dish them out, because they miss some words out of our language. What is all this? Bringing something that is nothing into politics and use it to divide your people, and you are proud of it. If that guy was training abroad, if there is every possibility that he will not know how to speak Yoruba very well.
Can I interject you a little bit?
So for me, I'm not all this. I really don't want to speak on all these things, because if I speak what we experience here every day, even the market we are staying in, I know the amount of money we spend every day just to please the Ojo local government, and we are doing it judicially with all joy. Nobody's complaining, but the people are complaining that it's the people abroad. They say they want to take their land. They want to do this.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I interject you, please, if you allow?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to tell you one thing. Every region or tribe in Nigeria have their culture and tradition, and they know who is better, who is good for their state. If people give you opportunity in their state to come and do business or trade, first thing that comes to your mind is that majority of the people buying product from your hand are the indigenous of that state. And you cannot come to that state because of politics. You want to turn things around to favor you, which you are not an indigent, which you cannot allow in your own state. The person in question, although might have a Nigerian Yoruba father or maybe an Igbo woman, but to be frank with you, can you, when we reverse it to pick from Anambra, that let's say the father is Anambra and the mother is Yoruba, and that guy that you want to vote for in Anambra, that revival cannot speak your local language, does not respect your Igwe, does not know how to talk to people. Do you think if you cannot allow an Abakaliki man to be a governor in Anambra or to hold a position in Anambra, that is between Igbo, and you are not talking about a person that cannot speak the local dialect, does not give respect to the local chiefs or local oba in that state you want to rule. How will you rule a state where majority of the people are the Yoruba people or the indigenous people are Yorubas and you cannot understand the language? Do you think people are stupid? I just want you to reverse the case. Just reverse the case.
For me,
reverse the case to Anambra, where you come from.
For me,
tell us whether your people.
I see. Even it has gotten It has
No,
gotten
my
to
question
an
is
extent.
simple. My question is simple to
It
you.
is very simple. Why can't I allow my
Reverse
son?
the case to
I will allow
Anambra
him to
and tell us whether
contest.
your people will vote for that
Yes, I
person.
will allow him to contest.
No. I did not say
Campaign
contest.
and
They
people
allow
will
you
say,
to contest. I said, do you
yes,
think the
yes,
people
yes.
will
Why
vote
would that?
for
It allows it as far as
luckily for us here today, you are
let
not
me
the only
finish. Let me finish. Let me read because it's my time. I just wanted you just ask for an intervention.
Yeah. Just
So
put the question.
I will allow him to contest. You understand? I will allow him to contest 100%. He's my brother. Because even today, the Yorubas are taking it to the extent that there will not be Igbo first lady again in Yoruba land. That's to the extent they have taken it to. But that doesn't concern me. See, let me tell you. Even let me not take it too far. P2B wife is not from Anambra State. She's from Akwa Ibom State. Even many people don't know. Many people don't know that the wife of P2B is not from an Igbo land. And the wife doesn't speak Igbo very well. The wife doesn't speak Igbo very well. The wife of P2B doesn't speak Igbo very well. But you see the way we accommodate her. Nobody talks about it. Nobody discussed it for one day. Nobody knew that the other woman is even in this last election that many people know that that woman is from Akwa Ibom State.
What about Akeredolu's wife that went to his Igbo state
So,
and did not allow him to come?
I don't know about Akeredolu. I don't know where she. In Igbo land, where you are married with your people.
I know. I said that this Akeredolu's wife. She's an Igbo. She went back.
When you are married, when in Igbo land,
you uphold your own culture and tradition in your state, but you don't want Lagos State to uphold their own culture and tradition.
If that is your culture, if that is your culture, that's just continue to live with it. But you don't tell me to say. Some people come here and say you did not portray to elder.
You have not really answered my question, by the way. You can continue.
So I don't really know what to tell you.
He said
so I have told you that
once you
I've told you that if
you are not from that state, that you belong to the state of your husband.
We give you our daughter. We will give you our daughter personally.
People vote for that kind of road.
We give you. Yes, our. Why wouldn't I allow you? It's just like P2B son today coming to contest as governor of Anambra State. We can't be against him because
and
his
he
mother
cannot
is from
speak your local language.
As far as he is our son, that guy has been in Anambra State. That guy has been in Anambra State for some time.
It's not true. They will not. He can contest, but he's not going to win.
He can contest. Nobody's going to stop him.
But he's not going to be given a chance to win because
But giving him a chance is a different thing. Giving him a chance is a but I don't imagine calling him that he's not my son or he's not my brother. That is a very, 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 very dubious statement to make to me.
You're trying to sugarcoat it, right? Ndibo, they're very strict when it comes to Omenala, right?
Shoma, can I just contribute for about 30 seconds?
Go ahead, sir.
Nobody has ever denied that Gbadebo is not our son. I've said it here dozens of times over the last 2 years. Gbadebo is our son. That he did not receive the vote doesn't mean that he's not our son. He should go work harder. And for Jimmy Agbaje, he was rejected outright because to win the election, he went to the Igbo community and promised them 17 commissionership position that if they vote for him because they have the numbers. So I'm just trying to correct it and put it in its proper historical context. You cannot gamble away a whole state because of your own machinations. Thank you, Shoma.
Okay, thank God you said it that he cannot gamble. He promised them 7 commissioners. And I think
sorry, let me ask. Sorry, Remy. Let me ask everybody a question. Remy, the Igbos are not saying they are not respecting the culture of people in Lagos State. You understand? And in the system that we are, if a Lagosian who happen to have an Igbo mother run for an office and all the Igbo and other people vote for him and he wins the election, how is that wrong?
No,
You understand?
I'm not.
Legally. So, but the way we are sounding is that it's like, oh, it will never happen. If his
No,
people
I,
vote
I,
for him,
I,
what
I even still have
do
to
we
start.
have? Do we have anything against that? Except we are saying that we will subvert the will of the people,
Let
and
me
that's the
answer your
kind of
question.
wait
I
now.
based
I'm not.
my
Let me. That's the kind of signal I'm getting when we
okay.
come at
Now
this
you get
point
it wrong.
and
You
make
get
this
it.
kind of statement.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
it
got it
will not
wrong
happen
totally.
here. If his
You got
people,
it.
if the people want him and they have the numbers and they're able to mobilize other
You
people
got
to
it
vote
wrong totally.
for him, that
You
is
got it
No,
wrong.
not you
Patoski,
alone.
Adeleke in
Not
Osun
you
State
alone.
speaks Igbo fluently, and the mother is Igbo.
You said?
Yes.
Adeleke, the governor of Osun State,
He
speaks
said?
Igbo fluently, and the first wife is
Yes.
Igbo, and the mother is Igbo, and they voted for him.
Yeah, so
So, but
so
there's
if
a difference
Lagosian are not
between
thinking, if Lagosian are not thinking like Oshu people,
no, there's a difference between Adeleke and Rose Vival.
the
Adeleke
level of influence
I know,
that
listen.
Adeleke family has in Osun
Adeleke, no, I'm not talking
is
about the
different.
family. I'm talking about Adeleke, the governor. He, as he can speak Igbo fluently, he can also speak Yoruba fluently. He understands the Osun culture and the way Yoruba do their things. And he knows what to do. You cannot come here and be
So what's he
gaslighting
doing?
people.
What's he
No,
doing
let
to
me
the
finish.
culture of
Give me 1
Osun?
minute. Give me 1 minute. Let me finish. You cannot be talking here because Yoruba have that liberalism that we are liberal people, we are free-spirited people, that we don't know what we are doing. We cannot elect or vote for a person who does not understand our culture, who will disparage our elderly people. You know Yoruba to be very respectful people, and they know most time how you're supposed to portray yourself in public. And if you are vying for a position, you have to know the way you are going to do to attract the vote.
Patoski,
So at the end
you
of
take
the
away
day,
this
Sorry,
time
in
from me.
conclusion,
You
Remy,
take
in
away this time
I
from me.
respect
I'm not here for
in
all this wrong,
conclusion,
because all this respect, I don't even understand it anymore.
calm down,
If this is how, yeah,
let me finish.
I don't understand.
Let me
Remy, I
finish,
think you should wait.
and
When it
then
comes to your turn, you'll be giving your explanation on all this respect. I don't understand all this respect again.
you might not understand it. I
So
just give you a very good analysis. I gave
there are some
you.
Igbo people, that portray, which is to their own choice. But
I'm
if
not
I say
talking
I will
about.
not,
Okay,
I think we are
can
looking
I
at
share
it
my if
in
I
a
can give me
very
30 seconds too,
simplistic
that'd be
manner.
nice.
I think we are looking at it in a simplistic matter. I gave you a very good analysis. Let's reverse the case. Will a
Remy,
number of
my
people
argument
vote
is
for
this.
this?
If Remy,
Patoski,
my
I think you
argument is
should
this.
let
If you have
Patoski,
if
I think you should let
sorry,
Remy
let me
speak.
just land this point. Sorry. Let me just land this point. Remy, my argument is this. If you are giving a reason that, okay, the reason we are not voting for this guy is because he does not respect our culture and everything, I'm okay with that. Let those who want to vote for him for their own reason also vote for him.
vote for
But
him. It's
let the
very
will
simple.
of the people be done.
Okay,
Let the will of the people be
let
done
me
in
tell
that
you
state.
something.
Create
You
a
are
level
just
Okay,
playing field
can
and
I
let's
chime
see
in
what will
too,
happen.
Remy?
let me quickly. Okay, go ahead. After you finish that, okay, I give you because they won't let me finish. Okay, go ahead.
Finish up so I can come after you. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you, Patoski, is this: every state, whether you like it or not, Nigeria is still it's about tribe, it's about region. You cannot come because they give you opportunity to excel in a state, and then you want to change the political landscape of that state. It can never happen. The people, the indigenous of that state, will never allow it. And I gave a very good example. Let's reverse the case. Let's take it to Anambra. That this person we are talking about, the father is Anambra and the mother is Yoruba. Even at that point, I don't think, and this person cannot speak Igbo fluently, does not understand Igbo culture and traditional very well. I don't think the people of Anambra will vote for this person. And you cannot not come to Lagos and telling us that because we are liberal and because we give a lot of people opportunity to excel,
if that's what they
in
do in
that.
Anambra,
No,
if that's what
let
they
me
do in
finish.
Anambra,
Let
it's
me
also
finish.
very wrong. That's also very wrong.
Let me finish. I'll allow you to speak. Let me finish, please. I will finish very quick. So, because we are liberal, then we should now open our eyes, and people will now take. They will now give them opportunity, because we know that this, if they vote for this guy, the plan of this guy is because at the end of the day, give our these people that are not traditional indigenous of that state to take over that state in the long run. People are not stupid. They can read in between the lines. And they put him in his place. They voted him out. It's as simple as ABC. I don't know why you are crying over it. Can something like that happen in Edo State?
We agree with
The
you.
issue is
Let
this.
them vote
This
against him.
the issue is
And let
this.
those who want to vote for him vote for him.
The issue is that if that is your opinion, because everybody have their reasons for not voting a candidate. If your candidate is that the candidate is not respecting your elders or whatever, that's
Then
why you
vote
will not vote
against
for
him.
him. Then vote against him. Let other people vote for him. It's as
I'll
simple
vote
as
for
that.
him.
So
Hey,
why all
now.
this? Why all this?
This thing?
Because even as a Nigerian,
Let
I
the
think I have
process
the right.
decide.
Unless you are telling me that I don't have the right to vote in Lagos again.
To vote
But
for
in
who
our
I like to vote for,
constitution,
exactly.
yes, if in our constitution, wherever you reside is where you have the right to practice your politics, to vote, right to vote and be voted for. It's our constitution. So are you now
Okay,
changing
can
our constitution
I know you have the floor.
because
Let me
you
just
don't want me
chime in.
to vote, because you don't want me to vote the candidate you don't want? That doesn't
The
sound.
same thing we are doing now
That
is what
doesn't sound
Can
sound
the same
educative.
thing we are doing.
Patoski,
The
let me
same thing
chime
we
in,
are
please.
doing now is what the Hausas are doing in the. The same thing we are doing now is what the Hausas are doing in larger Nigerian context, thinking that they have more voice in Nigeria than everybody else.
Okay,
No,
on that
this one
point, hold
country.
on that note.
You cannot say the Hausa side, because the north is divided into three.
Are we so uncivilized, Remy, with all our education and everything? At this our current age, our parents were tribalistic. I'm not talking about Remy alone. It can all of us.
Okay,
At
if I
times,
can chime
yesterday
in.
I was
So
sorry. Let me just. I will round up and.
Please, Petoski, hurry up.
What's going on? When is my turn, safe?
okay, so yeah, to that point, Patoski, the Yorubas, the Hausas, and the Fulani Hausa people, whatever, we all, and Igbo people, all hypocrites, big time hypocrites. It just happens
Exactly.
to be when something happens on one side, we point finger at the other side like it doesn't happen on that side. The Yorubas are hypocrites, so are the Igbo people also. See, but Ekene, sometimes I like Ekene because when it comes to Nigerian politics, the economics, you're on the ground, you know what is going on, so no BS. But sometimes you're trying to play this nice style, smartness all the time. You can't have smart people here all the time, can I? So you have the way you see things. See, Chioma too, she's an indigo, right? And she sees things differently from you, but she's not going to accept it, can I? You just want to sit your own way. See, what the Yoruba people are doing, I know for sure the Igbo people would do the same thing. Not a big deal. We're all tribalists. That's who we are. So when you try to defend the indefensible, like Igbo people don't do this and that, it's nonsense. We all know who we are. We know who we are, and it's at the end of the day, there's politics at play here, no doubt about it. Because it is true that when the last election they were calling Gbadebo Chinedu, and there's a reason why they keep saying Chinedu Chinedu. Let me finish. It's just
Chioma, why is
to
everybody speaking except me?
Madam, let me finish. You come after. So everybody was calling Gadigbo Chinedu because they're trying to mark him or label him to connote that Igbo connection. There's politics at play here. There's no doubt about it. Okay, but at the end of the day, we are the same thing. We all hypocrites. Yes, we are. So can I don't pretend like in Igbo land? Oh, you said Obiso can contest. Oh no, you said Obiso can contest. Yeah, anybody. Mitsu, if I stay is it 6 months, a year in Anambra State, I can contest. But does that mean I'm going to win? Of course not. Okay, so don't pretend like, oh no, you guys are so accommodating where you come from. It's a lie. You're just like Yoruba people in Lagos. If they feel threatened, they will make moves to protect their space. Just that's the way it works.
Praise Daddy. Just let me say this. At a point, you are correct. Most of us are hypocrites. You understand? But the point still remains that I have the right to choose whoever I want to support, whether Igbo, whether Yoruba, whether even if the Igbo man is contesting in Lagos State and there is a constitution that covers him, and I want to support him to be the governor of Lagos State, I have the constitutional power to do that. You understand? So, but all this respect Yoruba.
I can stop saying that. It's part of their culture. I mean, the fact that you live in Lagos State for like
No, Shoma, the only respect
it's a normalcy for Yoruba people. That's their culture.
I will never,
They carry respect on their head.
I will never in my life see a Yoruba woman, elderly woman, accuse her or tell her any that. It's even against my principle. But telling me that if I don't bow to him or her, I have disrespected that person.
I think you are getting it wrong. Nobody is asking you to bow to anybody.
It's nonsensical. Somebody say it's our culture to portray or whatever. If you don't do that,
what we are saying is that the guy in question does not understand the culture and tradition of the state he wanted to rule.
You are the person that don't. You are the person that know. You are the person that knows your culture and know where the guy is getting it wrong. I cannot explain it. I cannot explain your culture to you. But my point is this. My point is this.
You know what you're enjoying? Do you know what you're enjoying?
Let me finish. You are not. I don't want to go to that route because I want to conclude so other people will. Remy, allow me to finish so that other people will talk.
Remy, let me finish.
Let me finish so that other people will talk. I've given you time to interject me. I've given you time to interject.
2 minutes, your final submission.
So my point still remains that if Badiboro's Bible comes out tomorrow and I have every understanding or whatever to support him, I'll still support him. There's no two ways about that. Then if you don't want to support him, maybe because he doesn't understand your culture, it's up to you. Not me, but telling me not to vote him. As far as I know that he's a Yoruba son, I will support him. But telling me not to vote him because he never understands your culture or whatever, it's a fallacy to me. For me, to my own understanding, it's a fallacy. I don't see that as a reason why I should not vote a competent guy that is allegation to govern his state. So there is nothing to worry about that. If you're not worried and you know you can beat him, you know you can win him in an election, there is no need of bringing in he doesn't respect your culture, he doesn't do that, so therefore nobody should vote him. It shouldn't be nobody should vote him. It should be you or your family that this guy doesn't respect our culture. We are not going to vote for him. Good for you. Allow me
Thank you.
that wants to vote him to vote for him without oppressing my life.
Hello, Anambra. Hello, Anambra.
So I think the next person I want to speak is Madam Zita, so that she doesn't get...
Choma, can you indulge me for just a second?
Yes, after you, then Madam Zita.
Thank you. Hey, Anambra man, did you see Mike Ezoroye prostrating for what is this? Pete Edochie? Did you see him prostrating for him? Is that an Igbo culture or not Igbo culture? Anambra man.
Yoruba man.
Didn't you see Mike Ezoroye prostrating for Pete Edochie?
He can do that now.
So what do you call that? Is that an Igbo culture or Yoruba culture?
If you're talking for someone, it's not a big deal. You can see anybody and you can decide to portray for that person. So it's you people that are taking it personal. I don't take it personal. I can even see you tomorrow and decide the way we are communicating or the way we relate. I can decide to portray to you. It depends on my feeling.
Okay, then you play too much. Stop.
You understand? It depends on my feeling. So,
Chema, please, just a second. I want to use River State as an example. River State is a state that a little bit similar to Lagos State, where you have different tribes all over the country also residing in that state. I've never seen in most of the gubernatorial election that you see a candidate that say, okay, my father is Igbo, and then the mother is Ikwere, or the father is Ikwere and the mother is Igbo, and then in output is just forget it. At the end of the day, it can never happen in that state. They will never allow it. Even Ademola Adeleke, you are even talking about, when he was contesting, he never put, whether he has an Igbo name or does not, I never put it there. What I'm just trying to say is very simple. What you cannot accept in your own state, don't push it to other states. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. Madam Zita.
The problem is that who said we don't accept it?
So what are you people talking about? Is it Lagos State or Nigeria?
Zita, don't start
Did they hear
now.
us?
Go
I
straight.
thought you were listening. So you were not listening to us.
We were talking about they're changing all the Igbo street names in Lagos to Yoruba names.
Okay, and then what happened?
So Ekene thought it was he took offense to it.
I thought who is making that noise? I'm sure it's not me. Okay. Naming a street, I thought it comes in 2 ways or even 3 ways. It's either you are being honored or you bought the name. So which one are they contesting? That they were honored and let us strip of their honor, and or that they paid for a street to be called their name and they are being stripped of that name? Your mother asks. Baba.
Zita.
So which one are they quarreling over? Did they pay for a street to be named after them? And it was after collecting the money, they stripped him of the name? Or were they honored and later dishonored?
Most of them, the street names, they are appropriated, were not allocated. Before they start using let me just go further. It was Fashola time. They started using that international green, light green something. Before that, when they officially name it after you, take for instance, they say Chioma Street. Underneath in small letter, you will find authorized by LG local government. But these days, now who get to Boju Pass? If now you first reach there, you name the street after yourself, or you name a bus stop after yourself, and it will catch fire.
Okay. I know the story of Charlie Boy, but I don't know whether Charlie Boy paid for that street. It started by then we were just extremely
He
young.
appropriated it actually. It's Second Pedro bus stop.
Yes,
officially.
He put his bike. He put his bike there. There
in
was
front
a
of the
bike.
Malam house. On the top of the Malam house.
Good. So that bike now gave and he was living there anyway. He was living there then. So he's no longer living there right now. And I think the bike is out, right?
He was a tenant too. He didn't own the house.
Now. I know. He just, see, most times, this name just come. What do they call it again? They call it a symbol of direction. That's how most names come, more especially in places like Africa, where most times people do not really concern themselves about name of streets and things like that, except in our cities. Most times this name come by a symbol of direction, like you saw somebody's house and the house is looking different from the house in the street, and they say, whose house is that? Is that a Ekwe Mesa? Okay, if you enter that street, after that Ekwe Chikina, Because in Lagos State and Kano State, Kaduna, some of the cities in Nigeria, it is actually ridiculous. Apart from these places I have called, if you enter places like Port Harcourt, a whole Port Harcourt, I don't want to exaggerate, but 50% of the streets there are actually a direction, not a street name. It's actually a direction. You know how you direct somebody?
Like Rainbow Town, Elekoya, Ogbuna Valley.
Elekoya bypass, jump at Elios bus stop to that's how the names, and it's
Abonema off road.
and it's actually ridiculous. So it's not a thing, but for Lagos is trying to put themselves in what do I call it? In an international standard. They are struggling to do that. But let me say this. If you have not done something significant in a land, if you want your name to be written in one of their streets, you have to pay for it. And the payment is not actually one-off. It should be a monthly stipend that you'll be paying for that to that local government to maintain that name in that street. At least
just like your license vanity number on cars.
Like
the vanity numbers you put on cars.
Yes.
Like Zeta 1.
Thank you.
Or Choma 2.
So I don't even know why it is an issue. Let me say this. Who are those? Let me ask this. Who are those reacting about the change of name?
So it was Izon and Ekene.
Okay. The richest man in Africa is not an Igbo man. It's not a Yoruba man. It's a Hausa man. The richest man in Lagos is not a Yoruba man. It's not an Igbo man. It's still a Hausa man. Then if you cut it down the road, after him, who next? I don't know how long you will count before you count a Bini man or an Igbo man. This idea of people going to Lagos to fight for what I don't know. I've said this severally in this platform. I don't really like it. Do you know why I'm saying this? I said I don't like it because of the way I wouldn't like it. I have a little town. In those days, I come from a very little town in Imo State. In those days, they used to call it Small London. If anybody that is not from that town walk into that little town that is just 3 streets to fake what is fakering in Lagos, I swear in the name of everything I believe in, probably that person will not walk out that place the same. And I am sure my whole town will react that same way. I don't like it because I wouldn't like it. This idea of Lagos. I even heard that some people call it no man's land. I believe that no man's land is a land that is being contested. I don't know when Lagos has been contested among 2 tribes or 3 tribes or some part of Nigeria. I don't really like it. And this idea of somebody who is not from Lagos State or from Yoruba land, let me be specific, going to Lagos to want to contest for a position, if you win it, that's fine. But it's not your right. You should see it as a privilege. Why am I saying this? Because I don't like it and I wouldn't like it. I'm being very honest and transparent about it. I like people to maintain their tradition, their culture, and who they are. And when I walk into their land, honestly, sincerely speaking, I try as much as possible to respect them and stay like a visitor that I am. Make all the money I want to make, have all the fun I want to have, and maybe, probably, if I may say it in a ridiculous way, have a joy ride to another place, if I so wish. I don't like what is happening in Lagos. Honestly, I don't like it. For the mere fact that this thing keep coming up from time to time, I don't like it. That some people have a culture. I had somebody saying, if it is your culture to prostrate, I'm not going to do that. That doesn't mean I am disrespecting you. If you are in somebody's land, I don't know if you people have heard of a phrase that says, when you go to Rome, behave like Romans. That way, you will leave Rome alive. I don't know if you people have heard that phrase. That you go to people's city or town or village, and they want, before they greet somebody, they tap you in the shoulder and say, good morning. And then you say, how dare I tap in the shoulder? In the first place, let me be very honest with you, you have no business migrating to that place. Because migration is all about adaptation. If you want to migrate to go to another man's land to live, you will try as much as possible to put the two together. In as much as you have struggled not to throw away your own values and what you believe in from where you're coming from, you should not in any way disrespect or try to show them that whatever they believe in or who they are doesn't make any meaning to you. That is suicidal, honestly.
You know, Madam, if I can ask a quick question. See, I
Go
don't.
ahead.
Okay, it's not even a question directly because I think I know the answer already inherently. It is quite clear that all Igbos are not the same. So is the same for the Yorubas. Okay, so the question is, for August, where you come from, and Chioma, you have a different way of saying being in somebody else's land and being respectful, I guess. So can you identify what part of the Igbo land or which part of Igbo people think differently from the way you think? Because maybe I don't think the way you think. You're an Igbo person, but you can't. I don't think you can speak generally for all the Igbo people.
Fake names of fake Igbo.
Okay. I will answer you this question in a very funny way. You know, in a family, they have children who listen to their dad, their parents, and they have children who do not, no matter how hard their parents try. They do not. And most times they are the ones that actually do leave the house unceremoniously. And when they represent, you will always believe that they are representing the family. I've told you people a story here about my grandmother. Growing up as a child, there is nothing that woman will not correct you on. Even the way to sit down. That woman made me in life. When I walk, if you see me walking on the street, the first thing that will come into your mind is that I have so much guts, which I do anyway. but it shows in my footstep the way I carry myself. And when she's correcting you, if you continue making that same mistake, do you know what that woman will come up with? Anybody that will say, I did not train my child, God punish the person. God punish you because I trained him. And you know what she's saying? Most times in Igbo land or in Africa, when they see a child misbehave, they will say, God forbid, who trained this child? And the woman in advance is telling that person, God forbid her too, because she did her job. Now, back to your question. You said, Igbos don't behave alike. I don't think I will say that is actually correct. If you look at, everything happens with time and season. It's a passing phase in Igbo land. The ones before Zik of Africa, the ones with Zik of Africa, the ones after Zik of Africa, like the Ojukus, the ones after Ojukwu, it keep going down, Then it came to this point where most people in Igbo land of all lands still believes that going to school is not a thing. The best thing is to wake up in the morning and start trade. And there comes with this ego of making money, which you do not believe, or maybe you think in your life you would never have that kind of a money. And all of a sudden, those kind of money got into your hands. There is one adage in Igbo land that says, so when you get that kind of money, what comes with it? You become insulting, rude, arrogant,
Barazita,
everything. Let me finish. Everything.
I want you to correct that adage. There is nothing like Ezaman in adage, even with Bezaman age. There is
Is
no
that what?
adage. There is no adage that say Ezaman in adage. The only adage I know is that Ezaman adage.
You know, as I'm Echi ona agbara. Go and check it.
But as far as
I
I
am
know,
a
in Igbo
typical
adage,
Igbo girl.
in
Go and
Igbo
check it.
adage,
Eze na
what
amaghị
we
na
know is
aga-echi.
Ezaman adage.
No.
Where is Ezaman
Eze na
adage?
amaghị na aga-echi. That is,
Now
when
you turn
you,
that one.
listen, when you do not believe in your life that you will be there, you never thought in your whole life that you're gonna be there, and all of a sudden
I
you buy
don't think that
yourself.
nobody has ever achieved anything in life without dreaming and
A
believing
lot,
he's going to
a
achieve
lot,
it.
a lot.
Unless say you dream of stealing. But
No,
as far
no.
as
Listen.
achieving something is concerned,
Okay,
every man has dreamed.
okay.
Because
Let me
before
tell
you
you
achieve,
something.
you
You
must
see
first
this
of all
thing you
dream,
just said now.
and you must first of all believe that you will
Listen,
achieve.
Ekene,
So
can
there
we
is no like
learn?
nothing like this.
Ekene, can we learn? This thing you just said now, do you know what you just did? You just overruled situations, circumstances, and accident. That's what you just wiped out now. You just said that situations don't happen, circumstances don't happen, and accidents don't happen. That's why you said that before you become something, you must have dreamed about it, imagined it before you get it. It doesn't work that way.
That's the rule of wealth. That's the
No,
rule of wealth.
no,
There
it
is nothing
doesn't
like
work that way.
you see.
It doesn't work that way.
Even it worked that way. That's how, that. Then I don't
Okay,
have
never
anything to
mind.
discuss with that.
Let me continue
Go and
with
check the rule of wealth.
my. I don't want to go round and round about it. So let me continue with what I'm saying. So, to your question, Prince Daddy, some people don't listen. That's all I can say to your question. Some people don't listen. You see that thing that is happening in Lagos, some people don't listen and they don't ask questions.
Zita, you don't even need to answer the question that President is asking you. What is it trying to do? Is it trying to be sanctimonious, or what is it trying to do for asking such a question in the first place?
Whatever, I have answered.
No. See, did you listen to my question? It's a legitimate question. I mean, it's quite obvious the way. I mean, are you saying that all Igbo people are the same? Of course, they're not the same. The way.
For you to even come out and say all people are not the same, you can never get 100%. So if a majority of people are doing the same thing, so what do you want? What do you want the other people to say about
what is the majority that you are doing?
I was asking her to identify what part of the Igbo land.
Excuse me.
I beg you, stop that.
You guys settle down, please. So
I was asking her to identify what part of Igbo. Maybe there are certain Igbo people. Like I know, for example, there's some people they call I can't remember what some Igbo tribe, I guess sub tribe, that they have this distinct thing about it. I can't remember what it is or what it's called. But anyways, my question is legitimate. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you make it sound like all Yoruba people are the same too. No, we don't think the same or do the same things all the time.
One thing you will understand is
that trying to blame the entire Igbo people, you can say this subset of the Igbo people are the ones more likely to do such a thing. It's a legitimate question.
And you can identify them now by face and by the way they do.
No, it's
if
not.
You can identify them.
It's not a town something or a village something. It's not a particular town or a particular village. The only thing I will tell you is that the minority is the loudest. That's all I can say. Every average, okay, look at Onyekowenu. Onyekowenu died and was buried in Lagos. And most Igbos, even the ones I hold in high esteem, we are reacting over it. They even called it a sacrilege for her to say that if I die, just bury me here. I've lived all my life this place. Don't turn my village to a burial ground because I've never been living there. Just like
is that not a sign to tell you that Igbo is not dragging anything with anybody? Because Igbo will always like to go home even in their dead body. So what are we even explaining here?
Excuse me.
No Igbo man, a majority, one who might decide to be buried in Lagos, that's our choice. But as far as I'm concerned, majority of Igbo people don't like to be buried in. That is our mentality. We know that we are sojourners in wherever we are.
When you told her son to bury her in Lagos before she passed.
Even in our dead bodies, we want to be buried in our father's compound. What are you telling me? You come here and be trying to...
Okay, let me say what you just said, Ekene. Ekene, you live all your life outside of Igbo land because most Igbos don't live their life in Igbo land. And then when you die, you return. So your land is a burial ground.
But you've been visiting your village. So how is that a burial ground?
You are trying to explain other people's culture, but you are not even admitting your own culture.
In your life,
your own culture is even more superior. But you are trying to even raise other that an Igbo man dies and doesn't want to be buried in another man's land. You are even praising. I don't even know the kind of even most of us how we even degenerate now. See, I'm a proud Igbo man, and wherever I am, I stand Gidigba as an Igbo man. Nothing will happen. That's my right. That is my life.
You're a fake Igbo man. You're a fake Igbo man. Okay.
That is it. You want to go and tell them that you are not Igbo, that you want to respect their culture. The
thing I wanted to say is this: why is Igbo being discussed? The other day, it was I think it was Baba that came here and was spewing trash.
It was about the changing of street name. That's what brings this discussion.
Hold on, please. I wasn't talking to you. Allow me to land, please.
No, you asked a question.
I don't know. No. You didn't. I didn't ask no question. No, I wasn't asking. I didn't ask you no question. Please, can I just speak?
Hold on. We have to, be careful what we say. You can't say someone was spewing trash. That's too strong.
No, but no, he's trying to. I'm trying to make my point, and he's interjecting me. Can he just shut up so that I can talk?
Were you here in the
No, you can't tell her to shut up because you're the one saying what
hold on.
break this
I didn't
discussion
tell
of
her to shut up.
Igbo.
I told you to shut up. I didn't tell her to shut up. I told you to shut up. Let me talk.
So
Okay, hold
you
And
on.
tell
shutting
me
up
to
is not
shut
an
up, and
insult.
I will not shut up because you're the one that asked a question, and that's what led to
Man,
discussion
please
of
just carry your
Igbo.
busybody go. I beg. Go if you
You
have
know,
something serious.
all these fake Igbo people. You are fake Igbo. You and Nikiri are fake. You are not the real original Igbo.
It's okay. It's okay. What
Can
I
I
was
can I can I just say what I want to say, Choma? Let me. Can I,
until I finish. So because I'm the moderator, I don't
So
want
you are
to.
giving them my time.
That's why I wanted to tell him that, if he was here earlier, the discussion was about changing the street names. It's not about Igbo. No, there was changing the street names in Lagos, and that's what we're discussing. So, but Madam Zita has the floor, so you have to ask her if you can interject.
let her go ahead and finish because I mean there are some things that she's saying here that is just enunciating. So I don't want to just like I just wanted to just say what I wanted to say, like a little stuff, some things that I had her say about people don't want to go to school in Igbo land and all that trash. I don't know what is going on. You understand what I'm
I don't
saying? If you
know.
want to
I don't
present
know.
facts,
People don't go. People don't go to
you present
school.
facts. Most of the people you see, some of the guys you see in those markets are graduates.
The
Just
people
like
you are
you
saying
have
are not
graduates,
graduates.
just like you have graduates in every other place in Nigeria that is driving keke or doing some other some other trades.
You see,
I don't
the
understand
problem.
this.
Okay,
Okay,
let's
Self-hate.
let her finish. Let's let her
Chioma,
finish.
hold on. You see, the problem I actually do have with people like you is that you do not listen. And
They
as I said,
don't. All of
listen
them
to me.
don't.
You don't listen. You hear something. Listen to me. Listen to me. There is something about me. I triple down and double, quadruple down on whatever I say. That's me. You can abuse me. I don't really do care. No hard feelings. It makes me happy. Now, let me repeat myself again. I said it was in phases when Prince Daddy asked me that question. It was in phases. They had people before Nnamdi Azikiwe, people after Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Ojukus, people after Ojukwu. All of a sudden, there was a time in Igbo land. I said, this thing came up that some people just wake up, they don't want to go to school. They want to do trade. Are you having problem with that?
I don't have problem there, but that's a
No, hold on. I
misrepresentation of
just asked
facts.
you a question. Are you having problem with that? Because if you
No, I
do
don't.
have problem with that, I am gonna double down and triple down on it. I don't care.
Yes, I have problem with that.
I repeat myself again. There came a time in Igbo land that this thing started happening. When people will just wake up, quite unlike the Zigs then, the ones before Zig, the ones after Zig, during Zig, the one after Zig, Ojukwu them, the ones after Ojukwu. There came a time in Igbo land that this thing came up. That a child will wake up instead of him to even try to get the basis of education. All he wants to do is to wake up and jump into trade. Are you having problem with that? Because
I
if
have
you do
problem.
have,
I
hold
have
on,
problem with that. I
I'm
have
not
problem with
done.
that
I'm not
statement.
done.
I have
If
problem with
you
it.
do have problem with that, I do not care. Because I will say it over and over and over and
Okay,
over and
how
over
does that
again.
affect our financial growth? Because even the analysis you are giving,
This is
Igbo
the
man
problem.
trades,
This is the
or the
problem I
way,
have with you people.
or their boy system
This is the
is being
problem
studied
I have
abroad.
with you people.
It's
I
being studied
said,
and well recognized abroad. So
I said,
why do you put it as a problem?
So,
I
Why
Ekene,
you know
you have to
that
let her
is
finish because this is her floor. She wants to answer you and tell you
as
why. Because
as
everything is
I
not about
said,
finance, it's about having the
something.
education.
You didn't bother to ask what are the pros and cons of that action? You jump into the cons, the pros, and you started attacking me. Does that make them not to have money? Does that, who cares? Who cares? Do I care whether they make money out of it or they don't make money out of it? I said that there came a time, that thing came over our young boys, that most of them wake up in the morning, they don't really want to get the basis of education. They just want to go to trade.
That's a misrepresentation of facts.
That's
And
your
that is how they want
business.
to live.
It's my time and I'm using it judiciously. If you come in your own time, you want to diffuse what I have said, that's your business. But I've just said it.
Madam
And this is a
Peter,
global platform. I put my voice on it.
Allow one of them to interject. At least
Okay, let them go ahead.
Nashville.
Okay, let me say this clearly. Let me say this clearly, because I think we are just I don't want to use the actual word, but let me just say this. When have we had good job opportunities in Nigeria? If she is saying what she's saying, probably she's referring to after the Civil War. After the Civil War, how much was given to your kinsmen? If you had 1,000, they gave you 20 shillings, or $20. So how do you expect them to cope? They went into business. They've been into business before the war and
That
after
is
the war.
even a lie. What you are saying is a lie. Is a lie. Is a lie.
What?
Who give them
Okay.
20
What's the lie? What's the lie?
Allow him to respond with
Stop
his
all
lie.
those lies.
You will not
It's a
even
lie.
allow somebody to talk. Somebody just
What is the lie now? What is the lie? What is the lie?
You say it's a lie. It's a
The funny
lie.
aspect of it is that the statistics for those people did not even start after the war. It did not even start 10 years after the war. Neither did it start 20 years after the war. So I know what I'm talking about.
So
Can I land? Can I land?
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait,
You
Simba,
interjected me.
tell him which part was the lie.
Let me clear the
Hold on,
ground.
Madam Zita. Simba, tell him which part was the lie.
He said what?
Simba said that what Jewel of Nashville said was a lie. Which
He's
part did he say was a lie?
trying to peg it that it was because of the
You didn't allow me to land, and you just took the words from me. You didn't allow me to land. Simba said I'm lying, and I'm asking him what makes me lie.
And I repeat myself again. I said that those people that I am talking about have nothing to do with Nigerian Biafran war.
Oh God.
Okay.
They don't have.
Joel,
10
land your
years
point. Let
after
Joel
the
land his point.
Nigerian Biafran war.
Please, can I just land? Let me just land my point. Then you can continue. You can continue with your stuff. So after the Civil War, we had this issue, right? So people got to survive, and the good thing that they did is that they didn't go to killing or stealing. They went into trade. Now, when you micro it down, when Peter Obi came into power, right? This thing has been going on. In fact, it affected Anambra the most, because these boys wake up in the morning, and when they go out, they'll be like, okay, the schools weren't really viable. Strike here, close down here. So they started seeing those people that sell in the market as their what they call it now, as their mentor. So most of them decide, why should I go to school when I know that, man, if I go here 5 years, I can make money. And most of them started doing trade. When Peter Obi came, he reversed it. What Peter Obi said was, even if you want to go into trading, have your basic education. So I don't know where this whole thing is coming from.
Okay.
If someone has an individual problem, please let me land. Let me land, please. Can I land? Can I land, please?
You said,
can I land, please?
You said it's my time. If I say it's okay, it's okay. Let me speak.
Let me just land. Let me just land. I am not arguing with you. Let me land.
Let him land.
Come on now. So the issue there is this. what the education you need as a human being, or according to WHO, is your basic education, at least up to secondary school level. Because it is expected after secondary school level, you should be able to either move forward, or if you're going to have a business, you'll be able to have a business and manage it properly. So my thing is this: whichever way you want to call it, there are individual differences. There are people that want to behave in a certain way, and there are people that don't want to behave in a certain way. And it's in every tribe. It's in every tribe. Thank you.
I don't really understand the basis of your argument. Did I say it's the whole Igbos that doesn't want to go to school? I don't understand this argument. I don't even understand.
You weren't listening. You weren't listening. I said I micromanaged. I micro focused it on Anambra State. What happened in Anambra State? Because that thing you're talking about affected mostly people in Anambra State. It didn't affect mostly people in Imo State. People in Imo State go to school.
Hold on.
They still go to school. People in Abia State still go to school, even though they have Aba.
You've made your point. Can I respond, please, before I end my time? You came in here and picked something and say it's Nigerian Biafran war. And I interjected you immediately and told you 10 years after Nigerian Biafran war, it wasn't affecting them. 20 years after Nigerian Biafran war, it wasn't affecting them. So now I want to bring to you how sometimes you people get so irritated to the extent that you don't listen. And you came in here this morning and said exactly what I said in a different way. You said it was when Peter Obi came and became governor. Now, Peter Obi went to university. Soludo went to university. Now I ask you, is Soludo and Peter Obi education post Nigerian Biafran war or pre Nigerian Biafran war? The answer is obvious. It's post Nigerian Biafran war. Now you are saying exactly what I said, but
I'm not saying exactly what you're saying.
Hold on,
People,
please, hold on, because sometimes you people just walk in. You get so irritated that you don't listen. But I don't really do care. But I don't really like when somebody come and be talking in windows, blah, 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 trying, thinking you are making a point. You are saying exactly what I said in a different way. You said Nigerian Biafran war. I said, please leave Nigerian Biafran war alone.
Why? Why should I leave it alone?
Hold on, please. I said, the thing came at a particular time. And I said, 10 years after the Nigerian Biafran war, 20 years after Nigerian Biafran war, and you even came and said 30 years after Nigerian Biafran war. More than 30 years after Nigerian Biafran war, you started your own story. That was the time Peter Obi now came in and said, no, these people. And Peter Obi went to university. Soludo went to university. All the governors of Anambra State, before Peter Obi came, went to university. And when Peter Obi came, he saw young boys who doesn't want to go to school, who wants to do trade, and say, no, you have to start with basic education. So what did I say different from what you just said? Come on, man, you people really.
Can I respond to that, or you just want to listen to yourself talk? Because you're deviating.
Okay.
You're actually debating, but go ahead.
Joe, I think you should allow her to finish so that you pick up your time and make it very, very.
She has finished. He wants to interject, but we have to be respectful. Please, we cannot.
It's my turn to talk.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on, please. There's an argument going on here, please. So, Mr. Joe, you can interject, please.
I wasn't going to say anything, but what I said is like what I'm saying and what she is saying are two different things. She was making case. The question was asked about the way people behave, and Prince Daddy was like, "Can you tell us where these things are happening?" She started going round and round and round and round and round and round. The issue is that I am calling you the way it is. At every point in time in our in our country's life, there were events that shaped the way people did things. And if the Igbos decided to go into trading, there's nothing wrong with
But
that.
but
The problem
Joel,
is
let
not
me ask you
trading.
something.
Please, let
Joel,
me
let
just
me
land this
ask you
point,
something.
please.
I
Can
know
I just land this
you.
point? Let me
It's
land this
just a
point that you
question.
asked me, please.
It's just a
Let me
question.
let me just land this point. The issue there is this, right? With the everybody, the guys, the Igbo guys that went into trading, right, cannot be just put. There are many of them that does their trading, and they present themselves very well, and they speak good about the things that they see about Nigeria. All they act right. If somebody is because the question from Prince Daddy was why certain people act certain way, and I am saying it's an individual trait. It is not because they are businessmen or women. It's an individual trait. And
Can I
oh God, please go ahead. I don't know who
okay,
wanted
can
to
I
ask a
say
question.
me? I used to say it. Me, I'm a secondary school certificate holder, and I'm not afraid to talk to any graduate wherever I see her or him. I'm not afraid to talk to that person. So whether however you want to put it. But what I want to ask you, Joel, whether you go do business, is the South is not doing well in education as of the current Nigerian state that we are today? Is the
They are.
Southeast not doing well in education?
They are, my brother.
So
They
how
are.
does it look like
That's the point I was trying to make. I said it's an individual trait.
I don't know. If you
You're
want to go
doing
to
very
school, you go
well.
to school. If you want to go and do business, you can do business. It's up to you.
Have you people finished?
Wait, Madam Zita, Remy wants to say something. Was it Remy?
Okay, let me answer Joel and Kene. You people are still saying what I said. At a point, they want to do business. That was what I said. So why are you repeating it and telling me the benefit and the pros and cons of going to do business and the reasons for doing business? I just said something. At a point, they want to do business. And you came out and said, yes, at a point, they want to do business. Then you start giving reasons and deliverables of the business they are doing. So what did I say wrong?
But you cannot attach it. You cannot make their
But
business a
that point
foundation
shouldn't
for
come.
some of them
Even in your
misbehaving.
argument,
You people
even in
are
You
your
cannot say
argument, you
that.
shouldn't have bring up that point. You shouldn't have bring that point in your argument you are making about Igbos and Yorubas.
You
It's not a
understand what I'm
valid point.
saying? It's not a valid point. You're just
No,
like grabbing straws.
as if it's a problem to us, Igbos.
Okay, hold on. So, is there anyone that wants to speak aside from Ekene and Jewel? Is it
I
Simba?
would love to talk now, but I'm
Yes,
doing
please.
something now. These
Go ahead.
Anambra people won't let us hear a word tonight. All these fake Igbo people. Not you, Oshima. These two guys, these two Anambras,
You
Kene
want to
and
ask me a question?
Adewale,
Go ahead.
I didn't know a fake Igbo man.
they are fake.
Adewale.
Both of them, both Joes and Kene, they are fake Igbo.
Adewale.
Thank you. You are a real Yoruba person. How far?
I
Real
know.
Yoruba. How far?
Leave Adewale alone.
I may not be as authentic as every other Yoruba, but you guys
Oh,
have.
so you are fake now. So you are fake too.
I know myself. I'm not that authentic.
No, you are fake. If you're not like authentic as every other, if you're not authentic, you're fake.
To some extent, I'm
Or
original.
adulterated. Okay,
I'm
adulterated Yoruba.
original, but you and the Kene are the fake one.
Oh no, you're adulterated. You're adulterated. I'd rather be fake than being adulterated.
I'm
Thank
not
you. Let's
adulterated.
move
I
on,
know.
please.
So we're going to
Adewale,
move
Ekene
on to
is the son of the soil. Ekene is the son of the soil. You don't know.
He doesn't
Actually,
go home.
if you don't have anything to say, better keep quiet. I don't even know. Is this not a joke now? We are talking busy, serious matter. You are
imagine.
just making it a joke.
Imagine.
What are you
Simba,
talking
go
about,
ahead and
Simba?
speak.
I beg, if you don't have anything to say, you can leave the
Adewale can never be
platform.
serious in this platform. Adewale can never be serious in this platform. That's how I know him.
You want me to be
Okay.
serious? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I will throw my face, you guys. To be honest,
I
I will
beg,
go.
go
Give me
sleep.
2 seconds.
Go sleep with madam.
Go
I
sit
beg. Go
down.
sleep with madam.
Go sit down. You this
Hold on,
fake
guys.
Igbo guy.
I want to thank Mr. Howdy for being the first super chat for tonight. God bless you, Howdy, and continue to replenish your pockets. Amen. So Simba, go ahead.
You know, that's what I just want. I just want to correct Adewale that's making everything as if we're not joke with a joke for here. If you don't have anything to say, you can go and sleep.
Shama, can
My
I say
friend, go
something?
back to your
Hold on. Not yet.
what is wrong
Can
with
I
you?
say something?
Yes.
Can I say
Remy,
something?
yes, Remy.
Before
Now
you
that
say
I want to speak
something,
now, Remy will come out. But you are here, BC. They're asking who wants
Let
to
me
say
let
something.
me come and wrap this
Remy,
up now.
hold
Ekene,
on,
you've been
hold on.
talking since. You didn't allow
Yeah,
anybody to talk. You've been talking
but
since. So let Remy
they
talk.
have been
You've
giving
been
her,
talking
they've been
since.
giving everybody here to
Hold on
speak. You
now.
never want
Let
to
me
speak.
say something.
Ozole.
Chioma, Chioma.
Yes,
Okay.
ma.
What
You
I
see
just want
this?
to say is
Wait,
that
Remy, I'm trying to throw a jab at you. Chioma,
Yes,
you
ma.
see this 2027 election?
Uh-huh.
Remy is radio.
Ekwe.
Oh.
Ekwe at all.
Hey, I'm ready now, Sherman. Let me
Una,
face these people.
I'm gonna
Madam
fight
Sita,
them out here.
what's
Oh yeah,
Simba?
Adewale, come talk, make we hear.
Now, listen, I have your time now. Look, I live in that street that was changed, that Ajidagon. I lived there for more than 6 years in Lagos. Okay, Ajidagon is a Yoruba name, isn't it? And it was changed to another son of the sword name. Ajidagan, that place used to be a swampy area before in the olden Lagos state, but it was changed. Nobody talk about that Ajidagon Street because that Charlie Boy house was originally on Ajidagon Street in Pedro. I mean, you call it Bagada, but very close to Pedro. For those who don't know those areas very well, Pedro to Shobolo and all that. But the point I'm trying to make is this. Nobody ever discussed about that street name being changed. The attention and the bone of the contention was Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy bus stop was never named Charlie Boy bus stop. Originally, that place was not even a bus stop. Because when you're coming from Oroshoki after Antonio K, you're going all the way to what do you call it? Yanoworo New Garage. Was a one bus stop before. That place used to be a residential area. So hardly people even come down from there. But when that road was now dualized and they make it link to that express, then people started stopping there. Originally it was not even a bus stop. Now, because the name of Charlie Boy was involved, he himself has been to, I can't count how many media houses he has been to. Is they paying him for body? Whereas
They're inviting him.
hold on, they invited him and he was obliging and he was going there because he has something to say. If it's a non-issue, he wouldn't have honored those invitations. That house that he was staying, that house that he stayed there for more than almost 2 decades, he was renting that house. I know the person that owns that house. Virtually every houses in that area, I can name them because I live on that street in that estate for more than 6 years in Lagos. So because of his long presence in that area, then they now named that bus stop. In fact, he had even almost by the time he was moving to Abuja when the place was turned to a bus stop. Because I know what was happening in that area, in that area when he was living there. What am I trying to say is this? We sensationalize issues. We allow social media to sensationalize issue and people latch onto it. Honestly, it's a non-issue. And to be honest, I've seen Yoruba name being changed. The same thing with the Ajidagon. I read it in the news today that the people in Ilaje Street, they were also in Bariga, they were also complaining about the fact that it was changed to King Saniade. King Saniade is from Ondo State, actually Ondo Town, and it was changed to Ilaje. Till the kingdom come, that Ilaje will be known for, with Ilaje people because they came there, they lived there. Those places was a completely swampy area, and they dominated that area and they lived there. But I couldn't see any truth to their agitation about why the street was named. It doesn't make any sense. What is it about naming street anyway? It's a local government function, and the outgoing
Was
local
that
government
street,
decided.
sorry, was that street
It's
called
the
Charlie Boy Street? Is it not the bus stop?
As a matter of fact, it wasn't originally bus stop. There
I
was
know,
no bus
but
stop
the
there.
street was not named. It
The
wasn't
street
never
where his
called
the
Charlie
street
Boy
where his
Street.
name was, that street was changed from Ajidagon. Is a Yoruba name to now.
Don't try to deny that they're trying to de-Igbonize Lagos State.
Listen,
I
you
mean,
see,
to their
and
own,
I'm telling you now. Hold
hold
on,
on.
and I'm telling you now. There are some Igbo names. I mean, there's some Yoruba names that have been changed. Look, the street that was named after Daddy Shoki, was it not a Yoruba? I mean, another name was Daddy Shoki a Yoruba man? See, we like to politicize everything. Everything has to come in the political color. It shouldn't be. It's non-issue. But because we have 2 or
But
3 social influencer that latch on, hold on, Ekene, hold on. Let's talk. Let's speak truth to ourselves. Okay.
no, you
Let's.
are making a
In
valid
fact,
point.
it's
I just
not
want to say you are
today.
making
Hold
a
on.
valid
It's
point.
not today that local government will change names. Sometimes it can be controversial because nobody wants to lose their identity. And I tell you this, I've seen names in Lagos that where it was renamed because typically whenever somebody get there before somebody else, that's why they quickly,
But I don't. You denying it, but
registered.
Baba's not denying it, but you are denying it, and I think we all can
No,
see it's
Baba
not visible
cannot deny it, but
that
I'm telling you, look, this is the way I say it. Okay, because when I look at the list of those names that were changed, there are some other Yoruba, I mean, other names that are not even Yoruba. And I just give an example of that Ishoki that wasn't even a Yoruba man. The Laje was not changed from Igbo name to Yoruba name. Lajes are still Yoruba people, right? But because Charlie Boy was the main reason why people are now talking about, oh, they are trying to look. To be honest, if that's what Lagos State is trying to do, okay, by
Adewale,
preserving
there's no street before called Charlie Boy Street. That was what Sita is
no
trying to ask you.
street,
It
it
was
was
the bus
even
stop.
Charlie, it was the bus stop that was changed.
So
And
what is
originally
the
there
issue
was no
there?
bus
You know,
stop in
some
that
people they don't
location.
even know what is happening. They
You, you know,
only
you know,
hear
you
what
know
is
the funniest thing. The house where Charlie Boy
Nobody ever
was.
talked about Charlie Boy's
No,
street.
hold on.
It was all about
The
Charlie
street,
Boy.
the street where Charlie Boy was living there. Those the houses in those houses has been turned to commercial buildings. Most of the time, you see banks occupy those buildings. Hardly you will see any
well,
residential
that seems like
in
that.
those
How
areas.
come they didn't
Daddy,
officially
no,
make that
I
place
don't want
Charlie Boy's
interjection.
Street or
It
bus
wasn't
stop?
named Charlie Boy Street. It wasn't named Charlie Boy Bus Stop. People, the driver, the bus drivers are the one that decided to name that area Charlie Boy. It's just like when you identify with certain area. There are some other sub bus stop in those areas that had, if you don't live in that area, you won't know. It wasn't originally named by the local government, you see, I live in that area for 7 years, to be honest.
I want
But
me to
but but
for 2 minutes.
because of the name involved. That is the reason why all this is happening. Even if that's what they have in mind, if that's what the Lagos State or the local government have in mind to change the name or to, for the identity and all that, there's nothing wrong with it. To be honest with you, there's nothing wrong.
Even
But I do
Volkswagen
not
bus
see
stop.
that.
And I agree with you,
Even
but
this
that's what
Volkswagen
I'm
bus
saying.
stop.
Let's not
No,
pretend.
no, it's not happening. Remy, can you speak now?
I'm not done yet, Madam.
They're constantly interjecting you. I want to give
Don't
you
worry about them. I'm not listening to them. They can
Remy, are you
interject me. Let me alone. Let me finish with one more topic, then you can let Remy have his flow.
okay? Go
Okay.
ahead.
Let me talk about our sister called Kemi Badino. Um, I don't know what is this for her, but I'm not so sure if a prospective UK Prime Minister could have double nationality in a way. I don't think so. So, how identify as a Nigerian with Nigerian passport or Nigerian form of identification, I think might be going foul of UK law.
Yes,
I'm not so
no,
sure.
no,
Huh.
you can.
So
You can if
now,
Oh
you
wow, wow.
you
no,
can if you
Adewale,
UK.
hold on.
you just smartly just excluded
Wait.
her from play, right?
No, no, wait now. No, I've not
Guy.
exonerating her completely, or of all the way her mouth was running, with diarrhea in her mouth. But the point I'm trying to make is this: Here is somebody who is not just dissociating herself from where she actually originated from. She's trying to prepare ground, maybe for her, so that maybe in the future, opportunity comes, you'll be able to have a ground to deny that, oh, I'm no longer in Nigeria. So this, I'm a full-fledged UK citizen. So here you have
No, she
individuals.
was never one. She's a British citizen. She was never a Nigerian officially.
I mean, she according to she said the last time she did not passport, and not passport around early 2000 or something like that. But there's no way she could claim that she has American, some form of Nigerian identity or Nigerian identification. Now, taking into the extreme is another thing. You can say, well, my parents are from here, there. I was born here. I grew up in Nigeria. In fact, most of my adolescent years were spent in Nigeria. But these are the areas of her history that she doesn't want to go back to. Now, whether she has had a traumatic childhood is what I'm not so sure about. But as a seasoned politician, I don't think it's going to help her, because the time will come in the life of every politician, especially for somebody who have a better years ahead, to be somebody not just as leader of a party, but leading the country.
Where did you see the better years ahead of her?
Well, let me just put it in a very good way for her, that she would now want to identify from where she comes from. Unfortunately, she has gone with the white person, and I don't think everybody that got married to a white person lose their identity. But this time around, she's taking it to the extreme. I don't even think if she's completely, middle right, because it seems to be far right, extreme one. And to be honest with you, I don't see most of the conservatives like that, especially if you say you are the leader of that party. So her completely denigrating this country or trying to rubbish the country where our own parents come from, it's unfortunate, but it will come back to bite her in the butt. It might not be now, but in the nearest future, I could foresee that happening to her, because she will be mocked for denigrating where she comes from. I'm even glad that the current prime minister even mocked her on the floor, the house of when she was talking about, he was talking about her being a savior of what do you call it? Civilization.
I think it was a civilization or something.
Yeah, and I could see that jab actually hit her, because she felt it, and the rest of the members were laughing about it, because they knew, look, you're a black woman. You're not just a black woman. You're a real hardcore African. So there's no way you can watch yourself and turn yourself to Michael Jackson. You are still a black ass woman. Okay.
So, are you
yeah.
finished, Mr.
Yeah,
Adele?
let me leave it there. So that you should be trying to stop me anyway. So now that I'm serious, so Simba, come and have the floor.
Yeah, I want to stop you because I want to give others opportunity to speak.
Well done. You spoke well.
Yes. So, Mr. Julep Nashville, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, because I had wanted to talk to Adewale, because I am,
Why are you
usually I don't respond to adulterated people, but I'm going to.
No.
You say?
Adewale said he has not finished. That I should wait.
He's finished. I'm the
No, I'm just interjecting.
I didn't finish. They stopped me. I did not finish. They stopped me. She was rushing me.
Oh, okay.
Julep Nashville, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, so Adewale, you see, you made mention, there was a contradiction in what you said. You said that there was an Elijah street that was changed, right? And even though they changed the street, that it still lives in the mind of the people. What does that tell you? It tells you that, you see, the bus stop, the Charlie Boy bus stop, was made possible by the people. The people around that area. I mean, you say you stayed in Lagos for 6-7 years. I don't know which period you stayed in Lagos, but you see,
No,
Lagos.
I said that street. You don't know how long I was in Lagos. That particular street.
Okay. I didn't know. You said 6-7 years, so I thought it was just in Lagos in general. Anyways, this is the issue, right? When you look at how Charlie Boy's bus stop came to be, right? It was like you said, it wasn't like it was like a proper bus stop. But as time went on, the people made it so The people made it so. It is not
No,
the
it was
government.
the bus
Hold on.
driver and the conductor that made it so, not people.
Please,
It was the
please, please.
bus driver,
See.
and I'm telling you the fact.
Adewale. I stay in Lagos too. I've been in Lagos for over 30 years too. So you cannot tell me what I too know. Charlie Boy engaged in so many philanthropical activity within that area
So
in
why
Magada.
didn't he apply to the
Can I
local
talk?
government for
Can I
that
just
street to
talk
be
now?
named after him?
Listen now. Listen, please. Listen. I'll get to where you're going to.
Sorry, can you speak Yoruba?
I cannot speak Yoruba.
He's a
And you
fake
said
Igbo
because
man. An average Igbo man will speak Yoruba. You live in
I
Lagos
did
for
my
30
boarding
years.
school.
You are a fake Igbo man.
Can I just talk now? Can I just talk now? We moved from Lagos State wasn't our base. We were in Kano State. That was where I was born. Then until the 87, 88 riots, we left Kano 87. My mom was still doing her business over there in Kano. And she now decided to move to Lagos because the insecurity was when the master signed people attacked and all that. It became too much. Then before she now moved to Lagos. So now, when we now got to Lagos, my dad worked for 3-3. We moved to the east. I schooled in a boarding school from primary school to secondary school. So on holidays, hold on, please. On holidays, then we now go back to Lagos, right? To go stay with with my mom, or if she comes back, we stay in the east. So I did not know Yoruba, and it's not like I'm
So
regretting
why
that
did
I
you
don't know
not say you
Yoruba.
spent 33
I would
years
have
in
loved
Lagos? How did you
to.
spend 33 years in Lagos?
This
You said
analysis is not right.
How
You
did you
said
spend
we
33
moved
years in Lagos? You said you spent
because
33
we
years
moved
in Lagos. How did you?
because we moved to Lagos in 1989. So
You
if you
did
are
not
good with
spend
math,
33 years. You did not spend 33 years in
what
Lagos.
do you
Stop
mean?
that. You can't
Where my
insult me.
parents stay?
So
If my parents stays in
even while
Lagos,
you are
where
still
do
in
I
US,
stay?
where you are now, you are still in Lagos. Stay in Lagos, Abi. While you are still in US, you are still staying in
Yes, I still
Lagos.
have a property. I still have a property in
I beg
Lagos.
you,
you
stop
did
that,
not stay
Joe.
in
Stop
Lagos.
that. You didn't
That's
stay
not
in
the
Lagos.
that's not
You
the
didn't
What
stay
do
in
you
issue.
mean?
Lagos.
I even can I you didn't even allow me. Hold on, please, guys, calm down. Let me tell you. I don't know what your family dynamics is like, but if my parents weren't staying together, not that they're not married, but because of job, they stayed in two different places, right? When I'm done, wherever my parents stay is where I stay.
No, Joel,
If
the
my
question
mom
I'm
stays in Lagos,
asking
listen, hold on. If I go on holidays, oh my God, can you just allow me talk? You just like, you just, can you just shut up? Can somebody, let me just make, we can make this thing, I can make all my statement and you will come in and make your statement and we'll be fine.
Okay, go
Can you
ahead
just
and
shut up for crying out loud?
go ahead and
Shut
speak.
up.
Don't be
Oh
insulting.
God.
Please, don't be
So
insulting.
the issue is this, right? In a year, I can tell you in a year, I spent at least 6 months in Lagos State. Yeah, I can tell you,
You
and
don't go
even
to you
school.
don't
I
go to
even
school.
hold
You
on,
don't go to
please. Hold
school.
on, please.
You don't go
Hold
to
on,
school. So
please.
you spent
And please, just leave me alone, please. I even did some of my schooling in Lagos. I remember when I failed Yoruba, when they asked me that I must take Yoruba in a WAEC. I failed it, and I'm not mad about it. My thing is just this. Leave the history. People that stayed in Lagos State, you call them Lagosians for a reason. They have their own culture. They have the way they are thinking. In terms of information, in terms of exposure, in terms of everything, they are miles ahead of even within their neighbors. Talking about Edo, Ibadan. And that is why if some of you talk here, I know that you're not from Lagos. You don't stay in Lagos. Probably, I mean, you're not from Lagos. You came from Ibadan or any of these places. And when you come with this your bigotry and it's okay. But the issue there is this. Lagos State has people making it to run, and those are Lagosians. They have their own way of living, and you must respect that. Because the people, whatever laws you're making, must be derived from the people. You cannot just come in. I saw the man just come in and say, "Oh, let me there, Bado." In fact, even the paint. as big as Olamide is, they used to paint the bus stop. It was appalling. You find out that it wasn't planned. The person that they named the bus stop after did not show up. So what are we talking about? It was political.
Joel, can I interject for a second, if you don't mind, and Chairman?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So can I just say that let us situate things properly. I'm familiar with the supposedly called Charlie Boy bus stop. My aunt lived there in the 90s. And I believe it was called so because he used to have an apartment there and he had a bike on the balcony. And the conductors, so that they could identify it easily, called it Charlie Boy bus stop. Well, it's always actually called Femi Pedro bus stop. That's actually the name of the bus stop. That's been the official name of the bus stop from when it was formed till when it was changed to Olamide Bado. I don't agree with the name Olamide Bado. I think they named it a different name. I think the Bado name it really doesn't rhyme at all. But it was never really officially called Charlie Boy bus stop. So actually,
never. I knew.
It's been changed from Femi Pedro bus stop, which it should never have been because Femi Pedro is of note. So it's been changed from Pedro bus stop, I think, to Olamide Bado, which I don't agree with the name. But I think let us situate the fact. I'm familiar with that place because I knew when Charlie Boy had an apartment there, and he used to park a motorbike, kind of like all these Harley Davidson type bikes. They used to park an Harley Davidson type bike on the balcony. However, got that bike onto the balcony, I don't know. But that's how I remember. That's how I remember the place. And this was in the early 90s. So let us situate the facts. I don't know why we're dwelling on this. It's been changed. It's been changed. It was never Charlie Boy's bus stop, so it's nothing you should be concerned about. It was just an affectionate name named by like someone said, by the conductors, bus conductors. It came to stay. And Charlie Boy has not ingratiated himself very well with Lagos State. Okay, Charlie Boy has not adopted anything that, and there's nothing about Charlie Boy's character that shouts to anybody, "This is Lagos." Okay, the man has been very and people say he did philanthropy around that. I know Charlie Boy when he was there. Charlie Boy used to call himself area father. Okay, but anybody can ask anybody, what did Charlie Boy do for the motor boys around there?
Oh my goodness, he bought bikes for them. Oh no, please, don't go there. See, my brother. Oh yeah, he did. Oh, hold on, please. Hold on. My brother. I stay in Ebutemeta. Right? I think I'm bouncing back. My voice is bouncing back. I don't know, but I hope you guys are hearing me. I stay in Ebutemeta. Hello? Anybody hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, brothers. So So I stay. I'm bouncing back. It's okay. I stay in Lagos. I stay in Ebutemeta, Lagos, right? I can recall in those I think 95, 96 when we used to go to Lekki for that. Lekki never opened. We used to go to Lekki for their jams. Those Ajegule boys when they come to do jams. There is nobody.
Barbie show. This is the Barbie show.
You say?
So this is the show on the beach. All those show. Hello, yeah, go on.
All those show on the beach. Yes. You understand what I'm saying? So so that was when I started listening to people. When they finish with the show, they say, "Oh man, we go Charlie Boy. We go Charlie Boy." And I said, "Nah, man, now we go chop this night before I go." There were things that he did within that area. Now you might not agree with him. Somebody said that it's not someone that you can emulate. Well, I wouldn't want my son to look like Charlie Boy, but that does not mean that his activism wasn't well noted. It was well noted. He worked for the people. He was about the people. Somebody came here the other day and said that if you know how that the father of Charlie Boy was so disappointed in him. I said this guy does not know the relationship between Charlie Boy, between Charlie Boy and his voice.
But they only
Very
But that's
reconciled
unfortunate.
before the
true
man
now.
passed away.
That's true. That's my
They
town.
reconciled. No, they
We are from
reconciled
the same
before the man
village.
passed
So
away.
why are you
But
saying the
even at
other
that, I
one
No,
don't
no,
is
no,
think the
no,
man
no, no,
was.
not before. Not before he passed away. Not before he passed away. Long before he passed away.
Yeah, but they reconciled.
Somebody's.
It wasn't like the man was always happy with it. The man. I'm sure the man felt things could have been. His son could have been better. I'm sure he did, and I think it expressed it publicly at least
Hold
once.
on. That's my town. He was so mad with his son. In fact, the uncles, they have to settle them to be in talking terms. Quote me.
But not Malazita, not before his death. Not before his death. Because
Now, that was long time ago
I
now.
also went to school in your town. I
No, that
also went
was
to school
long
in your
time
town.
ago. That was
Yeah, okay,
long
thank
time
you.
ago.
Long time ago.
That was
Thank you.
long time ago now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Because some people just come here and spill trash or spill lies, and they make it wrong with it. So sometimes it's hard to catch up with all of this. But sometimes it just comes in as I'm talking, and I will just like deviate a little bit to address certain issues. So please, my brothers and sisters, the issue there is this: Charlie Boy's bus stop was never official. It was never official. It was the people that made that place or called it Charlie Boy bus stop.
Okay,
And
thank
if
you.
I were, yeah, no, it has always been. I never said that it was never official. But anyway, can I finish, please? I don't like you're too arrogant with the way you ask people, are they done? Come
I said,
on.
are you done? That is not arrogance.
You cannot ask me if I'm done. I'm still talking and you're asking me if I'm done. I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. Allow me. You are not the moderator. You're not
Madam,
the
it's a
scratchy
moderator now.
woman.
It's the moderator job to ask that
Hold
question.
on. Yeah.
Papa.
It's the moderator job. And then Remy, I asked you to speak. You and Simba, you both kept quiet. So please maintain that energy until it's your turn. Thank
No,
you.
you never call me. When
I
you call
called
me,
you.
no,
I
listen,
called you. It was cricket.
Just give me a second. Listen. When you call me, Adewale is still making a statement, and
It
he said,
doesn't matter. I called you because
listen,
I'm the moderator. I know each and every one of you.
Well,
If
you know
I
what you are.
allow Mr.
You know what
Adewale
you are
to go
doing.
on, we're going to
You know
change
what
into
you are
U.S.
doing is
politics.
not fair, and it's not
It
good.
doesn't matter. I know each and every one of you. I'm a moderator for a reason. I know your antecedents. If I allowed Mr. Adewale to go on, we're going to U.S. politics, and I did not want that because it's my.
How can you say you know me? Why are you talking this way? Okay, go ahead, do whatever
I'm
you
just
want.
letting you know. I control my flows, not you.
Okay, so please just 1 minute so that some other person will talk. Kemi Badenoch is unfortunate. But the thing there is that the way if Kemi Badenoch, I'm going to go tribal now. If Kemi Badenoch was an Igbo person, I mean, she would have been on the news every day. But I see the way Adewale smartly, excuse her, and trying to postpone,
But Joel, the individuals that are giving Kemi Badenoch the biggest criticisms in Nigeria, except for the Vice President Shetima, have been Yoruba. Femi
no, it's everybody in Nigeria. Everybody in Nigeria has been. I'm just saying I'm talking about people here. People here. Listen, my brother. I am talking about.
But I'm Yoruba, and I was speaking about Kemi Badenoch more than a year ago.
My brother, I just have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Let me just round up, okay? So this is the thing, right? All I'm just saying is this: what Kemi is doing is wrong. It's very, very wrong. She is not representing Nigeria the way it should be. She is pandering to the white people, and I believe if you give her bleaching cream, she's going to bleach her skin. She's doing everything to just excise herself from anything that has to do with Nigeria. But look, let me tell you, like I always tell Nigeria, I say too, one of my classmates, I see her, I say, Miss Mado. She said, don't call me Mado. I said, why? He said, no, call me Bridget or what? I said, but you're Bridget Mado. I don't want you to call me Mado. She does not want to identify with anything that has to do with Igbo. I care less about. It's not like I do not care about past traumas, but one thing we make, one mistake most of us make when we travel, is that when we travel, we think that we are now these other people. Within them, they know that you're not part of them, and I wish every Nigerian will understand this. I met a Nigerian the other day, and he said, "Oh, my asset is light. Oh, your asset is thick." I said, "So?" He said, "Oh, my asset is light. Even but when I see African Americans, they don't even know that I'm Nigerian." I said, "Bro," I said, "you can do anything you want to do." Sorry, it's a lady. I said, "Girl, you can do anything you want to do. Say what you want to say. These people know that you are not part of them." And true to it, because it was at work. Immediately I came and she spoke. The black person she was talking to now said, "Oh man, your accent is a little bit thick." I said, no. I mean, it was almost a fight. So there are Nigerians like that. And I am not going to say because Kemi Badnoch did it, the Yorubas I will not make it a Yoruba thing. We have to start treating issues individually. Whatever people do, look at it. If a business Igbo man is doing something, look at that person. Don't say it's an Igbo person or it's because it's a businessman. Because there are millions of people doing business that you don't know their name. There are billions of Igbos that you don't see talk like that. There are millions of Yorubas that cannot identify the way Kemi Badnoch is making us to believe. On that note, I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity and God bless you all.
Thank you. Does anybody want to speak?
Yeah,
I would like to speak if you give me a chance. I won't be here for long.
Can I
Ogaremi, if you don't mind, I'll just spend like 2 minutes.
Out. I will not take more than 1
I beg, Mary, me talk.
Yeah. I don't have much to say, but I want to address Chioma.
No, you cannot do that. If you're gonna
no. I can address you.
I'm not.
I can address you. I can address you. It's my time. You give me time to talk. You cannot tell me.
Okay, who wants to speak? You cannot.
Chioma, if I don't do that one now.
No, if you're
Chioma, learn how to take criticism, man.
I'm moderating. Don't do that. You're not gonna turn up on me like that. No, sir.
Learn how to take other people's discernment. Why did you take her?
He's not out. He'll come back to his own now.
Yeah, Chioma, let me speak. I'd have preferred if you didn't do that, but if you don't mind, can I just speak? I won't be long.
Nobody should address me. Go and address one man. Go talk to him.
So I wouldn't dwell on the Charlie Boy nonsensity because really it's all about nothing. The individuals, the indigenes of Lagos, okay, and they've elected a local government chairman and a local government council to their own liking, and they've concluded they want to change the bus stop, and that's that. In fact, they didn't change it. They just decided what they wanted to identify with and how they want to preserve the memories of individuals that are crucial to that environment. So that's that. So, but more importantly, I want to speak about Kemi Badenoch because she's someone I've spoken about on this platform over a year ago, and everything that is happening now, I already told you people is going to happen. Okay, Kemi is playing to the gallery, and Kemi is doing what is politically expedient. Kemi is married to a gentleman. Our children are biracial, to the best of my understanding, and she's doing what is politically expedient for herself in accordance to the times that we are in and the political circumstances in the United Kingdom. So I'm not. Everybody gets to choose their identity, and that is the identity Kemi chooses for herself. Based on what is politically expedient for herself. So I wouldn't take any offense to it. Best of luck to. I can remember very well when Kemi was going to all the Nigerian churches around the place, asking for votes. And Kemi represents, I believe, Essex. I think Kemi represents somewhere around the Essex area, the Essex and somewhere, that constituency is somewhere between around Essex and further up that way. So, which is a bit, conventionally Essex would be a very British, very English, white English area. But in recent years, as property prices have actually continued to really skyrocket around the central London, where a lot of Jamaicans and Caribbeans and Africans and where they would have gathered back in the day. There's a lot of movement towards Essex and those counties over there. So you're actually having I have some friends that have bought houses in the Essex area in recent years. So you actually have a lot more diversity and Africans especially, and Nigerians especially, Nigerians, Ghanaians, buying properties and actually settling down and setting up roots in the Essex area. So the political I mean, Kemi won our last elections. In the general election, she won a constituency, but she didn't win by a big margin. I think she went from winning like a runaway previously under this fella Boris Johnson to the last elections. She won by a very, very slim margin. And she's been contested by both a Labour candidate that is strong, but also Reform. It's already been stated that if general elections were held in United Kingdom today, Nigel Farage would win by a long, long distance. Reform already took over a great amount of local councils. We are yet to see what they're going to make of those local councils and how they're going to manage those local councils. But Reform have gained in popularity, and Kemi is fighting politically with Reform, which is an ultra right-wing party. So best of luck to Kemi. Like someone said already, Kemi is going to regret it in the end. And I know she knows that she understands this. So I don't think anybody can tell Kemi what's going to happen in the end to her. She knows how she's going to fall on her sword, but she's willing to make that sacrifice for what is politically expedient now. So I don't know what
brother,
else.
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So when she comes to your church,
not my church, but I know the churches she went to. I don't live in the UK right now, but
okay. So it's not necessary.
I know about everything that happens there. I have a lot of family that lives there. I've lived there, but presently I don't live there. So I wouldn't say my church, but I know the churches she went to.
Because
Yeah,
I
the
would have
question
thought
was
that.
what was she telling them? What was she telling them when she went to the church?
Well, she presented herself as like as someone that's one of them that is running for office. She presented herself
So
that it would
she
be in the
identified
interest of
with
the
them.
community.
She identified with
Oh
them
yes,
then.
yeah, oh yes, yes.
That's what I wanted to know, Remy.
Yes. I mean, there's this what's his pastor? He's a senior pastor in Redeem. He was one of the first pastors that went off and established a church in the UK. I think he's from Edo State or that Delta side. I can't remember. He's a tall gentleman. These are people that came with that right. She really identified, because this was the same time, you have to remember, when Pastor Adeboye was doing all this. What's that thing they do in that Redeem thing they do? Festival of Life. And the Prime Minister was attending the Festival of Life. So this was a time when, and that was a Tory Prime Minister. So this was a period of time when the Tories were really fighting to actually gain a chunk of the votes, of the Nigerian votes, because they saw the Nigerian votes because the Nigerian voters tended to be more educated, a bit more sophisticated, and they understood that they had conservative leaning. The average Nigerian is conservative leaning, without a doubt. Okay, they might be neoconservative, but they are conservative leaning. So the Tories, Kemi's party, the Tories, the conservatives, they were trying to gather the votes, and they saw the strength of the individual, and they saw the leadership. They saw the fact that the leadership of the Nigerian community, a lot of people coalesced under the leadership, and the leadership tended to be based around the religious leadership actually had a lot of pull and a lot of influence over the community, and this was a time when Kemi wasn't the only. There was a lot of they brought a lot of, you had Kwasi Kwarteng. There's a lot of Africans, of people of Nigerian and Ghanaian, Zimbabwean, as to a lesser degree, but Ghanaian and Nigerian ancestry that were brought into the Tories then, and as junior party members. that did some
Harold.
of them became successful. Yeah, go on.
I noticed a pattern.
Yes.
Let me, for example, if you see Nigerians born outside that have never experienced Nigeria, maybe they have never
Yes.
seen Nigeria, they are the ones that normally want to identify with Nigeria. Look at the example of this lady that just finished African Cup of Nations.
Plumtree. So I don't think it's
Yes,
correct, Ogaremi. I don't. I
because
don't want you
let me
to.
finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. You know that lady has never been to Nigeria. Her father
Why are
has
you
never been to
echoing?
Nigeria.
You are echoing.
Okay, does it mean that it's echoing? It's not me, it's
No, it's
somebody
not
else.
you. It's the guy talking that is echoing. But the thing there is that when you talk, is when it echoes. But if he is talking, it's normal. I mean, it's one of those
Now I'm talking now and I'm not
Abado
echoing.
network. That's what I'm saying. You are not the problem. It's the other guy. When if he opens up his mic, it's going to start echoing.
I think
That's the problem.
maybe it's a road that is actually echoing.
I'm on mute now. I'm on mute. Sorry.
Okay. So, because if you look at her, she is in Nigeria by virtue of her grandparent. Her father has never been to Nigeria. Is her grandparent that's actually from Ogun State, and they actually do stay in Lagos for a while before they relocated to UK. And she said that her own
Simba, who
sister.
are you talking about?
I'm talking about Ashley.
No, she's from Lagos, not from Lagos.
No. I'm telling you, she was asked. They said the father was originally from Ogun State, but they actually grew up in Lagos. So that's what
Because
she
they
said.
have a street name after them in Lagos.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, people that have never experienced Nigeria actually wanted to have that. They wanted to know their root. They are eager to know their root. But somebody like Kemi that actually grew up in Nigeria, had a secondary education in Nigeria, you see more of those people that would detest their country. I don't know, maybe because of their experience or whatever. Like.
Ogaremi, let me counter
No, this is
that
not
by
Remy,
saying,
this is Simba.
Ogasimba, Kemi does not detest Nigeria. Kemi is doing what is politically expedient. I think let us situate the fact. Now, if she grows if she grows to detest Nigeria because over time, we can say that. But what Kemi is doing now is what she believes is politically expedient. Not what, like somebody said, she's
Where did
preparing
she
the
learn
ground.
that? Has she seen anybody
She's
that?
preparing the ground. She's preparing the ground. Okay, so that in the future, okay, let's say a general election gets called in the future, and there will be a general election that will be called. And she's thinking that if she can survive as the leader of the Tories, because her position as the leader of the Tories is under challenge in itself. She believes that if she can survive and bring the Tories to a general election, okay, there will be a trio of individuals contesting. Okay, you would have Nigel Farage, if he himself as well manages to remain as the leader of the reform. You will have Keir Starmer, whose government is actually under pressure at the moment, and you will have Kemi Badenoch if she subsists. Okay, so she's looking at a situation that when she gets to that poll, when she gets on the podium and she's having a debate, that's identity is not called under question, because one thing that's one political issue in the United Kingdom at the moment is that of identity. So there's a lot of identity politics in the United Kingdom
Well,
now.
we just have an Indian that just left that position.
And the reason the Indian got kicked out, okay, because think about it. The Tories have a strong, look at it, Reform Party, okay, are right wing, okay. Keir Starmer is a bit center, in fact, Keir Starmer is not left, it's very center and a bit to the right, okay, because if anyone knows his antecedents, he is a bit center a bit to the right, okay. And then you have so I mean, it lost woefully. The Conservatives lost woefully to Labour. And one of the reasons they lost woefully to Labour from a situation where Boris Johnson literally wiped Labour off the floor some years before that, the reason they lost woefully to Labour is because a lot of the Conservative in the votes went to Reform. Okay, all right. So a lot of Conservative votes went to Reform. The Labour votes remained with Labour. A lot of young people who tend to vote liberally came and started voting because they were angry with the failure of the Brexit and the way Brexit was managed. Okay, so a lot of younger voters who have come to the polls voted liberally. Okay, a lot of Conservative voters have gone to vote for Reform. So the Conservatives couldn't hold their votes. And one of the reasons they're going to hold their votes and people went to vote for Reform is because they couldn't stand the idea of an Indian prime minister. And they couldn't even stand the idea of an Indian prime minister that was never elected. It wasn't elected. Essentially, Boris Johnson was the elected individual who formed the party, who formed government. He resigned. Theresa May came in. After Theresa May, I believe there was that lady, Liz Truss. And because of the woeful failure of Liz Truss over a few weeks, herself and Kwasi Kwarteng, it allowed this gentleman, what's his name, the Indian fella, to come and assume leadership of the Tories. So as soon as the Conservative reform, all the right wing elements and all this identity politics voters got a chance, they kicked his ass out, and they elected Keir Starmer. So Keir Starmer, it was elected because he was a white man, more than anything else. I can't remember his name now. This Indian fella, his name is, I just can't even bring it to my mouth. When you look at his policies, Richie Sunak. When you look at because Richie Sunak, apart from being Indian, is a quintessential British man of the high class. He went to a private school, the same private school that the princes and kings in England have always gone to. He comes from a very wealthy family. Himself and his wife are one of the richest couple in the United Kingdom. In fact, his family is probably one of the richest family in the United Kingdom. His father-in-law is one of the richest people who have, and his family is, I mean, so for all intents and purposes, is the perfect British man, except is Indian. You know, if you look at the individuals that have assumed office, the prime ministers, it checks all the boxes of all the prime ministers in the United Kingdom, except for the fact that he has a brown skin. That's about it. We need to situate that fact as well. Kemi is doing what she needs to do, what she believes she needs to do. She is playing identity politics. It's simple as that.
My brother,
it's gonna bite her in the butt in the end.
My brother, you cannot play identity politics 80 your own. I don't know what kind of strategy that is, but it is not strategizing.
See, you have to understand this, all right? I don't know if you've lived in the United Kingdom, okay? The United Kingdom, the British are probably the most racist people you find in the world, but they're very, very tame about it. They're very, very. It's very tame and very sophisticated. You see. And Kemi understands this. Kemi Badenoch, I'll tell you about a book. It's not a book, but there's a kind of like a think tank the Conservatives run. And there was a time they ran this think tank, and they gathered a bunch of all this self-rejecting black people who wanted political power and political influence. So James Cleverly, Kwasi Kwarteng, Patel, Suella Braverman, Kemi Badenoch, and they wrote this epistle about, and they denied slavery, and they made it to look like slavery was of net benefit to Africa and all this stuff. This stuff has been going on for a while. This is not some new development. Because I've been here on this platform for like over a year now, telling you that Kemi is no good. I'm telling you that this Kemi is going to go further, and she's going to drive further into the ground. If Kemi's gonna come out and say even more outlandish stuff in the near future. It doesn't surprise me. I don't know why you are all alarmed. I've been here for months and over a year now, telling you that there's nothing particularly. I'm not surprised. Kemi is gonna say more outlandish stuff in the near future.
So
I can guarantee you that.
Okay. So I wanted to hear from Mr. Owl.
Yeah, go on. Are you speaking to me, Chema?
Oh no, I was speaking to Mr. Owl. Are you there?
Aro, when you are not talking, can you mute yourself when you are not talking so that you will not be echoing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I have to go. I have to go. Sorry. So even I have a good time, guys.
My
Mr.
brother, thank you. And Chama, please, I want to say this, because you see, we are talking about Kemi Badnock. We have people on this platform. In fact, let me just call her name, Madam Zita. I just want her to like Kemi, like Madam Zita. People that hate their own, people that detest their own, they will still come back and regret it. Thank you.
Mr. Owl, are you there? So Mr. Darty, do you have anything you want to say?
Those people are like ghost people. They don't exist. Call Remy back, sure, man. Call Remy back.
You know, Chema will never do that. She's very stubborn.
I think they're in love with each other, something like that.
So yeah, I'm not calling him
You
back.
can-
No. He knows not to address me. He can address to one man, not me. Mr. Darty, are you there? Okay, he's on mute, but he's not speaking. Prince Daddy, are you there? And Owl is not there too. I'm gonna start removing them. So Simba, did you want to say something?
I just want you to remove your stubbornness so that at least
Simba,
you are a woman and you should not be doing that.
Simba, no, it's not your place to tell me what to do. Next, do you have anything you want to
Mm.
say?
No,
Does anybody want to say anything?
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just,
No, don't tell me. No, don't do that.
you
So,
can
do
as
you
well
have
call it a
anything you
day.
want to say aside from trying to correct me?
I'm not correcting you. Who am
Oh,
I to
you were. You
correct you?
were
I cannot
trying to.
correct you. I'm
You
just
were trying
joking.
to do that.
No, I'm
Okay,
just
good.
joking. If I
Okay, I
want to
don't like
correct you,
that.
that's not the way I put it.
Okay, good. I like that you know that.
I will not even correct you.
That's
If
good.
you correct you, what do you want to do? Sure, man, you are too stubborn. You are a correct Igbo woman. For all those fake Joel and Netanyahu for people, they are too.
Well, I like me the way I am. Thank you. So since you guys don't have it, so does anybody have anything to say?
Oh yes, I have a lot to say, but I'm kind of distracted right now. I
Okay,
don't know
so
why.
nobody should interject at the well since you all are crickets. Go
They
ahead.
can. Who they born with to interject me. Mm. For where sometimes when I'm serious,
Yeah,
I
they're
I'm
born
actually
where to interject you. They're born where to interject you.
you
What you go do? What you go do?
Trump's last born. I beg, be quiet, Jerry. Your Lord and Savior in White House. His name is on the Epstein file, and the guy, hey, your president, let us bring American politics here tonight, Jerry.
Please
It's
don't.
all because I get time, oh, eh? Your brother don't want to go jail. Trump. Honestly, I want to be dead serious, but I'm kind of distracted right here. But I'll tell you this: Nigeria politics. Honestly, um, let me see real quick. What is the only hot topic we have today in Nigeria?
The other topic was that because Shin Shatima is going to be replaced.
I don't think so.
Huh?
I don't think so.
Why not?
That would be too costly to do. Look, I don't know what they're going to compensate that man with if he get removed. I mean, Kwankoso is not the. As a matter of fact, all you need to do is the Tinubu need to do is to look at the head of the that party and see what they can do to compensate them, because you see the last time they were dragging the party with Kwankoso, I'm talking about NNPP. You know, he almost got suspended. I think he was suspended actually, but the point I'm trying to make is that the southeastern people are now going for the for the broke because they don't want their son to be replaced. Replacing Shetima, who has sacrificed, who has been with Tinubu through thick and thin in 2023. I understand the election issue, but if you have to look at it, uh, uh, how many votes is Shetima, sorry, Kwankwaso is going to bring? Um, I don't know. It's
You
kind of
know, I
suicidal.
know. Adewale, Kwakwaso will bring more votes than Shetima.
But the bottom line is that
And
how
even
many
the
people can
political enemy of Shetima, wait now, the political enemy of the Shetima are from the same region with him.
uh, but if you look
So
at the
what are you talking
antecedent,
about?
is antecedent from the
Now, we talking about Ribadu or Simba? We talking about?
Yes, Ibadu is
Ganduje.
one of them. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about Kano. Yeah,
No, I'm not talking about.
Ganduje.
Adewale, keep this in
Ganduje
mind.
has been
See, when
compensated
hold
now.
on, when Tinubu chose Shitima, quite frankly, it was taking a bigger risk in the last election, and Shitima really, in terms of votes, did not amount to a lot of stuff. In fact, Tinubu went out of his way to choose Shitima, but this time around, if he chooses Kwankwaso, right, it is better for him,
So what is he going to
especially
give
right
Shetima?
especially right
I mean,
now
you could sit.
when people like we call the Erufai and some other Northwesterners are kind of like against Tinubu.
What Prince
Kwankwaso
Daddy?
can nullify that part of the equation.
Prince Daddy.
Precisely. Kwakwaso votes, let me tell you, can go for like 5 or 6 states. What Kwakwaso
Exactly.
can
So
give to
that's why
Tinubu.
it makes Shetima's vote so minuscule.
I
So
want you
if
guys
you
to
take if
also
you take the
understand.
gamble,
I want you guys to
yeah.
also understand that Kwankwaso, with his movement and his party NNPP, if they want to go different routes, they could. I mean, look at what happened shortly after the election. Look at the way the party and Kwankwaso are going back and forth. He was suspended from the party. He was actually suspended from his own movement.
But who makes
No,
NNPP
no.
tick?
See,
Is
party is
Kwakwaso now?
different
There's no
from the
NNPP
voters.
without. There's no.
Huh?
There's no. There's no.
See,
There's no NNPP without Kwakwaso.
no, no.
If Kwakwaso should
There
leave
is
NNPP,
NNPP. There is NNPP without Kwankwaso, but there are no voters. There are no mass voters without Kwankwaso because it carries the people. That's just the reality.
So
You
if
exactly.
know.
let's assume that he decided to give Kwankwaso vice presidential slot, how will he now compensate Shetima?
Does he need to compensate him?
Why does Shetima needs to be compensated? I mean, at the end of the day, it comes to numbers. It
Exactly.
doesn't
So he will
carry
be
the
joking with
number.
the Northeast vote then.
He can afford to lose it because he has a
Which
strong
no,
Midwest.
let me ask you.
Yeah,
Let me ask
he has
you.
a
Let
strong
me ask you.
middle
When
belt
he was
rather.
on the ballot, Prince Daddy, let me even ask him. When he was on the ballot that time, how much vote did they get from the Northwest? I mean Northeast.
He got but no.
Eh?
He got Shetima
He
state.
He got
actually
Bono, and
won
so
less out of all the
that's
regions,
all.
apart from the southeast. Apart from the south, out of the regions, I think Tinubu probably get the least votes
It
from the
was yes,
northeast.
it was like this. If Southeast is the worst, followed by South, then followed by
I said
Northeast.
apart from southeast, right? I think
South East and
northeast is
South East and South.
okay together. Okay, So at the end of the day,
Well,
it's not malice. It's just political calculation. It's just a calculus. It's not malice. I don't know if they have a beef between
Let
them.
me
But
okay, let's say this. Kwankwaso got almost 1 million votes
mhm,
in Kano State, and Tinubu got over
I've heard
500,000. So let's
correct.
match that. That is about 1.5 million. Then look at Jigawa also, because Kwankwaso also controlled Jigawa. Jigawa was part of
Right.
Kano before. He got over 500,000 from Jigawa. So
Wow.
match that one.
Yeah.
That is 2
2 million.
million.
That's
In
a
fact,
lot of
that
votes.
one
That's a
can
lot.
even take care of a whole region. Yes,
Yeah.
because the average vote that you get from state in the south is about 250,
Yes.
300,000 from each. So if you are not getting if you remember, Taraba, which is part of the Northeast, Bauchi, which is part of Northeast, Tinubu lost. The only state that he won was actually maybe Borno, only Borno or so. Go and look at the result of that election now. Though it was having like close second, close second, close second, close second, but it was only Borno that Tinubu won in the Northeast.
So
So
in the
what are
conclusion is
you
that
saying?
he can afford to lose Shitima, and I think maybe he's going to
It,
give him some
yes,
other. He can give him a different position
it
or
can
something
afford
else.
to lose him. Yeah.
He can afford to lose him. In terms of the numbers, the numbers don't favor
The only
Shitima
thing, the
really.
only thing I think that he could do better. He
so
could still manage.
so why did they
He
pick
could, he
him in the
can
first
manage
place?
to
Here's,
have
hold on, but here's the
Chetima.
question, Simba. What I said earlier.
He
So,
can. Okay.
if the reason why I even chose Shitima in the first place, it didn't have to, because you could have chosen somebody from the Northwest and had a better showing and support. But I thought he went out of his way to choose Shitima for that reason. So this time around, I'm saying, look, um, no, keeping Shetima on the ballot, and given that he has the power of the state and all the resources, I think he can do well, or he can survive with Shetima being on the ticket and go against the juggernauts in the Northwest. Quite frankly, I think he can, but maybe he's trying to be on the safe side, and that's why he's going with. He wants to go with Kwankwaso, for example. That's the calculus.
Yeah. You're right. And I even if you seeing is that he can still handle it better. He can still maintain Shetima and have a good deal with Kwakwaso. By the time he gets the second time, he doesn't need to actually support Shetima for any ambition he has. He can support Kwakwaso forever for whatever ambition. That could be what he can use to bargain and get the vote that he require from Kano and Jigawa.
But I've always thought all along that at the end of Tinubu's second term, his goal is to demystify the Fulanis or the Northwesterners, and try to shift power to the northeastern part of the country. So I'm not sure exactly. I mean, do you think Tinubu is kind of think he's on a survival
The
mode right now,
you
or
know,
what?
Prince Daddy, yeah, that could have been good, but the people themselves are they ready?
For where? They're
Okay,
not ready though.
You understand?
really?
They are
Okay,
not ready. That's the issue. Yes,
okay.
they
Because
are not
really, I mean,
ready. That is the
really,
issue.
I mean, Tinubu was doing everything to to sideline the Northwest, the Fulanis. It was, I mean, it was doing everything. It looks like so. It sounded like, okay, well, let me go all out with the Kanuris or whatever, the Northeasterners, and then play the politics. But maybe that's the reason. Maybe they're not ready. And he doesn't want to put all his eggs in one basket, and it's a much it's kind of fun. I wish to know what happens at the end, by the way, because it's kind of funny to want to go and choose a candidate from the Northwest when in the last election, that would have been the easiest route for him to choose a Fulani person on the ticket, and almost guarantee, because that election was the most interesting election, that this past election, because look, I mean, everything was working against Tinubu.
Okay,
I
you
mean,
can
everything was working.
imagine Atiku, Prince Daddy, you can imagine Atiku is also from the Northeast. but he claiming to be Fulani. That is all of them. That is the way they behave. You see, what is the name of this one that used to come here and talk rubbish? What is his name? Azan or whatever. He's also from the northeast, and he always say, my mother from grandfather is Fulani. This. They always pander towards that Fulani thing. All of them. That is what they do.
But is Atiku not a Fulani man?
And that is what he's saying now. He said he's also a
It's a
Fulani.
Cameroonian.
As a Cameroonian.
You know his name is Kajoli.
I don't know that. I don't want to
Right.
see that. No, I don't know that. I don't
That's
know
what he
that.
claimed during the election. He says Kajoli.
Actually, the part of where Adamawa, where Atiku came from, was actually ceded to Nigeria after independence. So as an independent,
I know this. I know
Atiku
the
was
story
not in
behind it.
Nigeria. Yeah.
What?
But there is still a lot of dynamics that will change before that election.
Did you
By the time
guys
we're
watch
entering,
the Kaduna State Governor's interview on Arise TV?
I know that guy is is something there. So that guy is a
He
pro Tinubu Pro Max.
he
He's
was
Tinubu Pro Max.
he put the northern political leaders on the spot and blasted them because what is his speech at the what do you call it, Amadu Bello Foundation, whatever, and that interview were just on fire, and it was spot on because some of these governors think that they've hit jackpot, and this is unfortunate when it comes to recruitment of leadership in Nigeria. Some of these folks have no idea how to manage funds properly. I'm not saying politics doesn't have nothing to do with how they, spend this money, but in a way, can you imagine on your state governor buying aircraft and claiming that it's going to be used for security? Please, my brother, what was the last time kidnapper or any of those calamity befell your state? I'm not saying that it can't happen, but the fact is that your state is one of the most relatively secure state in Nigeria. However, such humongous amount of money spending on aircraft and even United States mission in Nigeria, I don't know why they will get into our domestic politics. I don't who send them to be sending report out there. But the report, I read the report today. I mean yesterday. It was actually true. Some of these governors, I'm sure those monies were like a special purpose vehicle when it talks about renovating state house or building state house. But the point is that they don't know how to manage this fund. Some of those humongous amount of money, I'm talking about federal allocation that they are getting. Why can't they use it for agricultural purpose? Why can't they use it, for maybe for a good yielded investment for the future? But they are building, they are, buying cars. It's using it to settle political debt and all that. Doesn't make any sense. And if you guys remember, before Tinubu even take the power, no, immediately after he became president, we were debating it on this show, and it was Bishop that actually against it when he said that the Tinubu should not plow that subsidy through state government. That those governors will eat that money and they will have nothing to show for it. But I guess Tinubu now realized later on that look, this thing was right, and decided to, go through the judiciary to ensure that local government actually play a part. But unfortunately, those local government are still on the firm grip of the hand of the governors. So every money going to the local government are still coming back to the state covers. And what do we have? We have state governors that have. I won't be surprised if some of them already have offshore account, already pumping and sanfoning money, so that some of them they will use that for their second time election. And Tinubu is waiting for them. But it's unfortunate that that's where we found ourselves. The money that was earmarked from that subsidy could have done a great, if as a matter of fact, I don't see reason why state government cannot buy all
Is
these
it is it
electric
is it
vehicles.
is it really money from the subsidy?
I mean, it was a really huge amount of money. You know, some of what we were spending our subsidy on before. I mean, that's why not not generally from subsidy per se, because I mean the government was able to generate a lot of funds this time around. But at the same time, it's
Tinubu
still
himself, he said he was trying his best to increase our revenue, to raise our revenue, but the governors are mismanaging the
that is
fund.
almost the same thing we are still talking about, because now we have more money. You saw that Fayemi's speech at the local ward meeting. It's quite unfortunate the way he put it. That I don't know, if you want to leave the party, leave the party. Don't just go. You supported the state governor who belongs to your party, and yet you are berating your party. If you have to berate your party, don't even bring camera to see you. I'm not saying they don't criticize each other behind the closed door, but to be saying that simply because you are not part of this administration is quite unfortunate from Fashola. And this is someone that he benefited more from Ashimaju more than any
Is it
other governor.
Fashola or
I'm
Fayemi?
sorry, fire me. This ingrate benefited more. I'm not saying you shouldn't criticize, but when you are criticizing, this is what you can call a family affair. You go and criticize, and if you don't have something
You
good
know,
to say,
Fayemi is just is no longer in APC.
no,
He's
it's
just
still
he didn't know where to. He
no.
did
It
not.
can't jump because it doesn't have the grassroots. It doesn't. It's from
Is not. Is
executive.
he
It does.
really a politician? Is he really a politician?
I
He's not now.
mean, he has taken that position now as a politician. But the bottom line is that
What was Fahmy criticizing Tinubu for? Or what is it saying?
he's talking about the money being given to the governors, that the value of those money are not nothing. However, when it was in government, he mentioned how much he was spending to sorry, I got distracted here, to pay the civil servants, and most of the 60% of the federal allocation are being used to pay civil servants from that state. you know. And he was talking about the fact that people are hungry, this and that. But the money that was given to you when you were there, you were busy building airport that would never be used. If he has used that money for something more productive, let's say he established a state agricultural farm, a mechanized one. What do you think people of Ekiti State? As a matter of fact, they'll be using that. They will be able to generate more money after feeding their own people. But you went and built a ghost airport that only 2 aircraft ever landed in that airport since it's been commissioned. So that tells you
Really?
about misplacement of priority. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I won't be surprised that any weeds growing in that airport
You
right
know,
now.
let me. The most of what is happening in Nigeria is most of because they have more money now,
Mhm.
and they are not paying their civil servant well. So what they are just all of them are just embarking on white elephant project that doesn't have anything to do with the people, that does not even have an effect on the livelihood of the people.
Mm.
Look at even look at my own governor also building a airport in Osun State. Look at the distance
At his
also and
home,
Ibadan and all those things alone.
at his homes, there was a time they
See,
were
and
even.
what we should be concentrating on talking about right now is quite clear that the problem of Nigeria is not really at the center. It is at the subsidiaries, the state level. And we just mentioned earlier about the local governments not doing anything. They can't do anything. Come on, it's just like a little child that's grown up, and you want to give the child all the responsibility to take on. They don't know how to govern or to lead themselves or do stuff. It's going to take some time and some years to get to that point. But the people need to be they need to be reoriented on how to you know you know hold their governors responsible, because the governors are the big problem in that country. They don't, if you put pressure on the governors, there's no way a governor like
The Prince Daddy,
Adeleke.
sorry, let me tell you, because of the failures of the governors, the federal government is now taking, is like doing everything that the governors and the local government has to be doing. Can you imagine that the federal government is now establishing more schools? They are even involved in primary healthcare center establishment in Nigeria. Primary healthcare centers. You can imagine that that is the role of a local government, but they are still playing other role because they discovered that the focus is more on the federal. People neglected their local government, neglected their state. They don't even okay. How many states have you seen that people are saying making demands on their governors? Nothing. They and you know the way we do. They say even because before this APC came that time, they were not talking about the state. They only focus on Jonathan. Now they are not saying that they should focus on the state. Did they say that they should focus on the state during Jonathan time? That's what we do. That's what we do. And that's why sometimes I said the people themselves they are confused because they don't know what they wanted.
Well, Remy says it all the time, and I always respond. You can't expect the people to start all of a sudden, hold their governors responsible. It's not going to happen because they're not used to it. Something's not going right in that country. You always blame the president. Nobody knows. I mean, for us, I guess on this platform, are educated to know that okay, the governors are getting more money, but an average somebody from I don't know Jigawa State or Taraba or whatever or Oshu State may not know that the governors are getting a whole bunch of money because they don't pay attention to.
Prince
You
Daddy, do
understand?
you know that there is a governor that is even having an ambition to contest for presidency that is still seeing that he's having negotiation whether for him to pay 70,000 or not a minimum wage? Do you know the person?
Adeleke.
It's not Adeleke. It's Bala
Adeleke.
Mohammed.
Bala.
From what state?
Well, I think it's Bauchi now.
It's
Bauchi
okay.
State.
The further you go north, the less involved the people are in holding their governors responsible. They do their politics, but other than that, again, everybody points to Tinubu or whomever is the president as their problem. I'm not sure how to go about it, but there has to be a
I
way.
thought by now. I thought by now we supposed to because if you are saying that the people are not used to, but the federal has been trying. The only person could remember and for everybody to see that this is what is going to your state, so that you people can focus on your state. They release it monthly. That time, each state, each and then all the local government, they will release the amount of allocation that they are giving to them. But it's like it's our culture, it's just part of us. We just refuse to grow, we refuse to mature, we just wanted to, and it's politics to me. The way because we wanted to, everybody just focusing on that center because of politics. Oh, it's our turn, it's our turn. No. So let us actually align or whatever, whoever is in power at the federal, so that whatever we say, people will use it against whoever is in power so that we can get there. And that is what the state and the local government are enjoying now. So they are just people are just yet tiffing
It's at the end. See, It's at the end of the day, it has to be education. So you don't expect the governors to educate the people that come hold us responsible for your plight. No. So this is like in the West, for example, this is where in community organizations or nonprofit or whatnot go into the community, educate the people to know how to go about their local governance, right? See, the governors are not going to do it unless, just like you said, if the federal government wants to spend money and resources to do it, like they are building the clinics that the local government is supposed to be building that they are doing, then that's the only way the people are going to know. The governors are not going to do it. The governors are powerful. They're powerful, and the local the LGAs, they have no say. They can't do nothing about it. And if people don't know any better, that's why I don't blame the people. If the people knew better, trust me, they would go about it the right way. But they don't know any better. That's why I'm not gonna blame the people.
But Prince Daddy, we are not going to blame the people. What we are doing now is part of the sensitization, it's part of the education. You understand? If you kept us saying we are not going to, we are not blaming them, we are trying to sensitize them. Don't see it as a blame. What we are doing now, some few people are listening to us, maybe one or two of them will reason with us and say, okay, why are we not even focusing on our state? You understand what I'm saying? So, but by the time you start saying that you are blaming the people, you are trying to divert their attention and say, no, what you are doing is actually what is right. That's what you are doing. So don't see it as a blame.
Well, yeah, well, I agree that one or two people, yeah, that learn the right way to go about it. That is fine. But again, say the the larger population of the people need to know. So the question is, how do they get synthesized or reoriented to know this information? Now, how many times have we heard about people protesting, going to the governor's mansion or what do you call it, the governor's house, and blocking the streets or doing something? Uh, they don't do that. People don't. They don't. They can go to Abuja or wherever to protest, but to protest against the local governors, they don't do that. Nobody does that in Nigeria. Am I mistaken?
Yes, in fact, that is what is happening. That you are 100% correct. It's not even only about the people, even the union. You understand? The only way they achieve whatever they achieve is at the national level. Go to individual states, you really see maybe NU, what they call it now, Nigerian Labour Congress of each state, going on strike or going on demonstration, whatever, against their state governor. You will never see them doing that. And the same thing goes even to the state assembly. It's like a rubber stamp thing. How many times have you seen any state assembly making any threat against their governor? Nothing. It's like the
Exactly.
governors they are just there, just enjoying, no pressure, nothing. And that's why they're all misbehaving.
Yeah, and they will continue to misbehave. I mean, until I mean, sure, the master, organizer, protester. I mean, how come he's not organizing people locally to go challenge their governors? They're not doing that. Um, yeah, just like I said, the unions and all this other organizations, they're not doing anything against these governors. So, and they're human beings like we are. If they're not compelled, they're not held accountable, they're not going to do nothing about it. They're not going to do it. And that's why they can abandon the people. Don't pay their salary, or even try to avoid paying the minimum 70,000 naira salary, and go build airports or go do some other nonsense. You see, they can do it because they're not being held accountable.
Well, it's going to take a change in orientation for us to know that, you know, to be honest, this is a federal government of which, I'm sorry, I said a Republican government where each sector of government has to play their own role. But unfortunately, that is not.
Adewale, let me even take us back a little, because me, I always like to go back and see what has happened before. Do you know that, okay, what was the genesis of the collapse of their regional government? Is it not the focus on the federal also that causes the wahala at that time?
Hmm.
Even when we are even practicing regional government, when they are controlling their resources, they were still focusing on the federal. Am I wrong or right?
No, you're right.
So why that focus? Awolowo he was doing well
Oh, hold on. I
as the
mean,
premier.
back then, why? Because I can remember even Lagos State, they talked a lot about local government, whatever. I remember back then. So why were people focusing back then on the center as opposed to their local, leadership?
That's what I'm saying now, Prince Daddy.
I said
Awolowo
why?
was doing where he was the premier of the Western region and he was doing where, you understand? But he preferred to leave that place to
It
go
was
federal. To do
uh,
what?
yeah, because even though at that moment where we still have a regional government, the federal might, the federal power, even though there wasn't much resources, but it was more about political power. You remember, Western region was divided and the Midwest was created because they want to weaken the influence, the political influence of the premier at that time. So even though money or any other inducement was not involved, it was mainly for political reason, for political power. Now, it's not just about the power that is concentrated in the center now. We now have the center that is completely how do I say this now? It's not just corrupt. It has power and money power vested in the hands of the central. So they can do and undo. Unfortunately, that relegated the duty, the function, the
You
power
know,
of
you
the
know
state
why I
government.
raise this, Adewale? The reason why I raise this is that, if that thing has been implanted in our consciousness right from that the power is at the center, the power is at the center, the power at the center, even when we are not even supposed to believe that the power was at the center, then it will be very difficult for us to actually now, reorientate us and take us away from that belief.
It's not possible anymore except we have a change in our constitution, complete overhauling of that constitution. But at the same time, some of the governors that
You
were
don't have to go
elected.
that far. It's
No,
all
I
about
know. I'm just
education.
saying the way it's been designed now. Some of most of our governors, they are not creative. They just want to sit on their butt, collecting money every month without finding an innovative way to increase the income or revenue of the state. They are not. If as a matter of
Okay,
fact,
and that, hold on, sir. You that love to expand the size of governance or government, which brings me to the point. If, unlike the private sector, whereby they have KPIs, where they have performance review, and they're held accountable, um, if you don't have that at the state level for the governors or those in power, why would you expect them to do any better? They're human beings like you are,
no, no,
you and
no.
I are.
When Lagos State, when Tinubu took over from Lagos State, I think at that time the revenue was around how much was it? In millions?
It was in millions, yeah, less than
Okay,
1
it
billion.
took it to billions. By the time he left, and he figured that look, most of the dream and aspiration that he had, if he had to achieve it, he has to look inward and do whatever is necessary to raise revenue for the state, so that they won't have to be kowtowed to the federal
Well,
every
no,
month.
because Tinubu implemented a system of accountability. You know that, right?
Wait now, yeah, where all these things are also process, part of the process to raise revenue. If you do, I mean, as a matter of fact, accountability at the same time put a mechanism in place to find a way to generate funds, right? Even way before Obasanjo decided to, stop the allocation, the state government knew that if they have to go at the federal level, I'm sorry, at the
that's why earlier, if you, I don't know if you heard when we were talking about this guy from Edo State, right? The Okwebulo, the new governor, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
The new governor, and they say he can't speak English or he can't read this and that. And I say, what does it matter if he's able to perform? See, that's the
Exactly
problem.
my point to them. Why
That,
it
that,
was one man that said that he has to be fluent, he has to communicate.
If it is English, Fayemi could have been the best governor in Ekiti
there
State
you
now.
go.
By
So there you go.
qualification, yes.
So to the
And the
point
guy
you're
is
making
empty,
about
very empty.
to the
You
point you're
know,
making about Tinubu doing all those great things in Lagos. Look, um, Tinubu's not like every other governor. You know that, right? It is special in that regard.
that
This
is
other,
leadership.
yeah, but
Since they left the governorship seat, almost all the successors has not been an actual
your
politician.
orientation matters, and where you're coming from matters. Tinubu came from the oil industry. He was an accountant, and it came from a place where he's held responsible for the
But
performance of what he
praise
does
that
and the
we
company.
have a lot of governors now that also came from oil industry. The useless one, or your now that
Yes,
is
sir.
there now, is it not from oil industry? The one in Ogun
You
State,
know,
is it not
I,
from
I
oil
think
industry?
I think most of the time it's usually politics that distract these fellows. Most of the time they are always being
Okay,
distracted.
let me ask you now. I mean, this guy now, is it not on the second time now? So
Who?
what else is he looking for?
No,
The Oyo
um,
State
uh,
governor.
but look, being in the second
So
time doesn't mean
which
that
other
you've left.
politics is he playing now?
No, 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 no. Most of these folks, guess what? They usually end up at the Senate. I don't say because he's a governor two times doesn't have any more further political ambition. No, as a matter of fact, you are still a politician, except if you want to quit and go back to your private enterprise. But the bottom line is that they are still active in politics. So even though going for the second time with nothing to lose, they have a lot to lose because here they are, they're being regarded as
You
the
know,
leader of the party
do,
in the state
do you
level.
think? Sorry, do you think without Tinubu being hadn't been the governor of Lagos State, do you think Lagos would have remained? Somebody else could not have come and changed the trajectory of Lagos. I'm saying
No,
that
no,
because
no, no,
unlike these other
no.
states, unlike these other states, you see the, the people or the way their state is structured doesn't put too much pressure on the governors, and the people are so independent, so to speak. They do that small subsistence farming and do this and that. So there's not too much pressure on the governors. They can do whatever the heck they want to do.
Please,
Even
Daddy,
though those
if somebody asks you now that what is the plan of Lagos State in the next 4 or 5 years, you can mention some things that they have the ambition, what they wanted to do, and they will still do it. There is no state that you can say that of in Nigeria now. Is it my state that all those other states, anybody that can just come, do whatever they want to do, they will leave, another person will come, and there is no program, there is no master plan, nothing. Do you understand? And that's why when people now start criticizing that godfatherism and whatever, Tinubu is because Tinubu is the one controlling. Let me tell you, if every Canary has been coming to rule that state, it will have been the same state that we had before 1999. I can bet it.
Chances is very high. The probability of that is very, very high. Because some of those folks that are coming have no plan, they have nothing on ground to actually prove that they can do better than what Tinubu is doing. And I said this ever
And
since
you need
Tinubu
more than
left,
4 years or 8 years for
ever
you to
since
have.
Tinubu left Alausa, we haven't seen a politician in charge of that state. It has always been technocrats. Is it Fashola? Is it Ambode? Even the current governor was once a banker before he went to politics. And I still say, I mean, that even the way he comports himself in the public, you can tell that he's a professional to the core. Now that is, of course, is now a politician. Even with that, it's his political activity is just at the lower level. So he's someone that knows what he's doing by putting all this professional in charge of that state. How many governors can boast of that? Look, I think Tinubu is also learning at the center that governing a state is quite different from when you are the leader. I mean, you are the president of this country. This country is so complex. As a matter of fact, now I see reason why Patient Jonathan was saying that even if they offer them on a platter of nothing, she will not go back to that place because too much of even Buhari when he was leaving and they asked him jokingly that what does it mean in the household? He said, my sister, I miss nothing. Because our society is so complex that even whatever you are doing, every time you still have to read politics into it. Yes, people want the president or the leaders to take decisive action, but in some cases you have to be
But
calculated about it because there are a lot of
Adewale,
saboteurs.
before
Yeah.
one thing what things I notice about life is that once when you are in a position, you
Mm.
understand. By the time you want to leave that position, maybe because you're already getting used to that position, there is this initial reluctant to leave. And that is why even Jonathan that is now saying, the wife of Jonathan that was now saying that, oh, she will not likely come back. Because she has not seen the other side of not being in power. and the little that they have now, she's enjoying it. That time when they were contesting in 2015, she wouldn't have said what she's saying now. She
But
wanted to
come to
remain in
think
power.
of it, the ambition of the husband, no, let's put it this way. The ambition of the husband was the one that she had by obligation has to, support. She wasn't the presidential candidate, so she has to support the ambition of her husband. But now that they're out of power and of, like you said, that they enjoyed their whatever they're able to steal, now it's like, look, now we have a peace of mind. Now we can wake up anytime
Exactly.
we want. So she preferred that lifestyle now than to being inside there, a siren, fuel, road vehicles, and going around in convoy. But the bottom line is this: I think Tinubu is beginning to get into the groove of, look, the politics in the center is quite different. It's cutthroat. However, I think he's in charge. I think he's got it. Because I could remember the interview that was granted to the likes of Abati then. Abati, even when he wasn't even asked, he was, testifying that I think Tinubu is now in charge. I think he has got it. Because one thing is about having power, just newly elected. One thing is about knowing the extent of your power. So in a way, he has taken decisions that ordinarily, as a novice, you will still be dilly dallying. And he has taken that decision and is sticking with, even though that decision is coming to haunt him, but for the benefit of the country. I don't know what these folks in the ADC will have to counter some of the policy he has put in place. Is it a tax reform? Is it the subsidy remover? As a matter of fact, one of his aide was even saying on the television, when he was asked on television, that any of these candidates or those people who are jostling for this position, have they said they are going to return subsidy back? There was cricket of silence. So if any of them now saying they're going to return subsidy, what else are they going to do to alleviate this, whatever they said they're going through? So in a way, there's no other candidate except people just want to be biased and play politics with
You
everything.
remember when they even asked Obi about the electricity, he said he will go to Egypt, he will go to Vietnam, and he will go to which other country, he will go and learn how. They said,
By
how
the
are you going to do
time,
something? He said you want to go and learn.
if you know the number of private electricity generating companies that are coming up very soon, Adeleke has not even commissioned his own. I think his own is about around, is it not 2 point something megawatts or so, if I'm not mistaken? I'm not so sure.
No, it's about
1 point
one
something.
point something. Yeah.
Okay. And I also heard that, what is it called?
Let me tell you, with our population, we don't consume more of energy. How many industries do we have?
We have
The issue
plenty. It's just that some areas have
no,
not
wait
been
now.
electrified. That's why.
Let me say this. If by now we are just using, let's say, 4 megawatt, and people are still having that kind of electricity that they are having, by the time we can put something like 15 to 20 megawatt, you will see Nigeria, they will not complain of electricity again. But the issue is affordability. Can they pay?
Affordable. Yeah, but now that it's been how do they call it? Taken from government, it's done in the hands of private sector. Look, I'm very, very optimistic that it's just a matter of time that this sector will begin to grow and it will becoming less expensive. I mean, these people put money as investment to buy these things, and here we have it. So, in a way, of course, they have to recoup their money. The return of investment is not going to be just one time. So, just like we had it in telecommunication. So, look at what is happening in oil and gas too. Every day you read in the newspaper, oh, the oil marketing and Dangote, they are competing with each other. So you could see the competition. I mean, when the subsidy was removed, petrol was being sold at 1,100, if I'm not mistaken. Now we're having it at 620, if I'm not. That is the official rate, too, but that is without being subsidized. So, and that competition will continue to go, because if we have more people building refineries, which is Bua is doing one.
Okay. So I got what you are saying. So you are saying
Yeah,
that if by the time we have more players, the price will come down.
yeah, because that is the center of Tinubu's belief that the
Even
market has to
if
run.
you know the even the electricity, because we don't have record in Nigeria now. Adewale, anytime you come to Nigeria now, come and see, you see solar panel all over the roof of
I
everybody
know,
these days.
I know.
You understand? So all those ones, are they captured? No, they were not
No,
captured.
no, they are not contributing. They are just, you just wasted it, use it, or you waste it. I get your point. Even those who have the light, who are in band A, eh? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Oh, okay. I thought those who are in the band A. In fact, I know people because of the cost of it, they usually ration their light, and they will have light, and they will turn off just the fan. I
Yes,
mean,
now
look,
I went to my brother's place, and when we enter, because he was not even at home, the wife was the last person to leave their house in the morning. She
mm,
switched off virtually everything. So
everything.
when we got home in the evening, he just immediately said, "Okay, no, there was no light." It was when the wife now came and said that you put on the light. He said, "No, there was no light." And no, he said, "No, I'm the one that switched it off." Why? He said, "Because of the bill that they are bringing."
Yeah, yeah. I don't blame them, but those people have to recoup. Look at what is happening now with the what do you call this electricity? Is it a distributor? What do they call them? We're having states reducing the
Genko.
price. Yeah, yeah, reducing the price of the electricity, and they are saying no. But you see, a time will come. Thank God, government is stepping in. And we have big players in this. It's just a matter of time. I hope Nigeria can be patient, but 2 years for them is no, we can't bear this anymore. You want to enjoy without look. I don't know how these people, maybe because they are not well informed, because some people take their headline from the social influencer like Tunde Ednot and the rest. We knew Nigeria was in bad shape economically. We knew we were in bad shape. When the government begins to print money and flooding the circulation with money, we're in so much debt, even the one that we borrow domestically. And we had airlines leaving Nigeria, and unfortunately, we couldn't remit their money. And it's still something that we are obligated to return their money. What do we expect?
Adewale, do you know that now, if you have your Naira card there now, you'll be in
Yeah,
the banking
you
sector.
can use it.
You can use it to the tune of five. I mean, was it four or $5,000 quarterly?
Wow.
That means you can spend like an average of 1,000 plus dollar
Yeah,
on
yeah.
your Naira card every month.
Mm.
That one, if you are not a thief, maybe you travel, you don't need more than 1,200, 1,300 to survive in a
I mean,
month.
it
If the people
depends
that
on.
are even living there, how much did you spend on your own for your upkeep? He's not going to
Mm.
pay rent, he's not going to pay for all those things, tax that you people are paying. You are a traveler.
Yeah, I mean, you you know the funniest thing is this: Nigerians know, but because politics is involved, they want to capitalize on.
I think the problem of Nigeria is not even the literate. I think the elites are the one misinforming the populace because of their own ambition. They will kept on giving them wrong information, and you know that by the time you keep on saying wrong thing every time, you reinforce it, it becomes the truth.
Most of this Tinubu's policy, if it were to be proposed or introduced by these oppositions, they won't say anything. People won't say much, but because of their hatred towards the person who is in charge of the power, they just can't stand it. Anytime, you know.
It's still politics. It's politics now. They
Yeah, but
can't because they
this
know
is beyond politics,
they know
Simba.
that they. Eh? What do you say?
This is beyond politics. They just can't stand this man with anything. I'm sure by the time the tax policy takes effect proper and we start seeing the effect, I mean,
Do you know
come to
that
think,
now you can import a vehicle And right
Yeah.
from when you are buying the vehicle, you
You
know
know
how
the
much you
price
are
you are
going
going.
to pay.
Yeah, I heard that,
Exactly.
and somebody was arguing that it's not true, and I was like, "Hey, go ahead. This is what government." They said, "No, government will say something, and it's something another thing they will implement." I said, "But they're
Forget
the one
about
that
those
put out
people.
policies." So, okay, did you see that video of is it University of Sokoto students or what is it? University they were jubilating.
They are dancing
I,
about the student loan.
I've
Not
forgotten
only
the
I've
name.
seen the one from Sokoto, I've seen the one from Kano. I've
It
seen, in
was,
fact, a lot of them are from the northern
so
university.
when I actually watched it from Arise Television, and I was a
Okay.
little bit stunned that Arise will praise Tinubu for as a matter of fact, they thought it was a gimmick that okay, this is not going to work. That I'm because I remember Rufai asking how many students have benefited from this scheme, and he was saying we haven't seen any, and he said that people have gotten it. But come to think of it, now you could see the jubilation. I mean, how much can you give students to be, making noises and dancing like that? But because they knew that some of that money will go a long way to help the family for them to be able to go to school. As well as if that money is going to come back, but at the same time, when they finish education, then they can get a job, and then pay back that
No,
money
no,
back.
even the government knows that most of these people they will not get that money back now. How can
I
they get the money
mean,
back?
most of them no, we can't say they won't get it
Hmm?
back because you are the
Government is
beneficiaries were
not, they are not even
identified.
interested in getting the
No, no,
money
no.
back.
The beneficiary were identified before the money was disbursed. So they're just giving it to a ghost. If not, that money will be going down the drain to the empty basket. So they
Mm-hmm.
identify those who benefited. They know their identity. So it's not a matter of somebody who don't know who is. No, no, no. They know these people. So for you to have benefited, your identity is already established, and they will come for
Mm.
you. But the thing is this: when people go to school, they expect that this is no longer 1960, 1970, where jobs are lining up for you. No. The purpose of going to school is for you to be equipped so that in the future, you'll be number one, you'll be relevant in the job market. Number two, you'll be able to contribute. Now you gain more knowledge. But to say that, because most of the people now want to do white collar job or Yahoo Yahoo, they don't want to do blue collar, they don't want to, all those things are they no longer fancy it. So the purpose of education is misplaced because they expect that once you come out, then state government job is waiting for you or federal government job is waiting for you. How many people can federal government employ? That is why what Trump is doing in America when he was cutting the size of the government workers, and on one side I support, on the other side I felt for for those people too. But when you have government that employ more people, that in fact, as a matter of fact, some states are a civil service state. Just collect very education, pay the staff, and then take the remaining one to go and drink beer or to do politics, and that's it. You've governed. Then you paint one corner of a road, you call it dualization or whatever they said you're doing, facelifting and all that. So to me, that government is doing wonder. And when I saw Arise praising this government, I was shocked. Now, yesterday, Tuma, are you still there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yesterday, I saw Arise News praising Upper Holo. I was shocked too. I said in my head, how more did they give these people to be sing praising Upper Holo like this? Because this is someone that they've targeted, that they will be mocking every time this man is in the news. The same thing with they are not mocking Adeleke. Even Adeleke is even worse than Upper Holo. After all, we are seeing Upper Holo in the public addressing people. How many places have you seen Adeleke addressing people? That is the man. Why that man's political future in Osun State? It's not sure for him that he will be coming back second time. The same calamity that befell him the last time he contested for governorship, I think it's going to come back to haunt him again this time around. So, to me, I don't know. This government is trying. That's a fact. It's trying. I don't see any miracle that they can do in 2 years to alleviate some of this issue, except they want to be doling out money. And where would that money go? You have more money in the circulation, more than it will create more inflation. So, and I think the state government that are collecting this uh, huge money will have used that money properly, first and foremost, for uh, agricultural projects. Because until we back for new shit, and the rest will be easier because now people can eat, people can buy food cheap. But you didn't do any agricultural produce. You didn't even build any farm. There's not. You are not even empowered. As a matter of fact, I digress a little bit. One of the special assistant to the Buhari presidency then lamented on how the farmers frustrated the effort of federal government, where money
Yeah,
was.
when that was when they was talking about the ankle borers,
Yeah,
ankle borers were the
you
central
can
bank. Yeah.
imagine money given to
He said
farmers and
some of
data.
them invested the money in bureau de change and all those
Oil
things.
and
Like
gas.
some of them,
Yeah, you can imagine all these Hausa people. They took the money. You see,
billions. So they said some of them collected billions. But why should they give billions to somebody for agriculture? For God's sake.
see, when you have somebody who by politics or political affiliation guarantee this person. Look, politicians always settle themselves first before they go uh, to the public. So if you are going to benefit, they'll make sure that at least let's say APC people, APC member, registered member benefited first before their people. So, and if you do it that way, how many people can you haul into the courtroom and say you want to prosecute? So it's more or less like, oh my goodness, these people have done me wrong, but you have to move on. So you rob me, I rob you back because that maybe that is the only thing they expected from government or they will gain from government. But it was wrong because now people are now we don't have enough food. You can imagine some other people say Tai Solari was lamenting to the federal government then, and Babangida decided to establish People's Bank and put him in charge. What happened to the People's Bank? The story
Collapse
is
now.
the story is the same. The man that was in charge.
And they hear you again.
You will still not see Nigeria back to where it's ugly head. Because an average Nigerian is just a thief in waiting. He's just never been put in charge. You will see how he's going to swallow those resources because he's greedy. He can't. He lacks foresight, and that is who we are. And if you see maybe one or two, maybe they're very rare, that's trying to do the right thing, guess what the society will do? Society will force you to do what is wrong because they will mock you and mock your generation
Exactly.
for not stealing. So, what? Who are we to blame the government? It's very easier for people in the diaspora to say, "Oh, that Nigerian people," but you don't live there. You were once living there, but now you're abroad. You think that what you have in abroad can be replicated in. No, we have cultural and diversity and whatever thing that contributed to where we are today. Not just one individual saying, "Oh, we're going to rob you blind," you know. And it takes process. I mean, it takes time. The Lagos state of 2008, 2007, it's not the Lagos state of 2025. It's not. It's not. At one time I was in Oshodi, I couldn't recognize Oshodi anymore. Ditto with all these other states.
Even the last time I went to Nigeria, not I think was it last year or 2 years ago. I passed through Shodi. It was after we left the place that I was not asking that have you passed through Shodi? They said we have passed through
Yeah,
Shodi. That, but because I
yeah,
was looking for the usual crowd,
yeah. And you see,
dirty, all those deaths and all those things.
yeah,
Now, if you have not been coming to Nigeria, you can't recognize Shodi again. You cannot because
no,
there are a lot
you can't.
of uh,
It's about one person decided, you know what, this is what we're going to do. And they did it. Who knew that Oshodi would turn that way? It's more or less like an hub.
Adewale, there was a time a friend of mine took me through also the 3 a.m. in the morning, and
Mm,
there was still hold up 3 a.m.
wow.
Ta ló tó bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀? Ṣé
Eh?
lọ́dún sẹ́mbà ta ló tó bẹ̀
That
tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀?
was in the
Ta ló tó
90s.
bẹ̀?
I was talking about 90s.
I got
Who
robbed
there
in
is to be
Oshodi two
at the
times.
point?
I got robbed in Oshodi two times.
As in,
One in Bolade,
as
one
in,
in Oshodi Sale, under the bridge. Right in my face, I was robbed.
eh,
But the thing is that it takes one person to dream and say, we're going to transform this commercial or make it modernize it. And this thing take time.
Exactly.
It's not something you can just wake up and say, oh yeah, let's start turning this city to a modern. New York was not built that way. You know how long New York has been
Mm-hmm.
existing? If you look at the picture of New York in 19, let's say 1900 or 1800, these people went through this what you call it, this passage of building gradually. Well, we are not Dubai. Dubai or United Arab Emirates, they only have a couple of emirates that are actually, growing at astronomical rate. Not all the Emirates, but the one that are growing faster. I mean, if you look at it,
No,
is
no,
it
no.
from
It is easy for the Gulf country to have a modern cities and all those things because
There are not
before they
many.
live like
Population is small.
they live before the way they live before, they don't build houses. You
mm,
understand? Like they are like our own Fulani. They build temporary houses because they are nomad also. They
mm,
move from one place to the other. You
mm.
understand? So it is, in fact, it's less than 100 years now that they started settling and having out. It's only few places that have historical origin that they have resettlement. Maybe like, let me give search for Saudi Arabia, maybe somewhere like Mecca, Medina, and all those places. But most of the places they were not actually a town.
And
They were.
the system of government is quite different from ours. They don't have the democratic system.
It's working for them. It's working
It does
perfectly.
work, and that
Yes.
was what we
Seriously.
used to have before when we used to select our leaders and they remain and they listen to us because we have a way of checkmating them if they fumble, if they cross the line. And the emirs, is that emir that they have in Emirates, they know that there are some things that they can't do because they hold their subjects, in trust. So they have to do right by them, and that's why they are pumping money. Even with that, they are still, hugely, stinkily rich. So our society are quite not the same. We're quite different. We're quite distinct. Here, what we have is, speaking of uh, tribal identity or whatever, and this hula baloo about changing of names, street names, and names, what do you call it, bus stop. Look, and I'm sorry for Kemi Badenoch also because I want to lump this together. An average black man, we are not Caucasian, we are not white, we are black. Now, we identify more with our tribe and ethnics. In a way, we see ourselves first as a Yoruba, we see ourselves first as Igbo before we see ourselves as Nigeria. We see ourselves as first Hausa or Fulani. What it really means is that before these white people came to lump everybody together, this is even in Yoruba land, we see ourselves at the ethnic level. Where Ekiti, where we have the Bominos, in a way. Now, at the end of the day, when you now match people and you want to make sure you want to integrate them, it becomes problematic because we are not the same, and we don't want such ethnic identities to go into oblivion. So we want to make sure we preserve it in one way or the other. Now, coming back to the way streets and whatever is being named, a lot of people have seen it more or less like, oh, this is ethnic uh, cleansing or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to go that extreme, but we call it so many things. Look, Lagos State, no matter how we're trying to become cosmopolitan, when they are doing their oral, you dare not see other people that don't belong to the place coming out or participating. And they're still doing their oral, during their festivity. Now, what does that tell us is that Lagos is still um, a Yoruba land in a way. And they have a right to do whatever they want to do as a Yoruba group, as a Yoruba entity. Now, this constant dragging of now we're here, we should be saying, we should be identified. Look, I don't see that as something that should be encouraged. even though they're accommodating and all that, I don't. To be honest with you, look, even the Constitution of Nigeria. That's why I said it's not something that is perfect and need to be revisited or revised or completely changed, because you have to give recognition to the to the sub what do I call them now? There's ethnics or tribal.
Indigenous people,
Yeah,
the
because if you
indigenous people.
don't, if you do not give recognition to it, it will continue to have clashes. Look, someone like Ogun State will be so hard for, even at the tribal level. We are still having ethnic clashes. How many Ekiti marry Ijebus? And I've seen it happen that you will tell them, "Oh, don't go and marry
But
from
but they
Ijebu."
marry you.
I'm telling you. So let's
But
talk about
but they
tribe, and
normally
when
see but talk about it.
you, Yoruba man will tell Hausa man you don't belong here, because they don't speak the same language, even though we identify as Nigerian. So I think it's better we recognize these differences that we have, even though we want to pretend that, especially those who lives in the modern city, think that, oh, you can just blend it. This America where we live, and I believe it's like that in other Western world, they're not the same. If you leave the modern city, you leave the city, you go to the countryside, you will see the true color of this America, this so-called America. They will tell you don't belong here. So the same thing with our Nigeria, our country. Even though we try to say, well, we are Nigeria first, no, we are different, and we cannot turn blind eye to who we are first and think that we're Nigeria. We are not like that. We are not white people that migrated from the Europe coming to America and they claiming that they own the land after they buy all the original owner of the land first. You can't cleanse the original owner of the land here and say you want to get control. Possible. So
Not
it's high
again.
time you give them that respect and recognition. This is your land. You can do whatever you want to do. Where I come from, too, I can claim ownership. However, you are still welcome if you want to be part of us. And unfortunately, this constant back and forth, you want to identify because you have larger number concentrated of group of people, and you say you want to use that to your advantage. People will revolt because now you are eroding their identity, and nobody will take it lightly. No matter how small that Lagos State is, even before Lagos State was created as a state, the Lagosians know themselves. Most of those
Yes,
who
they know
live at
themselves.
Isaleko, they know who is who in Lagos State. Before we now have what you call it, Korodu margin, the Ikeja, and the rest of them merging them together to form even till today in Lagos State politics. People from Korodu and the likes of other sub regions, they don't want Lenume.
Ibile. I call them
They are not
Ibile.
as strong and
Ibile.
powerful as those who from the Lagos Island. The Lagos Island control Lagos State. Lagos Island people
Exactly.
control Lagos State. So it's high time we have other tribe or you know understand that look, even though we are the same country, but this land doesn't belong to us. So you know that, you understand, and you live peacefully. It's as simple as that. But to constantly dragging right as if look, no, but if I say we come to the stage, it won't even be going political way anymore. People will come out and say, "Look, this is what we want," and that's it. You take it or you leave it. You know. Unfortunately,
Mm.
identity is a big deal. It is a big deal.
It's a big deal. A big deal. I want to say something about this what do you call it? This Nel fund of a thing. I saw the video last yesterday before yesterday, last week, and I was like, God, we might not appreciate that little thing, but I'm seeing it, and I think I've seen that vision, I've seen that thing before. That people will begin to, it's high time people begin to understand that what you have before, because something has been bad for a long time doesn't mean that it's not going to get much more better. It's going to get to a time if Nigerians will take it easy and allow the government to run its course and checkmate them at will. We will have a country that we so much desire to have, where everybody can actually live peacefully, where everybody can actually want for my country, for the country. I want a place whereby my children can thrive, even in, I mean, almost independently of me. Now, if a child is born in a country and the state government and the federal government they come together to form UBEC, he can go to school. I mean, on their what on I mean with government education. He finishes, he goes to the university. He has the capacity to what to get a loan to fund his education. And also, if he wants to go and check to do something on vocational education, he also has the capacity in technical school or whatever. Anything he wants to become as a technical person, a technician, he wants to vocational work or university or whatever, he is able to get loan to fund himself. He finishes, and I want to believe that probably we get to that level whereby he has a lot of opportunity jobs like we have in the Western world. Also, we have jobs that I can pick up jobs, then pay that loan. I, as a parent, I can take a loan to better my life, also provide the necessary things for for the child to thrive on. But his education, which happens to be his work, will be determine how he also fares later in life. He's taken care of. I think that's what they enjoy in the West. I think there's nothing more than that in the West, where everybody has you belong. I mean, you have a place where you can take something from the government and you also give back to the society. You add value to the country and so on. So I think that's how people should see it instead of this hatred that I continue to see people talk about, and the governors are. We need to start. I think I said it about last week or so that was on this platform, and I heard President Dadi talking about it, that we need to start telling our people the role of the governors, the need for them to hold the governors responsible. Our governors are irresponsible, especially our southern governors. Did you see what Governor Buni from Yobe State? Did you see what he did in agriculture last this 2 days ago? Also, it was on Tuesday or Thursday. On Thursday, if you see what this man doled out, you see what he doled out in agriculture. What are what our governors in the south doing? They are not doing nothing. They are doing little, but they are not doing enough based on the money that is in their hands. And I discover that people are not even talking about them. I'm just talking about the president, the president. The governors are. I told them I've make it a kind of my own advocacy now to be telling people about it. To know the amount that these guys collect, just go on www.nationalbureau.mbs.gov.ng. You see what your governor is collecting on your behalf and your local government chairman. Let's hold these guys accountable and shift our what do you call it, our focus away from the center and focus on them because these guys are mortgaging the future of the people. If they deploy the resources that was transferred to them, it will be good for the country. Actually, I tell people that it's not as if Nigeria we actually have money from subsidy. Which money do we have from subsidy? We don't have any money from subsidy. The only money we have from subsidy was that the federal government now generates more money. That is just it. The subsidy was being borrowed for. It's not as if we own the money. We were borrowing to pay that subsidy. And Oraima said it. Afrexim Bank was the one that was welling, I mean, that was loaning us that money. He told Arise News, Joe Okwe, that come, we were the one borrowing Nigerian government the money. And we are saying that come, this money is not sustainable. It's not going to be coming flowing like that forever. You have to stop this thing once and for all. And they did that. So meaning that we don't even have that money. We are only borrowing it. So if we say that we are not borrowing again, then that means okay, we will not be able to, we will not servicing any loan. We are not going to be servicing any loan again. Then we have improved our revenue. So which means we have more money now. The target for the tax for this year was 25 trillion. The whole revenue for the year is about 36 point something trillion out of 55. So out of I think 43 or so. So and they have already collected 14.27 half year. By the end of the year, probably they'll be doing 30 trillion. That is very massive. So not to talk of the tax law. When the last tax law now comes in next year, Oyetawo Edini was saying that they may be making about 50 trillion naira. 50 trillion naira is not it's about that's about 30 almost $30 billion. So but if you don't start to hold these guys accountable now, when the cool money starts flowing in, money will start flowing in from next year. People don't know. Money will flow in from next year because they are going to collect 30 trillion this year. Next year is going to be like more people will come onto the
But
tax list.
Darcy, we just talked earlier. How do we hold the governors responsible? Is the question.
It's going to advocacy at the grassroots. I heard you talk about it actually. Grassroots, letting the people because the people at the grassroots they are the ones that are voting. So forget about all these we like that the people that went to school are educated elite and probably the business ones and not apart from the political ones. We just normally make noise. How many votes we normally cast? And we might know some of these things. Not many people do not want the people at the grassroots to know. And this is the reason why they are able to, they use it to work for their own political gain. If they want to cancel you as a president,
Well,
they know
you
how to play
said
their game. This
grassroots.
government.
Are you expecting the governors themselves to initiate that grassroots effort or what? I mean, the
No, no,
people
no, no, no.
that
It's gonna be CSOs. I mean, civil society organizations and NGOs. I mean, they are the ones that will actually do the job. They are the ones that can do the job. Not the people that are oppressing someone. They will never want you to go off their hook now. It's like a stronghold that will never. They want to tighten it the more. You hear what I saw in news, but I don't know how far it is. I've not confirmed it that Lagos State governor was even trying to tell you know what he said? He said someone who wrote a letter was telling the newly elected chairman that they cannot appoint more than the chief of staff, their chief of staff. That there's no SSA this, SSA that. I mean, creating another big portfolio for people to come and eat money and local government. They were saying that no, there's nothing like that. You can only appoint as a chairman, your chief of staff. That's all, and probably a secretary. Then you look at little things, put it in the hands of the people that are in the not go and be appointing senior special assistant at the local government level. It's a tool of control actually but he's also saying, and one of the things is that to curb wastage. Yeah. So you can even see that as well. So technically, the governors still find a way to kind of hold the jugular of the local government people. So, but we need to break this yoke. That's the yoke on our neck right now in that country. And until we break it, we are not going anywhere. This money that we are talking about, the money will come, but they are going to press it away, and it's going to be a missed opportunity for us. How do we look at it? The nail fund thing that we're talking about. You know, when they started the nail fund, how did they fund it? They funded it from proceed from AFCC. The proceed that they got some money that they got from this what's it called these corrupt guys from government. They were the ones that but now the new tax law that is coming now, they have already it has a statutory budget right now from the tax that is a particular part of the tax will be going straight into the nail fund first to fund it. That is strategic. Not only that, oh, the other one is going because we have been paying education fund. That's what they use for test fund. Test fund will have its own. Those social interventions will have their own. I mean, from the tax money. Because I thought what was saying that people have not trusted the government for a long time. People still do not trust the government. So how do we let them know that if you collect this money, it's going to work for the people? And those are the ways by which you can do it. Money is coming straight, going into that fund, going into TED fund to fund our university, going into social intervention programs. I mean, statutory allocations that people can trace according to the law that was stated in the law, in the tax law. So those are the things. But these are our useless governors, especially in the south. They are disconnected. I mean, they are disconnected from the people. They are disconnected. And our people are also I mean, kind of reinforcing their stupidity by believing that it's only the president that must fix everything, forgetting that they have a role to play. We all have a role to play here. They're just going to get better if everybody just plays this service and because I don't like this guy. I don't like it. Look at what's happening in Lagos. Can we replicate that in other states? Kaduna is about replicating that. Probably people don't know. By September, Kaduna is starting its own light rail system. Kaduna is starting this next month. By September 5 or so, if I'm not mistaken, they are inaugurating Kaduna light rail system. And these are the kind of things that we are looking at. This opportunity, this problem that we say is a problem. Can't we use it as a means to revolutionize our water sector? The transport sector can be revolutionized using it. Use the problem. Use when life throws lemon at you, use it to make lemonade. That should be the goal. But this guy just felt it's like an opportunity for us to be what to be messing around, splashing money around, and you know, just setting political friends and like with money for government, taxpayers' money. They're supposed to help the people. I was speaking to someone from the UK that they were saying that Tinubu collected money from the people and was giving it into the hands of the governors. I think is it not correct? Is it correct? It's correct now. It's beginning to show. It's beginning to show. Look at Kaduna State now. 100 CNG vehicles. 6 months. They will not be paying anything. For the citizens, it's going to be what? They're going to be paying only 40% of the money. The government is kind of subsidizing it 60%. For every 100 naira that you're supposed to pay, you pay 40 naira. That those are, I mean, good policies that will help. If you are a retiree, you are taking it for free. If you are a student, you are taking it for free. If you are a worker, a government worker with your ID card, you are taking it for free. These are the things that we are supposed to be doing. Use it to revolutionize our transport sector. Those red buses that we have in London, I mean, it could be done here. The ones that we have in Sweden, Denmark, where they even do almost free, although they are heavily taxed, but they have a free transport system. I think you can do it also in Nigeria. At a point, these are CNG gases now, CNG buses, 200 naira per liter. So if you cascade down the word to the people, I don't know. But these governors, they just felt to they just be messing around, collecting money and being being big boy up and down. Eh? And look at there's one thing I was also I also heard Adewale talking about special what do you call it airports. You see, the airport that they built in Nigeria, some of them built as white urban project, but there are some that were not built for that. Okay, let me give you an example of that. The one they built in Ogun State, the one they built in Oyo, Imo, and they are strategic airports. There's this program of the African Development Bank. In fact, that of Oyo will be done next, I think this week or so, or next week. Special agro processing zones, SAPZ. That airport in Ekiti is also one of the SAPZ. They are supposed to create a kind of a metropolis and also agro processing zone around that airport, whereby as you are producing, you mount it onto the cargo and off you go. I watched that airport. For a particular program I watched, Ekiti on the Move. I watched the airport, how they build the airport and everything, and that airport will be used to transform the life of the people. If these people will be serious for once. Ogun is doing it right now. Ogun right now. Do you know that Ogun imported 50 cows from Kenya last week? Ogun imported 50 cows from Kenya. There's a company in Ogun State that imported 50 cows from Kenya. One of the best breeds in meat production in Kenya. Then they are starting a garment industry. What do you call it? $2 billion garment industry, cotton and garment industry, where about 100,000 people will be planting cotton in Ogun State. Ogun State is one of the biggest cultivator of cotton in southern Nigeria. More the bigger ones are in the north, but in the south is a very big guys. They are very big guys. So look at that. If you plant that, you bring it to the factory, you already guarantee a market. You do that, they will do 4 million garments every month or so, if I'm not mistaken. Then there is a cargo that will take it out of the country, out of the country. So just these are things that we are talking about. That you can use these things. These things is not as if they are white elephant projects like that. But because of the lack of creativity of this government, this government. So if we can do a lot of that, those airports were built for that. The Ekiti one is an agro cargo airport. So what are you doing around it? That's the question. And that's what we should be putting The to tell you we mountain on them, sir. You have built the airport. Thank you. Some people said it's a white elephant project. Okay, we don't believe that it's a white elephant project. How can you now bring it down to the people? Okay, what are your plans with the SAPD? Because Ekiti is also part of the SAPD guys. I mean, they are also about 28 states in Nigeria. They are starting with seven. Oyo, Ogun. Ogun is one of the front liner, and they have started. You have started saying it. Oyo will start its own next week or so. So they are going to Oyo next week, by God's grace. So Ekiti also, if you were to say, oh, we want to see what are you putting on the ground so that this airport can benefit our life, and that's what people supposed to know. So I think that's what we need. We need to start. Nigeria still need a lot of people. They don't know anything about governance in that country. And it's a pity. It's a pity. I look at them sometimes. One was telling me that the only thing that they want is food and security. I said, don't be stupid. Infrastructure is what betters the life of everybody. Anybody living in the West is about infrastructure. The food is there, of course. Your life cannot depend only on food and security alone. Yeah, it make your life much more better. We connect you with the world. We do a whole lot of things. So everything must go pari passu. Tomato infrastructure, physical infrastructure, everything must go. So don't say, oh, they are borrowing $3 trillion. What are you? How are you playing your game? How are you keeping yourself? People don't know anything about it, and I think our education is also flawed somehow because I think that the way we teach our children, we don't inculcate those things into them. We teach them in economics, we teach them in some of these subjects, but we don't bring it down to life. I mean, situations like okay, if the government builds a rail line from Lagos to Ibadan, your responsibility. Do you know now that Okay, let me just give you a sniper. Hmm? I live not too far from that what do you call that Lagos Ibadan where it terminates in Ibadan, which is Monia, Ijayi, in Monia. Right now, I just said it just now. There is an inland port in Ijayi, and there is an agro processing zone also in Oyo State. So you can link Ijayi, you can bring it, you can produce goods in Ijayi, link it to the port, and export out of the country. That land area in that area now is not. It used to be very cheap. Now it's coming up. So anybody that wants to do something in that area, it's a very good spot to want to do something. There's an inland port there that will link the north, and of course, it's also going to link the Sokoto Badagry Express because the Sokoto Badagry Express will pass it through Ibadan as it's coming from the northwest to traverse all the northwestern states, pass through Oyo, Niger, Oyo, Kwara, down to Lagos before it terminates at Badagry. So those are strategic things that we should tell our children when we are teaching them that come. Anytime you see this road, your point will be what can I get from this road? Should I put a business on this road? Should I do this on this road? Our school system needs to encourage that. And that's why people normally say, oh, what will Lagos Calabar highway, what will it bring for me? I said, don't be silly. What will it bring for you? Do you know what that could bring for you? And it's because of this short-minded, short-sightedness about them. It's from the leaders. Now he's now jumping in onto the followership too. So somebody was saying just yesterday, I was asking someone. He said, I saw a news headline that says, the federal government is training 3 million exporters for the AFCTA, so that Nigerians can take the chances of AFCTA. So a lot of go and see the negative comment in that. I mean, the content is they're all negative. One said, "Why would they be exporting?" And I was like, "God, are this human beings? These people, I don't know. Is it that poverty has has eaten deep into their life? Hatred, I mean, politics, was anything be politicized? This is Kenya exports flour. I mean, your flour, rose flour, all this. Do you know how much money Kenya gets from exports? I just told you that they just exported 50 cows and they are targeting Nigeria seriously now. They were saying it. The animal scientists, veterinarians. I mean, it's for just a county. just one country, like a state governor, local government area, targeting Africa. We're not even talking about Kenya now. So is that not the strategic what's called blueprint that the governor is supposed to lay forward, and also the local government chairman, that okay, I want to connect my town with the world. You know, but you look at someone that's saying, well, what would they export? I mean, I was like, they already started the training. The question should be, how can I get the link? Let them show through the link open so that I can also connect. So, but all you see is negativity, 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 and you. So when they tell us that people are poor, I don't know that it's not only the poverty is in the mindset first before you not get to the pocket and the way of standard of living. It's already, I mean, it's stick in the mind, and someone that will remove it will have to do a lot of work. So that's just the problem I see about that, and it's very pathetic. Honestly, it's pathetic to go to see our people in that state of mind. I mean, thinking that government will have to do everything for you, thinking that you should not key into issues. And it's common to us in the southern part of the country. Somebody will roll out the statistics of nail phone, and let me shock you: the top 20 schools that enjoyed nail phone, they are from the north. They are from the north. They are from the north. Almost top 20. I mean, I was like, what are the southern schools doing? It's because of our mindset. God will help us. We help ourselves. That's my own submission, sir. Mm. Hello? I think everybody is done.
Oh, thank you
I will
for
not be leaving.
I don't know if Prince Daddy had anything else he wanted to contribute. Well, it's
Uh,
exactly 6 hours. Hi, Prince Daddy.
yeah, I'm good, man. Thanks, Drummer. Yeah, appreciate it.
Sorry, it took me a while. I was in a different room when you were calling me. Yeah. Dorothy, you wanted to say something else?
Well, no, not really. It's just about this bad luck thing. Well, for bad luck, I want to believe when the time comes, you understand what she's doing to herself. But I don't. I've spoken to some of my friends, back then in the UK, and they are feeling the heat. That's just it. They are feeling the heat. The guy is really spoiling a lot of things for the Nigerian poops there. I can tell you for free. I mean, but I understand the politics around it, but it has always been like that. They will always throw you out, whether you like it or not. Try to be like them, speak like them. They know themselves. The people know themselves. So, but it's a very good one for him, but for her at least, she's able to make that a caution. But throwing Nigeria under the bus will not do her any good. It won't do her any good. It's better she just face the issues. She's done that enough. That's just it. If that's what she wants to kind of establish that, oh, I'm not Nigerian, no problem. But don't confound our problems. Don't just confound our problems. Look at how the way people are locking up Nigerians all over the world. I mean, like I was like, well, not only us actually, immigration issue is becoming a very big issue right now, especially as per Trump policy. Wherever the US goes, of course, Britain will also follow. So, and it's also resonating all over the world. I mean, people are trying to lock out people one way or the other, blah blah blah. But it should be good for her. She should just tone it down a bit. I mean, because she's spoiling a lot of things. Look at it now. If people are really thinking, and I think it's good for us one way or the other too, whether we like it or not, because some people are already saying, okay, why do I need to go to the UK? I like go to other countries, or even stay back in Nigeria. Yeah. Yeah. Of what use is it if even before when for you to get a British passport, because that's one of the reasons why some people want to go there. It takes about 10 years. Not originally it should be around 5 years or so, the minimum of 5 years actually. Then from there, it could come anytime. But now, it's not going to come anything less than 10 years. So some people have begin to reevaluate their stand. Okay, why should I go and waste my 10 years over there? I mean, I don't even know what will happen. So probably I stay back in Nigeria. Who use the money that I have? If I have 40, 50 million I want to throw around, I use it here. I travel around the world and I do something big here. Some people are beginning to think about it, and the numbers are dropping. The numbers of, I mean, people, probably might be dropping in no distance time. Especially if our situation also back home, gets much more better. If things continue to get much more better, the country continues to get more organized across, the state and based on government policy. So she might think she's doing us, a bad one, but it could be working for her good. Could be working for her good. So, but one way one thing I know is that just like somebody was saying the other time that there's gonna be a blowback for her, and she's better get ready for that. So and that's gonna happen. But whatever happens, I wish her good luck. But she shouldn't just compound the problem of Nigeria. Nigeria already had a lot of bad image, a lot of bad energy, negative energy used against us, and I mean across the world. So and of course that will exonerate some of the shenanigans that our people also normally get themselves into, or they normally throw around, transfers they throw around whenever they go. So, but she just tone it down. She just tone it down. She is not going to be better than what I mean. Look at Yushifunak. Yushifunak was booted out. So, so how much more? They will throw you under the bus when the right time comes. So that's just my own thing. And as regards the Charlie Boy thing, I want to believe people should just allow. If you are going to get a bus stop or a street, there's a way. The local government is in charge of all those things, because while we are growing up, we normally see so street order by so local government. People register streets in the local government and bus stops. So if Charlie Boy name, of course, I know he's popular. There's a particular music that he released that time that people really connected with. People connected with. So I understand, but if the government says they want to do something in that regard, which I know, of course, you can't rule out political issues as that as well. But I don't think you just that our Nigerian problem is much bigger than that. As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, it's more bigger than that. I think we should focus on more these leave tribal issues. I mean, things that are trivial, just trivialize it and blow it out of proportion. I don't think you need that all those things. Some people will still not, whether you like it or not, some people will not change their mind. It will still be Charlie Boy in their ass. So that's just it. But for the optics, if you want to change it, so far as what I will have found out is if it has been registered officially at the local government level, if it was a local government like this that pronounce the place Charlie Boy Boston or Charlie Boy Street, and they now want to change it. Oh, I think everybody will rise up like, oh no. If this thing he has it has been registered, and everybody accepted it. Why do you want to change it? So there's no way you can defend that. Nobody can defend that, and even people will call that out. But if it's not, pronounced by the government, or it was not registered with the government as a street or as a bus stop, then any government can come around and do whatever. Because if you look at the local government law, they have the power actually. So because me, I normally say one thing I have observed about Nigeria is we confuse privileges with rights. That's one problem Africans have. Privileges are rights. We don't know how to differentiate between them. We don't know how to differentiate between privileges and rights, and we don't also know how to differentiate between sentiment, culture and law. They are those things are two different things, and that's the basis of our problems across board. There's a difference between law and culture. What the constitution says, and the culture. So the two of them might romance themselves at a point, but there are some cases whereby they will definitely be separated. So and that's where that's the line, that's the red line, that's the fine line between how to regulate people's behavior. Those things have effect on what how people behave, how things are being done, and how societies are organized also. I mean, are being governed. So I don't think people should just blow it out of proportion. Let's just leave that aside and take focus more on nation building. Because that if we have built our nation, people will not be disrespecting us up and down. No, I mean, so that one is much more important to me than I mean all these trivia issues that people normally blow out of proportion, so especially the social media thing. You know, so I pray we will begin to work with that cautiousness that we have a nation to build instead of tearing ourselves apart all the time. You know, a nation that we'll all be proud of. You know, so that's it. And that other people will be proud of, we want to appreciate it. Until we have that, yeah, we are not yet there. We are not yet there. We are not yet there. Until we have that, we are not yet there. So that's my take. I think let me submit. Let me submit. Make that's my final submission, and I'll be leaving. Thank you.
All right, cool. Yeah, later. Thanks, Drummer.
Yeah, yes. Have a great day.
Thank you guys for watching us. It was nice having you all join us from the beginning of the show till now. I appreciate you all. Make sure you click the like button and also share this broadcast, and don't forget to subscribe. I do hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and God bless.